Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 North American Championships. This is the unofficial stream of the broadcast, or unofficial stream, I guess, but it should be quite fun nevertheless, and I think having some stream, even if it's unofficial, is better than no stream at all. A couple quick announcements here. First, we are unofficial, and a side effect of that is we won't have the in-progress submissions that you usually see in World Finals streams. We had both some technical and other responsibilities, and that's not okay to show. However, at the moment, teams are walking into the Pegasus Ballroom at UCF, and lots of people might want to see their students. So we're going to switch to a feed of that, and you'll see that up until contest starts. Here we go.
We're out at the border and then down the rope and stanchion lane. So if you need to use the bathroom in the contest, you can go there. Spectators, so this is back to you guys. That corridor, the rope and stanchion corridor, is a secure area. So don't cross it. Please go around and get to your location. But don't cross the rope and stanchion because that is an extension of the contest area. Just like coming on the contest floor, not good. This is a secure area. That pathway to the bathroom is also a secure area. Oh, don't leave with the balloons. Don't leave with the balloons. The dean is over here staring at me, and he's assured me that don't leave with the balloons. So I'll do for some of you may want to control, so you may be planning to try to. Please don't leave with the balloons because there are fire protection systems, and despite your best efforts, if you control the balloon, it gets away from you, fire alarm goes off, the fire trucks show up, blah, 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 and the dean yells at me, and I don't want to be yelled at. I'm very sensitive to you. I'm very sensitive, so I don't want to be yelled at. All right. So at this time, speaking of the dean, at this time I would like to introduce the dean of the School of Engineering and Computer Science here at UCF just to say a few words. So Dean Georgiopoulos, would you come up and say a few words? So as the dean's coming up, this is the dean for UCF ECS. This is the guy that has really pulled all this together and made it possible. So everybody, let's give a big round of applause for you. Well, I'm excited to be here. I've never been at the World Finals or not before, so that's the first time that I see such a great talent working in one particular sport. So I want to congratulate all of you for making as one of the 50 teams to compete in the North American competition of 2022. And I want to say also a few words about our sponsors, obviously ICPC and the global sponsors, and also our local sponsors for the NAT. These include the National Security Agency, the DoD STEM, the National Center for Simulation, and the National Security Innovation Network. So let's give them a round of applause for all the support. I wish you good luck, and I'm going to be around for the next 5 months to watch you do great things. So thank you for being here, and good luck in the end season. Yeah. Thank you, Dean Georgiopoulos. I just can't tell you how many times, late night calls, anytime you're emailing the dean, he's responding and hoping to make this a great event. So really, thank you, Dean, and thanks to ECF, and thanks to ECS for making all this possible. As the dean mentioned, none of this would be possible without sponsors. And one of our big sponsors is DoD STEM. And the cool thing about DoD STEM is they're here to tell you how important the things are that you are doing. Right? So what they care about is your education in science, computer science, engineering, mathematics, and technology. So special thanks to DoD STEM, and I would like to invite the director, who was blown all the way out here to talk to you guys, Louis, could you come up and Lee Lopez is the director for DOD STEM, and he would like to say a few words to you guys about why it's so important.
Thank you, Jeff. So first, I want to say some thanks. I want to thank Ms. Say, I don't know where she's at. You might raise your hand. Okay, great. So there she is. If you want to give her a round of applause. For this competition and until 2 months ago, you know, until then, so I'm really excited to be here. This is my first one, so looking forward to seeing the competition live. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about legal consent or why the competition campaign value investment and the money opportunities. I also want to thank Dr. Georgiopoulos for hosting the event, and also for Mr. Brown, getting to know what UCF does in segmentation and workforce development. I want to thank all of the volunteers from Navy, NSA, as well as industry and academic partners, and all of the other regional coaches. Thanks for what you do for the students and teachers. It's really important for us. So, again, if we could just take a moment to give a round of applause to your I also want to just take a moment of reflection of the significance of American Park and so the significance of my day. It is Memorial Day, and just want to do a reflection in honor of the men and women who have paid their ultimate sacrifice and for this special. Again, I'm excited to be here. Congratulations to all the students who made it here. We are excited to join NSA to sponsor the NAC ICPC. DOD STEM, I don't know if you know this, we invested, I think in 2021, we invested about $245 million to spend it in workforce development. From K through 12, all the way to military as well as graduate and postdoc. And why is that? Because we employ the largest number of scientists and engineers in research laboratories and engineering centers. We have about 63 organizations that span across 300 locations across the world. And what you do and what you're doing here today is really important because the talent and the skill set that you have is just what we're looking for to solve some of the department's toughest challenges, whether it's AI, learning, biotechnology, microelectronics, quantum, what you do. So again, I want to congratulate all of you. I do want to take a second to talk about the department offering internships from high school, undergraduate, and graduate, as well as postdoc in any one of our labs, centers, as well as our academic departments. Every year we have about a little bit over 6,000 students that come to our organization to actually do their internships. And then the last one that I want to talk about is the Smart Scholarship. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but the DOD invests a great amount of money to education. For students like you, we pay for your tuition at full cost and college of your choice. And we also give you a living allowance stipend anywhere from $23,000 to $38,000 annually for the Smart Scholarship. And the only catch is that after you graduate from your degree, you will work as a civilian scientist or engineer at So you pay for your tuition and have a guaranteed job. So I do hope that you explore some of these opportunities that the DOD staff has to offer across the services as well as our defense agency. And lastly, best of luck to all of you in today's competition. Thank you.
you, and thank you to DOD STEM. And listen, who would want a SMART scholarship, right? I just want to be able to put on my resume that I got a SMART scholarship. So, coaches, I know your students are really focused on solving some problems and advancing the World Finals. But all of you back there can remember to remind them to look at some of these great opportunities at DOD. And I'd like to hear the World Finals about some of you guys, some SMART scholarships. That sounds awesome. So I would like to bring back up, now, technically his title is technical director, but I like to call him director of enforcement because he's the one that yells at you, what, don't touch anything. So our technical director and director of enforcement, Dr. John Clevenger.
We all want to hear from John very much. Just a quick update from those of you who are joining us now. This is an unofficial stream of the North American Championships for ICPC. The teams who are competing here are competing for a slot at World Finals. And their top so many teams will qualify, and they're all trying to do the best they can in this leaderboard. This is the start before the contest. It'll start in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And you can see the countdown here. So I'll be quiet and let you hear what the announcers have to say.
Ensure that you do your best and don't do anything that's going to cause disqualification. I need to remind you again that the restriction in this contest is you may not use any computing resources other than what's on your workstation. Do not attempt to access anything anywhere else, either within the network or outside the network. Our team is monitoring network traffic, and if somebody violates that rule, we don't want to disqualify you, but we will if you violate the rules. In addition, it's important that everybody understand that this is we're trying to create a fair level playing field here. Don't do anything that will disrupt another team. That includes obvious things like removing power from the network. It also includes less obvious things like being respectful of other teams. Yeah, we understand excitement when you solve a problem, but that doesn't mean you get to run all around and disrupt all the other teams.
It sure doesn't. And there are going to be a few more rules we're going to talk about, but I think we're going to talk about the contest first, real quick here. So let's take a look at the scoreboard here. We'll see the contest will be starting in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and we have all of the teams here. Before we start, I want to give a quick summary of what the rules of the contest are. So this is ACPC, ICM, I guess, not ACPC, ICPC style rules. In particular, the team who solves the most problems wins. It doesn't matter how difficult those problems are or anything like that. It's just solve more problems, you win. So that's going to be the goal. Teams are going to get a packet of several problems, and they have to write computer programs that will solve as many of those as they can. In particular, not only do they have to solve the cases that they're given in the problems, but they also have to solve all of the hidden test cases. There are a whole bunch of edge cases and maybe tricky things the judges have thought of in advance, and Contestants code will be run against all of those cases, and only if they pass all of them will they get credit for solving the problem. In addition, if there are multiple teams who solve the same number of problems, the tie will be broken by whoever was able to solve those problems fastest. In particular, there's a method for scoring these. It's called the penalty point system. And every time you solve a problem, you'll get 1 point for solving the problem, but you'll also get a certain number of penalty points. And this is the time indication on this chart here. So initially, no one solved any problems, so they all have a time penalty of 0. But once someone solves a problem, if you solve it 5 minutes in, then you get 5 penalty points. And so if you solve 2 problems, one at 5 minutes, one at 20 minutes, you'll have a total of 25 penalty points. In addition, if you ever submit a wrong answer to a problem, you are allowed to submit again. But if you submit a wrong answer and you eventually get the problem right, you're going to get an extra 20 penalty points for that wrong answer. So it's in teams' best interest to work on the easiest problems first, and to solve them with as few incorrect tries as possible. All right, let's take a look at the scoreboard because contest is about to start.
Opportunity to cheer these teams on. Hope, count us down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contest is underway.
Oh, look at that. They got some beautiful balloons up there, too. So at this point, all teams are furiously opening their problem sets. There's a lot of movement going on, so apologies for the maybe low-quality stream if that's going to be an issue. Kind of hard for video to compress some things like that. But yeah, here we go. Teams they're all furiously trying to solve problems. And in particular, they're looking for the easiest problem in the set. The problems are not necessarily ordered from easiest to hardest. So they don't necessarily know what they're going to solve. And if we look at the Caddis scoreboard here, you'll notice we have M problems. So any one of these M could be one of the easier problems. There's likely to be at least one that's pretty easy to solve. Hopefully every team will be able to solve it. After all, they did have to perform well in regionals in order to qualify for this contest. But yeah, all the teams are furiously looking to try and find one of the easy problems. They're going to try and read it, and then after they read it, they will see if they can figure it out. Type it as quickly as possible and submit it to the judges to see if it's right. Yeah. Cool. So we'll go back to the scoreboard, see if we can see what this looks like here. We haven't seen any submissions yet. It's likely there are different bets on how long this will take, but some people think it'll take like 3 minutes. Some people think it'll take up to 10. But we'll likely get one pretty soon. And when a problem does get solved, if it's the first time that problem has been solved, it's awarded something called a dark green. So anytime we'll get a correct submission here, there'll be a green check mark by that team's row in the problems column. And so it'll be a green check mark. But if you're the first team to solve a problem, it'll be a darker shade of green from everybody else. So that will be a good incentive to try and get the problem first. You'll get a special balloon as well for a dark green. And I think perhaps most interestingly, if you get the first dark green of all of them. It's the darkest of dark greens. We call it the dark green. You get a special first to solve gold balloon and a round of applause from all the teams. So we'll make sure we have contest audio for that to make sure we hear the round of applause and take a look at the contest floor. I'm hoping you'll see a bunch of people look up at the scoreboard, then we'll know something's been submitted. That's the goal. Once we see that, we might look at the team who's solved it a bit and read the problem, perhaps. But at the moment, it's a little bit of a hurry up and wait sort of game. You can see all of the judges here in the bottom corner. They're standing outside the judge room, probably themselves looking to see who's going to get the dark green. It is, after all, a very exciting part of the contest. We see Kevin's son here in the chat. Kevin is cheering on Anton. Anton's part of the MIT team this year, which is an incredibly strong team. For those of you who don't know, Anton writes a lot of Code Forces problems. He's a Code Forces coordinator. He just recently created a Code Forces round, and yeah, he's just a great guy overall. I got to talk to him quite a bit over the past couple days. Interestingly, Kevin was on a World Finals team as well. He did very well. He got second place. And his teammate was Andrew He. Andrew will be joining us in just like 25 minutes here, so he'll be here quite soon. But yeah, I guess the question is, if you guys want to post in the chat when you think the first dark green is going to happen, that would be a very interesting thing to see. The first person to guess the correct answer on their first guess gets a little prize, I guess. How about that? And of course, I guess let's see, do we have access to the problems? That's a good question. It looks like we have their names. Yeah, we do. So we should be able to see the problem statements. I'm not going to read through these now, but we'll be able to see them when we know what the first solve is, when we know what we should be looking at. Until then, I think we'll just wait with anticipation here to see who gets the first problem. We're currently 5 minutes into contest. This is usually when I would expect something to be solved on a normal difficulty set, so it's possible that either there are just a lot of problems and teams don't know where to look, and it's also possible it's a pretty hard set. The judges didn't want to give any freebies this year, which I can support. I don't think there is a public mirror, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure if you can submit on Caddis, but the problems are available. If you do want to take a look at the problems on your own, I can show you how you can do that. Hopefully I don't miss the first submit at this point, but they're at nac22.caddis.com/problems. Yeah, you can see it here. We have M problems this year, which is quite a few problems. How many is that? 13? Yeah, that's more than quite a few years. I think there have been like even World Finals with as few as like 11 or 10 problems, so this is more than usual. Awesome, yeah, and it looks like we got a physical problem set, everybody. So this should be fun. I don't know how much we'll read it because it's going to be a little hard to show you, but it's nice to get it. We are located in Orlando, Florida, with the host university actually being the university that I graduated from and competed from, which is the University of Central Florida. They were very gracious to host ICPC this year. As a reminder, this stream is not an ICPC stream, but obviously we would have nothing to show if the contest didn't exist, right? So it is very nice of UCF to show this, and conveniently we believe we should have Dr. Dean Michael Georgiopoulos coming later on in the stream towards the end of contest, and he'll be able to say a few words. It should be great to see him. All right, we're 7 minutes in, and I believe no submits on any of the problems. So, oh, that's not true. We have UC Berkeley has submitted. So it's like problem E. They submitted a problem E. They got it wrong or incorrect in some way. Hopefully they're gonna figure that one out. It's possible they've identified a problem that's pretty easy and just missed some edge case, perhaps. It looks like they got it wrong, the judges are telling us, so possible that they didn't handle an edge case or something. We're not quite sure. Yeah, interestingly, so UC Berkeley has some great teammates. One of them has actually biked 170 miles in one day. That is incredibly difficult, and let me tell you, I biked from Seattle to Vancouver. It's about 170 miles. Oh my goodness, by the end of the day, you are exhausted, and you have to get up super early anyway, because it's just so much time. So that is an incredibly difficult thing to do. And another teammate from UC Berkeley is allergic to sulfur. Maybe that's a good thing to be allergic to, as far as things to be allergic to go. It's certainly interesting, but yeah, usually, I don't know, maybe sulfur is a common element. I know it doesn't smell good. We'll take a look at Caddis once more. We will have slightly more stuff going on in this stream than just looking at Caddis and looking at the scoreboard, but we don't want to miss the first solve. So that's a very important thing to make sure we catch. We're almost 10 minutes in with no ACs. This is gonna get lots of people caught off guard. I'm not sure what the judges thought, but I would imagine this is longer than they would have expected. It's longer than I expect on most of the contests I write. So, hello Krishnan, it is great to see you too, and good morning to everyone who got up early in the United States to see this. I know in certain parts of the U.S. this is very early. So, if you're up, welcome. Hope you're having a great day. And we are gonna see our first submission coming up sometime. Our first correct submission, hopefully. We already have a wrong answer from Berkeley. Looks like we just got an AC, it appears. It appears. Probably from MIT. Here we go. It's on Caddis. We haven't seen anything. It doesn't look like there's much reaction from the crowd, but we got an AC on problem J from MIT. We're gonna look and see if we can get a shot of the first solve balloon getting delivered here. Somebody definitely has it ready. They were waiting for this. We've got Dr. Ali Aruji here as one of the marshals, and there should be a first solve balloon coming out here. AC from MIT on problem J. That's the first solve of the contest. Congratulations. Usually we get a huge rounding stand of applause, and the judges do say that J is in fact the easiest problem. So everything is going as expected. Very good, very good. I don't know, I'm not sure if the contestants have seen the fact that this is an AC. Seems perhaps they have. Anyway, we're going to maybe take a look at the scoreboard and look at problem J here. See what they solved. So yeah, let's jump into it. Problem J is called tic-tac-toe counting. So tic-tac-toe is a simple children's game played on a 3x3 grid. The first player places an X in any of the cells, and the next player places an O. I'm sure you guys know how tic-tac-toe works, so I'm going to skip the rest of that paragraph. You have two friends, Fred and Sam, and they're playing a game of tic-tac-toe. In the middle, Fred wonders how many games at this point in the game onwards are winners for X, and how many games are winners for O. And two games are different if they have a separate sequence of moves. So it seems like this is a somewhat straightforward, or what I would try is a somewhat straightforward brute force. You can try all of the moves for X. For each of those, you can try all of the moves for O. The first choice, you have 9 moves for the first move, and then after that, the second player has 8 moves that he can make, then 7 moves after that. So your runtime will be 9 factorial. We can open up our calculator here. We can see that 9 factorial is it's not too big. So it's only about 300,000. So that sounds like a reasonable approach to this problem. We're gonna go check the scoreboard again, see if anything new has been submitted. It looks like lots of teams will be jumping on A if they haven't read it first. It does seem like a bit of an annoying problem to implement. If you don't have next permutation, then, well, even if you do have next permutation, there's still a little bit of implementation work you gotta do. So you can either write a recursive method or do some interesting stuff. Of course, you also have to evaluate whether a game is a win or a loss. So that takes a bit more code too. You're checking all the rows, all the columns, and the 2 diagonals. But yeah, let's refresh here. Okay, Caddis is probably refreshing for us. And congrats to MIT on their first solve. MIT, like I mentioned earlier, is the team with Anton. They also have Slime, who is a legendary grandmaster on Codeforces. And finally, they have TLE, who's also a legendary grandmaster on Codeforces. Both are incredibly talented. And I believe that we did well, I know, we did a lockout contest in person, and this happened over the past 2 days. It was organized by Geothermal. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think TLE actually won this lockout, or at least he was the only one undefeated. So I'll talk about that a bit more, perhaps later on in the stream. But it was very fun. So yeah, MIT is possibly the favorite. I think if you took a poll, I mean, you guys, let's take a poll here in the comments. Who do you guys expect to win? I think I probably just biased things quite a bit by saying MIT is a favorite, but let's hear it. MIT, 2 LGMs, and Anton Trigub, who is a very, very talented competitive programmer with lots of experience running contests. Yeah, do you expect them? You want to see some sort of upset, maybe something from a Geothermal's team, perhaps? Swarthmore? Or this would be great. UIUC, they've done very well in past NACs, and this year, the majority of their team aren't even computer science members, or computer science majors. That'd be pretty crazy. All right. So we see MIT, lots of MIT. One guy says Swarthmore. Deepak says Monaghan. Now, that's quite funny. Monaghan is not actually competing this year. Monaghan was from Purdue, and yeah, he's not on the team this year. He's graduated, and I believe he's working for Apple now. But yeah, UCF, there you go. UCF winning, that would make everybody's day, I bet. Umnik is not competing here. Umnik is in Europe, so this is the North American Championships. He's in a different continent. Wisconsin does have an LGM. We'll talk about that in just a minute, maybe after they solve a problem. But Wisconsin's LGM is fantastic. Wisconsin's actually a very strong team this year. In the past, I'm from Wisconsin. I grew up in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin has not had a super strong competitive programming contest, or competitive programming set of teams. But this year, University of Madison from Wisconsin is dangerously strong, and MIT is also very strong, and MSOE even, also from Wisconsin, they are very strong as well. We'll bring the standings back up here. Looks like we got another solve, this time from University of Alberta in Canada. Looks like an AC on problem J. How many wrong answers do we think we're getting on problem J? It looks like a couple. We got 2 from UIUC, 2 wrong answers on J. Maybe it's something to do with evaluating tic-tac-toe. It looks like you can submit, or we got an announcement from the judges, you can submit to these problems if you'd like on open.caddis.com. You cannot submit on nec22.caddis.com, but you can on open.caddis.com. So it looks like, especially if you know the problem name, you can do that. Yeah. So we've got an AC from MIT, AC from Alberta. Let's see if we can see the first to solve balloon if it's been delivered. I'll get out of the way here. It looks like we don't quite see it. Do you know where MIT is on the floor? You can just tell me.
Far left.
Far left. Okay, so they might be.
So I got the video first installed. It was on the it was.
Yeah, we might not have gotten it, but it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, MIT they might be slightly out of shot here.
Yeah, far left back.
No, what's that? Thank you, though. Yeah. So we got an AC from Alberta. It's 2 solved so far, and yeah, J doesn't seem like too difficult of a problem. So I expect a whole bunch of solves here. It took MIT 9 minutes. It takes everybody else 9 minutes. Around 18 minutes, you'd see solves if they didn't start with it. But yeah, checking things like like the diagonals, the vertical and horizontal lines. It's quite tricky. We do have a fun fact about Alberta too that I wrote down that I wanted to see. I believe. Oh, perhaps it was Calgary instead. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Alberta. It's in Canada. And they came all the way here. So this is indeed the North American Championships, not necessarily just the U.S. Championships. And we see we've got some balloons here. That's probably Alberta, if MIT is really far on the left. I know MIT often has a dark maroon shirts, so it's possible they are right here on the leftmost part of your screen, and their balloon is probably just out of sight. And then we've got the Alberta balloon. The way these contests works is for every problem that a team gets correct, they'll get a balloon for that color. So in this case, it looks like problem J is the blue balloon, and you can see that on the scoreboard. We got a J for MIT and Alberta, and in fact, we also have a J for Rutgers University. Well done, well done. Looks like another AC at 20 minutes. I expect a whole bunch of people will be solving J. It's possible there's another problem that's doable, or at least appears doable, and teams are spending time on that. But yeah, it looks like J is a pretty straightforward, maybe a bit of code, but pretty straightforward anyway. All right, we have a very big set this year. So a good strategy is to make sure you read all of the problems. Although getting a first to solve balloon is very enticing, making sure you understand the problem set and you don't spend a whole bunch of time on a problem that's not going to get solved by anyone during the contest. That's a good strategy, because like I mentioned earlier, the thing you want to do is end up with more problems than anybody else. Even if it takes you the longest to get all of them, getting more problems than anybody else is the most important thing. Yes. So one easy thing to get wrong on problem J is there are 10 to the 5th test cases. We'll open it up real quick to show you. So you've got 10 to the 5th test cases here. And this can be a bit tricky. The number of commands that a computer program can do in 1 second is about 100 million, about 10 to the 8th. And solving all of the possible boards for all of the decisions, that takes about 300,000 operations, 9 factorial operations. But it's a bit tricky because since you have to answer multiple test cases, if you just do this naively, this is going to be 10 to the 5th times 3 times 10 to the 5th. It's going to be like 3 times 10 to the 10. And that's about 30 seconds for a computer, or maybe 300 seconds. So yeah, that's rather tricky. So in order to get around that, what you have to do is make sure that every time you evaluate some board, you want to make sure that you don't evaluate it a second time. And if you evaluate every board once and store the answer for every board, then you can just look this up and solve each test case in order one. So you need some way of storing the board, maybe in some hash map or something, and then you can retrieve it when you're interested in it. We'll go back to the scoreboard, see if anybody else has managed to implement all of that. Looks like we got a couple more submissions. We have one from UCF and another from New York University. And I was mentioning earlier, we had Kevin in the chat. We have Kevin's teammate here, Andrew He, and he's going to be joining us on stream.
Yeah, I have some notes. I started looking at the problems with some other coaches.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, so we've got insights here too.
Yeah, so we have some notes on how to solve some of these problems.
Let's start with the easiest ones. What do you say?
Yeah.
Okay, so we know J is doable.
We know J is doable.
I tried to do J myself on stream. Have you read it?
Yeah. So I looked at it.
I think I have an idea. Should I explain my idea? I mean, everybody else has heard it.
Oh, if you already heard it. So I guess the way I saw how to do it is you kind of just simulate all possible tic-tac-toe games, and there are at most 9 factorial of them, which is about 300,000.
Exactly.
And so if you just simulate them, you can kind of pre-compute all the answers by just remembering how often you get to each intermediate state.
And then you gotta be careful to store all those because you got a whole bunch of test cases. All right. So J appears quite doable. For those of you who don't know, Andrew He His name is Eknerwala on Code Forces. He is a legendary grandmaster, so he's incredibly qualified. And you guys weren't around when North American Championships were a thing, right?
No.
They're
The first
pretty
NAC
recent.
was right after our year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my second year. So unfortunately, he wasn't
Yeah.
part of it, but he definitely would have won. All right, what do you think is the next easiest problem in your professional opinion? We haven't looked at any of them.
Yeah, so there are a few problems that are that seem pretty doable. I think A is possibly pretty straightforward. A is an I don't know if the scoreboard shows anything.
Well, it looks like we got a couple of incorrect submits on A, either wrong or TLE or something.
Okay.
So A sounds a bit tricky.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not totally confident in my solution to A, but we can talk about it. I think G is also G is a bit of a trickier problem. F looks like it's the solution is pretty straightforward, but it might be a bit of implementation. So yeah, why don't we pick one and talk about it?
Take a look at A.
All right, let's take a look at
It
A.
looks like we got another AC on J actually from Swarthmore. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But for problem A, contact tracing, I'll read
Yep.
it real quick and then we can talk about it. So you've got a novel infectious disease. I wonder what inspired this problem.
Yeah, it's novel actually.
Yeah. And it is a novel of a problem. You got to read a full several paragraphs. You're tasked with figuring out who may have infected another in order to get them into quarantine. The behavior of the disease among members of the population is as follows. So when someone comes into contact with someone who's infectious, they may, with some probability, catch the disease. If they do catch the disease, they are not infectious for the rest of that day, so they won't spread it to anybody else for that day. When you do catch the disease, you start infecting other people the next day.
Right.
And starting 2 days after you catch the disease, you're symptomatic. So you know that you caught the disease 2 days ago.
Right.
And you'll quarantine themselves and you won't come in contact with anybody else.
Right.
So you know that from day 0, there was one person who had the disease, patient 0, but you don't know who they are.
Yep.
And on day 1, they were infectious, possibly infected some other people. And on day 2, you became symptomatic, and then everyone became aware the disease existed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you stop contacting other people, but the people who were infected in day 1 on day 2 might infect other people. Okay, so today's day K, and it's the end of the day.
Yep.
And you have access to lists of all pairs of people who came into contact with each other on each day, including today. If you can identify all people who could be infectious but not yet symptomatic tomorrow because they caught the disease today,
Right.
and tell them to quarantine, you can halt the outbreak. Because all people who are symptomatic tomorrow will quarantine themselves anyway. What's the minimum number of people you need to tell to quarantine to be sure you can halt the outbreak?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems to me we can skip anything that happened more than 2 days ago.
Right. Right. And so one important thing when reading a problem like this is to take a look at the bounds.
For
to
sure.
see how fast we're expected to solve this problem.
So it looks like we got 100 people,
1,000 people.
1,000 people, yes.
Yeah.
What's K? K is the number of days?
K is the number of days.
Okay, so 10 days.
And we have a list of 1,000 contact events.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
we
yeah.
basically have a graph.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the edges each have certain dates on them.
Right. Right. So we have you can think of it as maybe 10 different graphs, or just or you can just think of them as events over 10 different days.
Okay.
I think thinking about them either way is the same.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And yeah, do we want to pause this problem or keep talking about it?
Let's pause this problem. Well, it looks like Purdue has just solved E.
Yeah, we got a new announcement. So, problem E, dark green from Purdue University.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, this E is also a pretty interesting problem. We can actually talk about E. I think let's actually go back and finish problem A really quickly.
Yeah, let's finish A first. Some fun facts about Purdue.
Yeah.
So somebody was talking about they want Monaghan to win the contest. Monaghan isn't competing this year, but he was from Purdue, and his teammate Caroni is competing this year because you're allowed to compete multiple times. Especially if you don't go to World Finals, though Monaghan was at World Finals. So Monaghan's graduated, Caroni is participating, and Caroni actually was in the Nationals for a rhythm game.
Oh, interesting.
It's OSU, I think. Are you familiar with this? OSU?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, so...
It's best known as the circle clicking rhythm game.
Yes. I've seen people play it. They usually use a tablet kind of like this, don't they?
Right.
So...
Cool.
I've not played the rhythm game, but I am familiar with its existence. Okay, let's go back and talk about problem A, and then
Yeah.
maybe after that we'll talk about
Problem E.
problem E.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Problem E is a pretty interesting problem. But let's finish one problem at a time.
Do you think it would be helpful for me to draw something here? Or do you think
Um,
it's easier just to talk about it?
I think this problem actually is not too bad to just talk through.
Okay.
Because in this case, one thing you can see is that actually the number of I guess there are a few different things that are important to realize here. One of them is the problem doesn't actually tell you who patient 0 is. Right?
That's true, that's true.
So you can't just track, if you knew who patient 0 was, you could just simulate this whole process through the 10 days, right? And each contact event might cause an infection or something, but it wouldn't, but there would be, you could just simulate it and it would just, kind of tell you who's infectious on which day, right? But
you would have to be clear, you would have to mark some people as uninfectious based on information that they didn't get symptoms 2 days later.
That is that they didn't get symptoms.
Yeah, it's possible someone
yeah.
doesn't have it even if they touch someone who's infectious.
Yeah, I think you do something like this problem. Okay, that might be why this problem is harder than that.
It's a bit tricky.
Yeah. I think you still can do. It's possible that this problem becomes 2 set. Let me think it through. Essentially, no, it should still be pretty straightforward then. The important thing to remember is that if someone has contact on some particular day, that means they were never infected any time earlier, right?
Well, yeah. So in particular, we know exactly
Yeah.
who was sick 2 days ago.
Not quite, right?
Well, I thought so.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the problem.
This problem has a lot of text, so I think we both misunderstood it a little bit.
Okay.
So one interesting thing is that the only thing that's really given to you is the number of is who contacts who on which day, right? And I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to use this information.
Wait, so you never have test results of?
We're not given any test results. Yeah.
Are you told when someone's symptomatic?
Nope, we're not told anything like that. We're only told who contacts who. But the thing is, if someone contacts someone else, then we're guaranteed that neither person is symptomatic at that time, has been symptomatic at that time, because otherwise they would be quarantined.
Because otherwise they'd be quarantined.
Yeah, so...
And then once you're sick forever in this
Once
problem.
you're sick, I think you're sick forever, yeah. And you never contact anyone from then on.
Okay, well, I can start to see why a lot of teams may have delayed working on J.
Right,
I thought this was easy, and it turned out it's just
Yeah.
very
It turns out
difficult.
it's got some details. But I think this information is pretty easy to use actually, because this is kind of the only information that we have. It's that
Well, to be
if someone
clear,
has
when
had
you say
contact,
pretty easy to use, this is still a difficult problem.
It's
but just
pretty-
if you're a legendary grandmaster, it's easy.
Well,
Okay.
the point is that the only condition that we have is that if someone has had contact, then they couldn't have been symptomatic on that day, right?
Yes.
So if someone or they couldn't have been infected any time before it.
Any time before that, 2 days before that, earlier.
Right.
Okay.
So what we can actually do is we can actually say, oh, let's just track every single person's we want to track the latest time that the earliest time that any person could be sick, which is the latest time that they had contact with anyone else.
So we can make one node for
Yeah.
each person on each day,
Yeah.
and then keep track of, is it possible that this person was sick on this day?
Right.
And then we can sort of do a BFS from all the ones we haven't determined, or we have determined are we know they're safe, so we know, I guess we know days after that
Yeah.
they couldn't have gotten other people sick, perhaps.
Yeah. I think this problem. I think in the end, this problem ends up looking like you're trying to look for a path of an exact length to a particular person.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. It's definitely true that this problem is a little more complicated than it originally looks like.
It does sound a bit tricky. It looks like we got another dark green, also from MIT. So MIT is leading the board here with 2 dark greens, and also a brand new problem. That's problem M.
That's
I
problem
don't
M.
even see any notes on problem M. Andrew.
I only had 10 minutes, 15 minutes to read the problems.
Andrew
so we got through a few of them.
jumped on a stream 20 minutes into contest, and for those of you who don't know, these are very well guarded secrets. We did not have access to the problems beforehand.
Yeah.
So this is us live thinking about them.
So Yeah, let's put A aside for a little bit. We can think about that a little bit.
A might be a bit more tricky. Maybe we'll have you take a break sometime and you can come back and explain A to us. All right.
We can talk about E, or we can read M together on stream.
I think maybe reading M might be the most.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that.
Unless we have lots of people screaming at us in the chat. Yeah, they're saying MIT gets M. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about A in a minute, and let's look at problem M here.
Yeah. Word ladder is a sequence of words. Each word differs by one letter.
Here, let me read it more slowly to people. So we've got two people playing a game. You and Alice. Does Alice move first? Is it even a game?
Is it a game?
It might not be a game.
I think it's just.
I guess we're just doing a puzzle.
Yeah.
So it's a sequence of words. The puzzle's a sequence of words, and all of the words have the same number of letters. And each word in the sequence differs from another word in the sequence by a single letter. So maybe run and fun could be two words that are adjacent. Because you're better at creating word letters than solving them, you've decided to devise a very specific puzzle for Alice. You give Alice a list of N words, and then she will construct a word ladder from your word list. Alice must start with the first word in your list, and can modify one letter at a time to obtain the last word in your list. So if we just have to get there, we could probably make a graph, and since N's only 5,000, we could probably just do a BFS, right?
Right.
So let's see if the problem's any more tricky than just get there.
Well, the problem, let's keep reading the problem. If you take a look at the sample input really quick, that'll give you a bit of a preview of what it's asking. So when we can talk a little bit about some contest strategy. When doing a contest, the right way to read the problem is often actually not from the start of the problem, because the first paragraph of the problem, or the first two paragraphs, are often just like flavor text, and they just set a story or something. The best place to start is often either the input, the output, or the sample inputs and sample outputs.
All right.
Usually
I don't do this, but in
this case, if we look at it, we can kind of see like it's about word ladders, and the input is going to be a number, and our goal is to output a list of words.
Oh, so it looks like we're trying to
construct a word ladder.
And from the input, it looks like my guess for the problem is we have to make it so it uses all 5 things.
Yeah, that seems to be what it'll.
Gotcha.
What it is.
So let's finish reading here. So Alice is so good that she always produces the shortest word ladder possible. So it looks like Alice would be doing this BFS that we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
You want to force Alice to use all N words, and there should be no way to construct a shorter word ladder from the word list.
Right.
So you're given some list, or you're given N, and you want to create some list that does that, just like we had guessed.
Right. So we're trying to create a word ladder, and the word ladder, one way of thinking about it is that the word ladder cannot contain any shortcuts, right? If Alice could skip from one word in a word ladder to something that's at least 2 away, then she could kind of like take out that whole intermediate chunk.
So do we want to maybe give an example of what that might look like?
Yeah, so one possible word ladder like that could be, so we have...
we start with fun.
Yeah.
Because this is a very fun contest.
All right.
And then maybe we'll want to end in run.
Right. Well, one thing to realize here is that there's already a word ladder of length 2. Because fun can directly go to run.
So we might want sun in the middle.
Right, but if you put sun in the middle, then Alice could skip over sun.
Yeah, so Alice might want to do something like this.
Right.
In fact, she will.
She would, because she wants to find a shortest possible thing.
So this would be wrong.
This is wrong. This would be wrong. What we need is something where it's not really possible to skip steps. So no 2 words are very similar, besides the first and last.
Okay.
It's also worth looking at the constraints really quickly. The input has to consist of we're trying to construct a word ladder of length up to 5,000.
Okay.
And our word ladder can use at most 10-letter words.
So that is a bit tricky.
Yeah. So here's one thing you could do if you were allowed to use 5,000-letter words. It's kind of like the solution to sample input 2. You could just do AA, and AAA, and then AAB, and then ABB. BB, right. And in this one, you're kind of forced to change one A to one B every time. Because there's no way to change multiple. Any 2 that are far apart, there's no way to skip from one to the other.
That makes sense.
But this takes up to 5,000 letters if you want to construct a word ladder of length 5,000.
Yeah, so in this example, we would only be able to change 5 A's to B's.
Right.
Yeah. So one better approach I can think is if you think of the A's as 0
right,
and the B's as 1s,
Yeah.
you could count up in binary.
right. Well, one thing to remember is that counting up in binary isn't actually a valid word ladder.
That's true, it's not. Yeah, because, okay, yeah, that's a very good point. So we could have A, so maybe we have 3 in binary.
Yep.
So if we imagine this in binary, this would be 0, 0, 0, 1, 1.
Right.
In binary, that's 3.
Yes.
And then if we go to 4,
Yep.
that would be A, B, A. So this doesn't work. So this would give us, and here we've changed this, and this.
Right.
So these aren't actually
So
adjacent.
these aren't actually, yeah. So
So
counting up
that's-
in binary doesn't actually form a word ladder. Another problem with counting up in binary is that there are a lot of shortcuts. For instance, like 4 and 6 are actually very close to each other because they're only one binary number apart. So if we just write them out, yeah, you see that 4 is 110 and 6 is 4 is 100 and 6 is 110. And so if we if these are not adjacent, then Alice gets a shortcut and can skip from 4 directly to 6 without going through 5.
That is a bit tricky.
Yeah. So one kind of problem with binary is that it's too compact. The numbers are all like there can be many very similar numbers. So instead, we want to look for something that is a little less compact. I'll give you one interesting solution, which I'm not 100% sure if it works, but might just work. One thing you could try doing is just building a random word ladder.
I was actually thinking about this too. Yeah, so just like start at your starting word,
Yeah.
and then maybe do some like meet in the middle sort of thing.
You might not even have to meet in the middle. You might just be able to just change a random letter and then see if it still works.
Well, see if it's still possible to get there.
See if you haven't created any shortcuts. So don't choose the last word yet. Just like start building the word ladder from the top.
But it might be impossible, right? So maybe you're trying to get from like A to B.
Well, we don't have to choose.
Oh, we choose the start and the end.
We choose the start and the
So
end.
this we don't even have to worry.
We don't
about
even
this.
have to
Okay.
choose the end. Yeah. So if we just choose the start as maybe A, right?
Okay.
We can maybe just pick a random one of these letters.
Oh, pick a random one, change it.
Right, and change it. So maybe CAA, and then
And
next
check.
time and then check that it doesn't create any shortcuts.
Yeah. Now we pick a new one. We do like C, or maybe we pick like QAAA,
Right. And now we check, does it have any shortcuts?
and we would see that we've got one here.
Shortcut. So maybe we just try a different one.
So yeah. Maybe we just do CAFA.
Right. So I actually don't really know if this would work.
It seems plausible.
It seems plausible. If I were in a contest, I would probably actually just code this up and see if I can construct a sequence of length 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we might have solution videos to this. We won't be able to show it now, but what's this problem called here?
This problem is called word ladder.
Word ladder. Yeah. So later on in the contest, we will actually have a solution video to this. So you can take your bets now for whether this approach was correct or not. It looks like we have some more solves on the contest. So let's take a look at them. We've got a submission on E, lots of submissions on E, and then another AC on M.
We also have some incorrect submissions on E, which is pretty interesting. It's hard to tell whether they're getting time limit exceeded or wrong answer. If I had to guess, it's probably wrong answer, but time limit exceeded on E is actually also a little bit possible for this problem.
Yeah, I guess we can talk about E in just a minute here. Let's look at how people are doing. Looks like we're getting some wrong answers on E here, and then MIT manages to get it.
Right. So they actually on the scoreboard you can see that it's written as like there's a 2 on top, and that means that they took 2 submissions to get it. The way that ICPC scoring works is
We didn't talk about
Oh,
scoring
we've already talked
but
about
you
this?
can
Okay.
maybe mention
Well,
it.
this means that they have 20 minutes of penalty on E. 20 minutes of penalty is actually not so bad, especially this early in the contest.
And especially with a contest with this many problems.
Right. Yeah, obviously it is very valuable to have lower penalty, but it's actually, it could be more valuable to just get the problem done so that you can work on the other problems. Because remember, the penalty is the sum of all solve times, right?
Yeah.
So the longer you have this, you're working on this problem, like that kind of accrues for the solve time for all the like 10 other problems in this problem set.
So if you spend like an extra 10 minutes working on this, not only do you get this 10 minutes later,
Right.
but the other 7 problems you might solve, you get all of them 10 minutes later.
Right.
So really, you're paying like 80 penalty points.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's quite important to solve these early, and if you can do it without debugging, that's really good. And if you can fix your bug very quickly, that's also quite good.
Perhaps most importantly, even, they're now in first place with 3 problems.
Yeah.
And in second place, we have Swarthmore. That's geothermal. Geothermal yesterday, he ran, I guess yesterday and the day before, he ran an in-person lockout.
Right.
I know you're very much into lockout, Andrew. Do you want to give a quick summary of what lockout is?
Yeah. So lockout is this is a different format of programming contests. Normally, programming contests, you're just given a set of maybe 13 problems, and your goal is to solve them all. And you don't really interact with the other contestants. You're just trying to solve them as quickly as you can. In lockout, the goal is actually to solve each problem before the other person. So the way the scoring works is that only the first person to solve a problem is actually able to get points for it. So it's way more fast-paced. There's way more. There's a lot more interaction. It's 1v1, and so you have to like actually look at what the other person is working on, or try and guess what the other person is working on. And the way we've been running it, lockouts take typically like maybe 20-30 minutes
instead of 5 hours
for a round, instead of 5 hours. So that's it's a pretty interesting format.
It's also pretty fun too, because like in this, since it's just you against the scoreboard, usually the best programmer is going to win.
Right.
But in lockout, you can do good strategies
Right.
so that like if someone spends a bunch of time working on a problem, you can guess which problem they're working on. Even if you're not as good as them, if you solve it right before they get it,
Right.
you've wasted a bunch of their time.
Right. So yeah, there's a lot of strategic aspects to this format. There's some interesting strategies that actually arise, or you can work on multiple problems at once, and then when you see them solve one of the problems, then you actually go switch and work on the other. And because you've already like done half the work on each of these 2 problems, then you have like a half problem lead on the other one.
Exactly. So there are a lot of fun strategies.
So there's a lot of strategy that goes into it, and it's it's a pretty interesting format, and hopefully maybe there will be some future lockout tournaments that people can participate in, that our viewers can participate in too.
It would be very fun, yeah.
Yeah.
That was all unofficial, not hosted by NAC, just like the stream.
Yeah.
As a reminder, this is an unofficial stream, although we are doing it under the knowledge of ICPC, but not their sponsorship or anything.
Yeah.
Awesome. So you can see here's the contest floor. We got a whole bunch of beautiful blue balloons. That's problem J.
Right.
And it looks like we got some other balloons. Maybe there's the green one here. The green one is M. You can kind of see it in the background. Looks like we got another green balloons being walked out. Let's take a look at what that was, maybe. Maybe it's New York? I see they've got... who was it? Minnesota.
Right.
Oh, or
And-
maybe Stanford.
And there's actually another problem has been solved. Problem L.
Oh, L.
Has actually been solved for
MIT,
the first
man.
time.
Popping off. Wow.
Problem L.
Have we read L? Do we have any
I've
insights
actually
on L?
read L, and the solution I was told for L that one of the other coaches told me is not the type of problem. It's not the type of problem that you would solve in 5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Do you want to take a look at it here?
Yeah. It's we can take a look at it, or we can take.
Let's. How about we take a look at it,
Yeah.
and then maybe after that we'll watch a quick solution video to
M?
problem M.
All right, let's do that.
All right. So here we go. Problem L.
Right.
This is triangular logs. Oh boy, sounds like
Right.
geometry. I love geometry.
It is. It is actually not
Is it
quite
geometry? Okay, but we have
but
X
it
and
is a little
Ys.
bit geometry.
All right.
Yeah.
So we have. Let's read the problem first.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We have a local forest with lots of trees. Now, we might wonder whether this forest is actually a computer science forest or a real forest. But anyway, each tree is located at integer coordinates and has an integer height, so it sounds like a real forest.
Yeah.
Cutting down any trees gives you a log with length equal to its height. you want to obtain 3 triangular logs, that is, 3 logs which can form a triangle if you arrange them in a certain way.
Right.
And you're given a list of queries where each query specifies an axis-aligned rectangular region, and they're asking, can you cut down 3 triangular logs in this region, possibly on the boundary,
Yeah.
so that their heights can form a triangle.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So maybe we'll do a quick demo here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, should I just put some numbers on a grid? Maybe is that the best way of explaining it?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe we have like.
So I can read out the input if you want, but
sure,
it might be a
how
little
about
bit big.
We read the bounds.
Well, yeah. So the bounds are there's a most 10 to the 5 trees, and there's a most 10 to the 5 queries. So each query is going to look like a rectangle that we're a sub rectangle that we're asking for.
Okay.
So if you'd like, I can redo the sample input if you'd like to draw it.
Sure, I'll try.
So at
What are our bounds
coordinate
here?
1 3, our bounds are okay.
Okay, 1 3. I'll just try it.
Yeah. So 1 3, there's a tree of height 3.
Okay, 1 3 is 3. Okay.
Sure. At 2 3, there's a tree of height 1.
Okay.
At 3 3, there's a tree of height 4.
Hopefully, there's nothing bigger
Yep.
than a 3.
Yeah. At 1 2, there's a tree of height 1.
1 2. Okay.
At 2 2, there's a tree of height 5.
So it looks like we're filling in this grid.
Yeah.
All right.
At 3 2, we have a tree of height 9.
All right.
At 1 1, we have a tree. These are digits of pi. So the next 3 are
1
going
4
to be
1
2,
5 9 2
6,
6
5.
5. I
Right.
get the pattern. All right.
Right.
How many people in the comments got that before me? Let's let's see. All right.
Okay, so the first query we're asking is, I'll just say, like, for instance, one of the queries is how many, can you form a triangle using the trees in the rectangle bounded at 1 1 to 2 2. So,
Okay.
cool. So,
So 1 1
yeah,
here.
yeah,
To 2 2. So these ones.
yeah. So those 4.
So you're allowed to,
trees.
if let's say, imagine we cut them all down.
Right.
We could use 1 2 5 and 6.
Right.
Okay. So
And-
we probably can, right? 2 5 and 6.
Right,
Sounds
2,
good.
5, and 6. So the important inequality here, the important condition here is that in order for 3 logs to form the size of a triangle, you need the smaller 2 to add up to bigger than the largest. So 1, 5, and 6 actually doesn't work because 1 plus 5 is equal to 6. So you'd actually get like just a kind of the trees arranged in a line instead of a triangle.
All right.
1, 2, and 5 also doesn't work because 1 plus 2 is smaller than 5. So you can't actually get them to connect.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. It sounds like. Well, it sounds like it's always beneficial to use 3 numbers that are adjacent in a sorted box.
Right. That definitely makes a lot of sense because you don't actually want to have if you have several one way of thinking about it is that you want your 2 smaller ones to be at least as big as the biggest one, right?
Yeah. So if we have
if
like
you
a
pick
list
the
of
biggest
numbers,
one
like
already,
1 3
yeah, or 1 2
7,
5 6 or something.
15.
Yeah. If you
Well,
pick, yeah, this
16.
Yeah,
There
sure.
you go.
If you pick one of them to be the biggest, say like 7, right? If you want to pick 2 smaller edges that have the best chance of adding up to bigger than 7, you might as well choose the next two biggest ones, right, behind you.
Yeah. The 2 biggest ones less than you.
Right. The 2
Okay.
biggest ones less than you.
Yeah.
So actually, you're right that you should just pick 3 numbers that are adjacent in the sorted list.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the sorted list can still be very long, so this
Yeah,
actually
it can have
isn't
all
really
numbers.
enough to solve it. And there's actually there's another interesting fact here, which is that if you have the heights here are all up to about 10 to the 9.
Okay.
If you have a list of size at least 100 of these trees, you're actually guaranteed to be able to make a triangle out of them.
If you have, sorry, one more time. If you have a list.
If I give you a list of 100 trees, you're actually guaranteed to be able to make a triangle.
Yeah,
out
that
of
makes
them.
a lot of sense. So, like, a reason why is in order for these to be impossible,
Yeah.
the smallest they could be, the first one would be 1.
Right.
Next one, it's allowed to have 2 things of size 1, right?
Right,
So we
right.
probably want that. But this next thing, this has to be bigger than 2.
Right.
So we have to have 2.
Right.
And then this one, it's got to be bigger than 1 plus 2.
Right.
So it's got to be 3.
Yep.
Yep. And this looks like Fibonacci to me.
Yep. Yeah, so the smallest numbers in order to construct a list of size n that like you can't make is Fibonacci.
Fibonacci like 1.5 to the end?
It's 1.6 to the end.
1.6, golden ratio.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know my golden ratio, folks.
Yeah. And so you actually cannot, if there are a lot of trees in this rectangle, you're actually able to just output, yes, it's definitely possible.
Ah, so we can just see how many trees are there in a 2D rectangle.
Right. Well, this is actually still not an easy problem.
Well, it sounds like a log squared query on some sort of tricky segment tree, doesn't it?
Right, right. So we're actually going to need a 2D segment tree in order to answer this kind of query.
That's already a pretty advanced. I mean, we have 12 seconds, but it's a somewhat complicated.
It's a pretty complicated data structure, and it definitely, to MIT's credit, like if they were able to use a 2D segment tree to code a 2D segment tree in like 5-10 minutes, that's definitely very, very impressive.
So how much longer do you think it would take to finish this problem, Andrew?
So I think we're pretty much done.
Okay, well,
if you have a 2D segment tree.
What if we don't have? So we can query the number of things in the rectangle. If it's at least 100, we're good.
Right.
But what if it's less than 100?
Well, the thing is, 100 is actually a pretty small number. If there are less than 100, you could use your same 2D segment tree and actually just list out all 100 trees that are in this rectangle.
Oh, so you can store the 100. You just store all of them, up to the first 100 of them.
The first 100 of them, and then you just sort these numbers and do what we said earlier. You just try every 3 consecutive numbers and see if it works.
All right, sounds great. So, with that, I have a question that I want to ask you, Andrew.
Yeah.
What do you say about us showing a solution video to the problem that we were considering earlier, perhaps?
Let's do it. I'm excited to see if
that's a word ladder, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they have the same solution as us or a potentially more deterministic solution.
Exactly. Yeah. So we were planning on doing something random, but we're going to take a look at the solution video here and see what the judges had planned.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Bowen Yu, and I'm going to present the solution to the problem word ladder. A word ladder is a sequence of same-length words, so that each pair of consecutive words differ by exactly one letter. In this class, we're going to construct a word ladder of length n, where n is up to 5,000. This means we want to find n words. The requirement is that from our first word to our last word, there should exist no shorter word ladder other than the letter that uses all of our words. You can choose words that have at most 10 lowercase letters. In the example of n equals to 5, an answer is provided in the sample. There are many possible solutions to this problem. Here, we will go over 3 types of solutions. The first type is based on the idea of gray code construction. Gray code is an ordering of the binary numeral system, such as 2 successive values differ by exactly 1 bit. This is almost the same definition as our word ladder definition, except that we are using letters and gray code is using bits. So how do we construct gray code then? We will first construct gray code of length k, and then we will extend them to length k plus 1. Let's take a look at the example in the slide. Suppose we have already constructed gray code of length 2, which have 4 strings, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 0. We will reverse the order of these strings, which means 1, 0 now goes first, followed by 1, 1, 0, 1, and 0, 0. We have 2 groups of strings. For the first group, we will prepend to each string a digit 0. For the second group, we will prepend to each string a digit 1. After that, we will concatenate all those strings. We can verify that the resulting 8 strings are valid gray code of length 3. So we can repeat this process until we have gray code of length n. To make gray code construction work for our problem, we will simply replace the bits by letters. We will only need 5 pairs of letters to construct 5,000 words, up to letters I and J. Each pair of letters will give us one batch of 1,024 words. Between 2 batches, we will need to modify one letter at a time to make the transition. For example, the last word in our first batch is going to be 1b plus 9a's, and we want to make a transition to 10c's, which is the first word of our second batch. We will just first change B to C, and then change the first A to C, the second A to C, and so on. you may verify that the intermediate strings that we obtain here will also satisfy the word letter requirement. Second solution idea is called incrementing letters by rotating index. We will start with a word of length 5, which consists of 5 A's. We will gradually change each A to B and obtain 5 B's. Then we will repeat the process and obtain 5 C's, 5 B's, and so on up to 5 Z's. This will generate a word list of exactly 126. And what we are doing here is incrementing each letter, but we are rotating the index of the letter that is being incremented. Because we need 5,000 words, we will actually do this for 2 groups of 5 letters. Let's separate our 10 letters into the first 5 and the second 5. For every 126 rotations of the second group, we will rotate twice the first group. The reason that we are incrementing twice the first group is because we want to avoid getting something like 4 A's, 1 B, and then 5 A's, which has exactly 1 letter different from our starting point. So if we increment twice the first group, we will nicely avoid this shortcut. And because we only need 5,000 words, we only need to increment the first group very few times. And you don't have to worry about the first group exhausting all the letters. Our last type of solution is called random word generation. This is based on the fact that we have a word universe of 26 to the power of 10 possible words, which is much bigger than the number of words that we need. So here we have a very sparse selection problem, and random word modification will also work. At each step, we will construct one new word letter word. We go from the last words that we have generated so far, and we try to modify 1 letter of it. We check if our new word obtained satisfies the word letter requirement with all our previously generated words. If the new word does not satisfy the requirement, we will simply try another new word. This solution will take O(n) squared time and O(n) space. This is because for each new word, we need to check it against all the previous words. And we will have to save all the previous words in memory. This concludes our discussion of the solutions to this problem.
Awesome. Very cool. Well, everybody, we have a very special guest joining us, as I'm sure all of you know. We have Bill Poucher.
Hey, how are you all doing?
Bill Poucher, you're Executive Director of ICPC, is that right?
Yes, yes.
I was planning this unofficial stream earlier, and I'm like, well, it's not really a real stream unless we have Bill, right?
Oh.
So I figured I'm so glad that you could join us, and I was hoping you could say a few words about the contest today.
Well, the contest has begun, and that's always a wonderful experience. The ICPC competitions began in 1970 at a UPE meeting in Texas A&M. And Orlando Madrigal, who is there, who is the executive director of UPE, is one of the persons delivering the first assault balloons.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And UPE is the Honor Society. I think I see the symbol back up here, the Honor Society for Computer Science that operates throughout the world. I'm on the board there.
Everybody here we were all watching the first assault. We didn't quite see the balloon because our camera wasn't quite wide enough, but we saw MIT got it, and it was an ACNJ, and we were all very excited about it.
Well, in the early days, of course, we used key punch machines to enter our code and made submissions. And the contest had 4 team members per team and ran 6 hours. And it was very common that no solutions would come in for the first 5 hours.
Oh my goodness! Oh man, we thought today's set was hard. Can you imagine?
Well, I think it was not just that it was hard, but the technology to simply submit a solution and get a result was pretty hard. But the reality is today's students are just so incredibly capable. You see, the reality is that algorithmic programming that you can bet your life on, is a performance art. Okay, so not only do you need to be mathematically rigorous, not only do you have to understand at all levels how computation occurs, right? But you have to be able to deliver a solution within boundaries that, again, people can build their life on, build their activities on. So all of the buzzwords that you're hearing today about artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and we could go through many more, quantum computing, all of this requires algorithmic computing, mathematically rigorous, precision minds, not just providing you the occasional solution to a problem, but a system that solves the problem forever.
And you mentioned like the importance of being able to rely on this code. All the competitors here today, they not only have to solve the problem for the obvious cases, the cases that happen a lot of the time, the cases that you might see very quickly if you submitted code in the real world, they also have to solve it for all of the things that are really hard to think about.
Well, that's exactly right. For instance, if you're doing work that must be algorithmically correct, there's no room for whoops. Okay, so these programs that they're writing are tested against multiple test data sets, and actually sometimes the generation of the test data set is harder than the problem that is being solved. You know,
certainly a lot of work.
That's exactly right, and that's not uncommon at all. And in fact, we even will inspect the code as well as necessary, depending on the problem that you have. So it's a great experience among really gifted folks, and you'll notice they're working in teams. Now,
and speaking of both gifted folks and working in teams and handling all these tricky edge cases, would you say that students learn a lot from ICPC and it makes them better qualified to both go teach in university and go work in industry?
Well, actually, the ICPC is based on the oldest form of developing yourself in a performance art, and that is coaching, practice, rehearsal, that's performing in front of your friends, and then performance. And so what you're seeing is the performance portion of this at this particular time. Amazingly talented people, but notice they have one computer, they have 3 students, because problem solving is done between the ears and among friends. It turns out that still today, the best, the most efficient and best way to detect errors in code is with a friend who is equally capable looking at what you do.
Pair programming, yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So it's exciting to see. Now, the other thing about this is that the ICPC is actually a humanitarian educational program, because we're helping the next generation raise the bar of excellence, you see, so that they can create a world that extends our strengths, okay, that can provide prosperity, problems solved for their neighbors, you know, and they do it together. And they do it first together on a team, and then in competition at their universities, and then among the universities, and then among the universities within a geographical region, and ultimately at the World Finals.
And that's what everybody here is competing to get to.
These are the very best teams that competed in North America, and they're all competing for 15 to 16 slots at the World Finals that will be announced at a later date, but will be spectacular.
It sure will be. So earlier, Bill, you mentioned that this is just really the performance aspect that we're seeing here today.
Yes.
There are a lot of other steps beforehand. There's the practice, the training.
That's right.
The rehearsal, all of this.
Well, one of the things we all love about this is that once students get involved in this, they understand why it's important to master their data structures courses, their algorithmics courses, their architecture courses. In fact, every course that they possibly take in the computer science curriculum, and also in other science courses, especially in physics and especially in mathematics. Everything in today's world has a computational aspect to it, because programming is actually the art of composing processes in time and with multiple players, multiple threads. In other words, we're doing the music that you experience in a different way than you might when you go to a concert with a symphony orchestra. Okay? But it is the music of civilization. It's the music of building capacity to understand the world that we live in and to frame the world in the way that we like to. And so what I always like to remind folks about the world to come is frame it in this way. Don't you want to be happy? And to be happy, don't you want your neighbors happy? Well, it really boils down to that. And if you're afraid, for instance, of AI, which is one of the algorithmic areas of development that is providing a lot of benefit, if you ask the question, don't you want to be happy? Don't you want the community that you live in to be happy? Well, that's how you'll use the technology, and it will make all the difference. But if you ask other questions that go in the unhealthy direction, you'll get that outcome. So not only is this a competition among the next generation to be great problem solvers, they're going to be great people too.
Absolutely, yeah. And teamwork is another aspect of that. Like, in certain contests, they're solo contests. You know, lots of people here compete on Code Forces, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's a great contest, but it is a one-person contest. You don't get as much experience competing with teammates, because when you have other teammates, not only do you have to communicate and explain your ideas to them if they might be coding them, but also you have to make some very tricky decisions. Like, when it comes to the end of contest and you only have time to work on one more problem, one of you has to give up the problem you've been working on. That's the best decision to make. And a lot of times there's a huge aspect of trust. You have to trust that your teammate, A, will be able to do it, and B, that their understanding of the problem is sufficient and they're not missing something. And you know, it's a really, there's a huge aspect of working with other people that you get from contests like this.
Exactly. Actually, you learn the art of listening. When you go in as a team, you'd better have strategy, right? You might, right?
For sure.
Now, you might throw technology at it. We could have 20 computers for everybody. They could have full access to the internet, okay? But the reality is that when you really are working on the cutting edge, okay, you never have enough. It's just that way. But how do you get enough? Well, you use your mind, and you communicate with the other party. You're not three people, you're a team, right? And if you need to be 2 and 1, or 1 and 1, or 3 or 1 doing something, the other 2 debugging, you can configure that way quickly, and without a lot of emotional baggage. I'm going to share something I probably shouldn't share here. But
all right.
Okay, we used to invite celebrity teams to compete in the World Finals. Okay, and one year we invited a team of 3 of the most spectacular ICPC alumni you could ever imagine.
So when you say celebrity, are you talking about like past glory? I know last time we had Tourist Peter and Nagorian.
Yeah, past world champions.
Okay,
right?
Gotcha.
And not only that, from the team we asked, which one do you think you'd want to be in this competition? Okay, so they all came, right? Of course, they didn't meet before.
Okay.
Right?
So they show up, yeah?
They just showed up,
Yeah.
right? But, you know, they had prepared. It was really clear that they'd gotten back into the swing of things.
Sure,
right?
sure.
So the 3 of them are competing in the competition. So where did they finish? In the middle of the pack.
Despite being previous champions.
Yeah, but one of the previous champions was standing in a corner facing the corner with his hands and fists, so angry because another one was hogging the computer.
Oh no!
Now you see, one of the things you find out is that three people working together can do amazing things, right?
Yeah.
But three people working apart can get nothing done effectively.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now we did one year choose coaches. Okay.
Three coaches.
That's right, 3 coaches from World Finals teams, and they got together and they talked about what their strategy was, and they competed, and they would have won because they were at the top of the scoreboard, but I made an error that accidentally deleted them. Well, why? Because the contest is about the students,
It's not
about the coaches, and we all laughed about it. But there again, why? Well, because once you learn how to work together as people, in common cause, the problems start getting solved, right? So we're big advocates of that approach, not only in the ICPC, but in other areas of your life.
Absolutely, yeah. You talked a little bit about strategy and about the importance of coaches. Later on in this stream, actually, we're going to have my coach from UCF, the host university.
Oh, great.
He's Arup Guha. Yeah, he's a great guy, great friend of mine.
Oh, absolutely.
And yeah, we'll have a quick little interview with him too.
Well, and UCF is just an absolute great university and great competitor in the ICPC. And that's the other thing. Every time you can prove that you can do something that hadn't been done before, you raise the bar of excellence. And now people believe they can do that. And they do. A lot of the limits that exist in life are simply that we don't have the confidence to do what it takes to get to that next level.
And a lot of times, like I've spent some time running problems on my own and stuff, and I've spent other time solving problems. And I'm often surprised, like just knowing that a solution to this problem exists, often will inspire me to work on it more, even when, if I didn't know there was a solution, maybe I would have given up. I would have thought it's impossible. But knowing there's a solution exists, it's like the extra boost of confidence. Keep working on it. It's possible. You're almost there. You just haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And we have 400,000 alumni. If you look, we did a little study and pulled 30,000 records out of our alumni, and out of that, and everyone was very successful. There were several thousand chief executive officers, several thousand founders. One comedian, I love it. That's exactly right. There were about 3,000 university professors that came out of that group. But when you started looking at the companies they worked for, this was just 30,000 out of the 400,000.
Yeah.
There were 5,000 companies in every area that you could imagine. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Now, you wouldn't be surprised that since the first chief technology officer of Google, right, was Craig Silverstein, a world champion.
Yeah, there you go.
And that one year he offered everybody at the World Finals a job or an internship, which is one of the reasons why 6,000 of those people of the 30,000 actually work for Google. And of course, you saw Microsoft and IBM and Amazon. All of a sudden, what's going on with Amazon? Of course, it's hard problems, right?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Up there. So guess who?
Probably like Facebook and Meta too, right?
Oh, of course, and
Yeah,
Facebook right up there, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or called Meta now.
Yeah.
Facebook has
Meta,
a tremendous level of support, and every competitive competition in the world, Hacker Cup, is example one. It comes from the ICPC root.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we love that because everyone who is doing that is creating opportunity for people to grow. If you look back here at JetBrains, which is the ICPC Global Programming Tools sponsor.
And Creative Kotlin.
That's exactly right. Okay.
And Kotlin Heroes. Yeah,
Absolutely. The chief executive officer of JetBrains was a coach of a world champion team.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I could go through. Oh, how about 2 Sigma? Okay, 2 Sigma. One of our alumni, outstanding performer. I won't tell you who he is. I know he's quote number 4 in 2 Sigma, and one of the greatest quant people in the world. That's why I'm not going to tell you who he is. That they're giving back, and you see AWS educate, right? Amazon, people say, well, Amazon, the place where you go to buy
stuff,
things,
yeah.
the place that invented the technology that could make anybody in the world go to buy things and get it in a timely fashion. But what we really love about AWS is that AWS hosts the ICPC management system that's distributed throughout the world.
Yeah, a whole bunch of the tech that you see,
That's right.
on these screens back here, a whole bunch of that's going through
That's
stuff
right.
Amazon makes. Yeah.
And the last time I checked, actually, Amazon is the number 2 employer. Okay?
Oh wow, yeah. There you go.
And of that 30,000. Now, I have friends out in Silicon Valley, and you all know about startups and things of this variety. And when you have 5,000 companies out there, you get sort of amazed. One of the startups was called, number 15, Uber.
Oh.
Yeah, Uber, ICPC. Yeah, it's an ICPC company in many respects because some of the founders came from here. And so when you look at the founders and their friends, because ICPCers all know who can program well at their home universities, right? Yeah, lots of amazing things happen.
Well, yeah.
Did you know SpaceX and Tesla combined have more ICPC talent than NASA?
That's incredible, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at that. I'm wondering what I could actually determine.
And here in Orlando, if you actually go outside, you can see the SpaceX
Of
rockets.
course, and plus, can't you go to Disney?
You can, yeah.
Guess what? They're in the top.
I'm sure there, lots of them, yeah.
That's right.
Probably some UCF alumni there too.
But the one that really shocked me is my one of my family is in California and venture capital and stuff, and I got a list of the top 100 venture capital companies there, and I searched, and you know how many of them had employed ICPC alumni?
I don't, but you should tell me.
100.
All of them. There
You see,
go.
you actually have to have somebody in your company who knows whether something can work or not. And that's the ICPC.
And for that, get an ICPC competitor.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Bill. It was wonderful having you on. And I know you probably have a lot to do with the contest here, so I'll let you get back to it.
Well, the reality is I'm just the ablative shield for, the re-entry of the contest into the atmosphere. It's just that, it's a protective, I try to protect the cargo, and it doesn't do me any harm. I'm an old guy, and I absolutely love engaging with folks who are finding out good things. So thank you for doing this. By the way,
Yeah.
I imagine I took too much time. I do that as a professor too, but the students are forgiving.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
You bet. Bye-bye. Is that it? Was
Was
that okay?
That was fantastic, yeah. And coming up next, speaking of the precious cargo, we've got a judge here, right? Tom?
Hi,
You are Tom, right?
I'm Tom Ricci, yes.
Tom Ricci. I have not met you in person yet, though I have heard your name around quite a bit.
Oh, you have? Oh,
I
that's,
have.
That's flattering.
I've heard you're a very, very important aspect of making sure this all works. Some very precious cargo, some might say.
I try and make sure I've got a nice set of people around me to do all the hard stuff and just fill in where it needs to be filled in.
All right. So do you want to take a quick look at the scoreboard here
Sure.
and see if there's anything new that we should talk about? All right, so here we go. We haven't seen these updates yet. Ooh. What are your...
First of all, MIT got L. That is absolutely shocking to me.
We had Andrew talking earlier about how we thought L wouldn't be solved for much later in the contest, and it looks like since they've gotten it, they have kind of pulled some other people trying it as well.
Oh my God! Scroll down a little bit. Let's see what's going on down in the lower. So we got 2s and 1s.
We got UCF. UCF got the blue problem.
Okay.
Problem J, the banger, yeah. And looks like we got UT Austin has one as well. I know MSOE, they're struggling with this one. It looks like they got some bug somewhere.
Let's look for the bloodbath.
for the bloodbath?
Well, there really isn't a bloodbath problem at the moment. There's
Yeah.
a bunch of 2 sols. So
Looks like a pretty even distribution of reds.
yeah, looks like a hard set though. If we've got still 20 odd teams with nothing.
We have reached the point, this happened a little while ago, but we have reached the point where over half the teams have gotten at least one problem correct, so that's at least a very good thing to see.
Yes.
All right, Tom, so as a judge, I'd like to get your thoughts on some of this. So you knew these problems beforehand, right? You
Yes.
had
Oh, yeah.
thought quite a bit about the makeup of the set, how it would be distributed. What was your personal estimate on when you thought the dark green would happen, the first AC? Did you have one, or was it like a range?
The first AC was, let's see, I actually estimated the first AC at 2 minutes. And
2
I don't
minutes?
think we even got close there.
Did you think it would be J?
I thought it would be J.
Ooh, there's a lot to code for J, right? Because you gotta do the recursive method.
Yeah.
You gotta evaluate a tic-tac-toe board.
Yeah. Tic-tac-toe is pretty easy and pretty standard. The
It is,
main
it's true.
reason I thought tic-tac-toe would go fast is because people know the game. And I mean, most people coded this when they were 12 anyway. So it's in your brain and it's not that much code. So I really thought one of these geniuses, because these kids are amazing,
Yeah.
would be able to hammer that out.
Well, on the MIT team, they got it in 9 minutes.
Yeah,
They've got
that's-
two
that's-
LGMs and a person who's coordinated probably hundreds of contests.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
So it makes sense that they would be able to do it in 2 minutes. Probably if they knew the problem and you're like ready to code it,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they could get it in 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, because they know what to do. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're incredible. And they're twice as many problems as everybody else. So they're quite good. We also have a fun fact here. So problem A. I'm not sure if you had seen this before, but problem A, it was solved by MIT at 59 minutes, but it was solved by University of Washington also at 59 minutes.
Remind me which is A.
A it's a contact tracing problem,
Oh yeah. Okay.
and yeah, it's a bit tricky.
It's a bit tricky to understand. I think the coding is not horrible. I must say I did not actually solve this problem.
Okay, all right.
I did not attempt this problem very hard, but I also did not solve it.
So these two submissions that you see on the screen, both at 59 minutes, MIT had already had 4 dark greens. It looks like they weren't really going for the dark green on E, they just thought it was a doable problem. But for A, these two submissions were 3 seconds apart. They were 3 seconds away from another dark green.
Oh my gosh, that can't be. That's just amazing.
They might not know that now, but I'm sure somebody will watch the stream and tell them after contest, and they'll be, oh man. But anyway, congratulations to University of Washington for getting the dark
that
green.
is
for
yes,
getting
very
it,
much
yeah.
so, definitely.
All right, so Tom, as a judge, which problem do you think you spent the most time on? And if you don't mind me asking, when I create problems, there's always kind of like a problem, right? A problem that's most difficult to get the data tight on and stuff like that. Of all of them, which one do you think was the
Probably
trickiest?
triangular logs. Probably or cookie cutter. Could be cookie cutter. Cookie cutter was tricky to implement. Triangular logs you needed to know segment trees or some other similar data structure. I'm probably saying things I shouldn't be saying during a live stream.
Well, contestants can't see it, and we talked a little bit about triangulars.
Yeah.
So what we were thinking about for this problem, Andrew and I, we were thinking some sort of 2D segment tree
Yeah.
for triangular logs, and that's okay.
Something like that would work fine. The trick with 2D segment tree is you're going to run out of memory if you're not careful, right? If you've got a segment tree of segment trees, your low-level segment trees need to be really efficient because otherwise you're going to hit 2 gigabytes.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you're expanding your space quite a bit when you do two-dimensional segment trees. So what we recommend in the solution video is a segment tree which has a sorted list of coordinates as the
And you
lowest level.
only keep the first 100?
Yeah, sorted
Yeah.
list is super space efficient. It's very fast, and because you don't need general queries or anything like that. All you need to do is find the 2 endpoints and you're done. You already did the first dimension, so the second dimension is easy to do.
Okay.
But for the top level, you need segment tree or something similar. You can also solve this one with KD trees.
KD trees. I haven't used those in a while.
Well, they're good for point cloud type applications. The actual worst case runtime behavior depends upon how you split the tree at each level, and there's a lot of heuristics for that. So you
So
are
did you try and break KD tree
Oh,
solutions?
we tried real hard to break KD trees. We
And at
really
the end,
did.
you just like give it up and be like,
We
oh, it's
weren't
probably
able-
not possible to break.
The thing is, KD trees are actually, I mean, they're very fast. They're very simple. It's linear space and usually logarithmic time to do any particular query. For the bounds, though, it's a little tricky. But yeah, we were not able to break KD trees. So one of the solutions we have is certainly KD tree solution.
What is the 12-second time limit? So, yeah, you're trying to break it. You'd have to telegram, right?
We had a number of judge solutions that use a number of approaches, and we want to try and support as many approaches as we can, as long as the complexity is correct.
Okay.
And we also want to support Java at the same time. And this is a tricky game to play because, you know, a slow n log squared n in Java can be slower than a fast n squared in C++ with vectorization and stuff like that. So we had a lot of debates about this, and this is where we ended up.
So you also mentioned cookie cutter was a
Yeah.
bit difficult. So it looks like we have one attempt on cookie cutter from Swarthmore, but other than that, nothing yet. So I'm sure we'll look at cookie cutter in a bit. But we have a quick announcement here. So MIT just dark greened problem F. They are crushing it. They are doing fantastic. And it looks like UW Madison also just got problem L.
Oh,
So that's
wow.
very exciting. Yeah. So it looks like we have yet another announcement here. MIT, who was running away with it just a couple minutes ago with an AC on F, they have, believe it or not, gotten another dark green. Dark green on problem C. Now this was a huge contest, right? We had M problems, absolutely gigantic. MIT is crushing it, not 10 problems. How many do we have? 3, 6, 9, 12, we have 13 problems. MIT is at 8. 8 out of 13, so they got 5 left. And at this point in the set, we're only about an hour and a half in. So MIT is almost certainly at this point, they're taking a break, as probably most teams are, and they're analyzing the rest of the set. Now, from MIT's perspective, it's very nice because for the rest of the 3.5 hours of contest we have left, MIT only has 5 problems left. So they can read all of them, come up with a plan to solve all of them, and unless there's some real hard problems, it looks like they stand a good chance. Now, it's not a great indicator of how hard the problems are, but to be fair, it looks like Swarthmore is attempting problem B. Carnegie Mellon is attempting problem H, and we got a couple other attempts on H. We got some attempts on I, and the only one we don't have any attempts on yet is K. So it seems like even if these problems, I mean, we haven't read all of them yet, of course, but even if these problems aren't incredibly difficult, or even if they are difficult, they look approachable. And that's something that's often promising because it means they're not some crazy abstract math that no one's heard of. Maybe K is, who knows. But it seems like they're things that teams at least think they can do. All right, so we just passed the 90-minute mark here. We're at 93 minutes, and I wanted to discuss very briefly kind of what happens here. So at the 90-minute mark, between 90 and 120 minutes, teams usually go for like a scoreboard check, and they want to evaluate kind of what things look like and plan the rest of their contest. The first 90 minutes of contest, there are a lot of easy problems, so a lot of times teams will just do the easy problems as fast as they can, read problems, but at this point in the set, a very good strategy is to try and make sure that everyone on the team has read about 2/3 of the problems, and in total, every problem has been read definitely at least once, hopefully by 2 people. The benefit of that is that you kind of understand what the hard problems are. So in this case, if we look at the scoreboard, MIT has all of these problems, and interestingly, all of the problems, I mean, maybe this is a little bit disappointing, but all of the problems that MIT has solved, that have been solved by MIT. So kind of everybody's just looking at what MIT has done here. But there's this strategy called solving n+1 problems. And the idea here is we'll define n problems to be 8. And in this case, n is 8. And n is the number of problems solved by the somewhere between the 90-minute mark to the 120-minute mark. So n problems are going to be what places you usually around in World Finals, somewhere around like 15th place or so. There are fewer teams here, so solving 8 problems is likely going to be probably less than 15th place, but maybe not what you're looking for. And I bet most of the teams here, if they, I mean, MIT is fantastic, but if they really put their mind to it, they can probably get the 8 problems that MIT has without looking at them, or without me looking at them, I'm saying. So if 8 problems is n problems, and we assume that among any of the top 20 teams, top 15 teams, all of these problems are approachable for them, then the trick is there any way of them getting n+1 problems? And often the strategy, or the thing that ends up happening, the biggest way of gaining the next problem is by better allocating the part of the end of your contest. Because you'll get these 8 problems, and then what happens is these are like the easy /medium to hard problems. You'll get all of these ones, but everyone will finish these 8 problems when it comes to the end of the contest, and everyone will have like 30 minutes left, and that won't be enough for any of the hard problems. So around this 90-minute mark is when teams usually will read through the rest of the set, and hopefully put one person on one of the hard, tricky problems. Now it's possible maybe L is one of those hard, tricky problems. People are solving it early, which means lots of people are going to give it attention, but it's possible L is one of these harder problems. So teams should put someone, one of their 3 people that they trust, on one of the hard problems. And then the goal is to have the other 2 people on the team solve the rest of the easy and medium problems with the given time. This is one strategy. There are lots of strategies that work, but yeah, this is the n+1 strategy here. So that's something teams could try. It looks like MIT probably won't be needing to try that here, because to them everything is a blank canvas. They can do whatever they want. But yeah, I think now might be a great time to read problem L, perhaps. Seems like we haven't done that yet. So let's take a look. Oh, problem L is triangular log, so we have seen that. Okay, we've seen triangular logs. We've seen word ladder. What else is solved? So have we looked at E? GCD harmony. We have not looked at E. Let's take a look at E. Looks like E's getting quite a few solves here, so take a look. I was planning on looking at this with Andrew, but this certainly works. All right, consider a tree with undirected edges where each node has an integer value. Adjacent nodes are said to be GCD harmonic if the GCD of their values is strictly greater than 1. Okay, so we have a tree, every node has some value, and we're interested in when their values are greater than 1. Now, if you're not familiar with programming contests, some of these words might be a bit confusing. So I'll draw a picture for what this kind of stuff means, but yeah, bear with me for a moment here. You can modify any value of modify the value of any tree node to a positive integer. The cost of this operation is equal to the new node value, regardless of the node's original value. You can change as many node values as needed, and the node values do not need to be unique. What's the minimum total cost to make every pair of adjacent nodes in the tree GCD harmonic? Interesting. Okay, so we have yeah, let's think about this for a minute. We've got we've got a tree with some numbers written on it. So maybe we've got like a 15 here. And then we've got a 5 here, perhaps. A 3 here. Maybe we have a 7, and then a 5. Maybe a 3. Maybe a 3 is interesting. So in this case, one strategy would be, well, we have to change one of these 3s or the 5s. Because they have to match with each other, right? They need to share a factor. So we'll probably, I think the best way of doing this is changing the 5 to a 3. And then we have the 3 matches with the 15, fine, because 3 and 15 share a factor. And then 15 and 7, well, 7's prime and it's not a factor of 15. So 7, we'll probably change it to 3 as well. Then it looks like we can have this. Yeah, so it seems like we're probably going to want to pick some subset of edges. And I don't know exactly how many values matter. Probably quite a few. Andrew, have you read this GCD problem, problem E? You want to give me a quick hint on it?
Sure.
You don't have to join. You can join if you like. Up to you. I'm just thinking. I know.
Well, what have you thought through so far?
All right. So, well, I guess let's take a look at the bounds. So bounds are not huge. Bounds are. We've got 5,000 nodes. Oh, all the values are up to 100. The values are up to 100. Does this matter? That sounds like it matters.
So
That
it's
sounds
actually, you could solve this even if the given values were up to like 10 to the 18. But I'll let you think
Okay.
about
All
it.
right. Is the solution? Does it not depend on the values at all?
It does depend on the values.
It does depend on it. Okay.
But there are some tricks you can use.
All right, so, well, it sounds like one option certainly is to have, we could do some sort of DP probably. We can store which node we're at and what the value is. The question is, how many values might it be? Let's think. So let's say we're on, let's not worry about what these are here. But yeah, things are very small. It seems to indicate a DP is possible. Let's say we're at some node here, and we need, I guess, so we have some parent node. We have to be a factor of our parent node. And so let's say this is like 15. We can brute force what we choose here. So it needs to be one factor of 15, right? Oh, my face is in the way. Yeah, we'll need to choose a factor of 15. Well, not necessarily a factor, but something that shares a GCD with 15. So it has to have either a 3 or a 5, or both, or multiple copies of both. Clearly, we don't need multiple copies of both. So we're only interested in this subset of primes. And we also don't need more than 2 primes, right? We would need, maybe we would. It's not super clear to me. Like we would need, if we only have 2, if we only have 1 kid, we would need 1 prime for this max, and then maybe another prime for this. But we probably would always want to change this instead. Well, 3 times 5, it gets quite large. So when you multiply things together, it gets quite large. It's tricky. Well, there are a couple things you could try. One is to not... If we pick a subset of nodes, like we have edges that don't match, right? So maybe all the edges that match, we'll keep them how they are. If these edges don't match, they're not satisfied. We have to change at least every other one of these. So one question is, if we have a matching edge, would we want to change the other one? I don't see why you wouldn't. Seems rather plausible. Somebody says, what about changing everything to 2? Yeah, that's a really good idea, Nika. Change everything to 2. Yeah, so that costs 2n, right? Yeah. So we can definitely do it in 2n. Okay. And n is only 100,000. Or n is, no, not 100,000. 5,000? Something? What is n? N's 5,000. Yeah. So n's 5,000, so we can always do it in a total of 5,000. So if we know what we change this thing to, it's going to be pretty small, right? We never want to change it to something bigger than 10,000. So the biggest number we'd ever want to use is 10,000. So if we do some DP, maybe we can do like a DP with the bounds are the node and then the value. This isn't going to be fast enough, probably, right? Because we'll need to be a bit smarter here. Because this is 5,000. This is up to 10,000. And for our value, we need to do some transition. But our transition isn't that important. Okay, so one, we can get rid of a bunch of these. We can get rid of anything that has a duplicate prime factor. No, we might want to keep it the same. So it can be the same or have at most one of each prime factor. Or one copy of each prime factor. And, well, I guess we don't need this. We could do one less, because it's always possible. But we need, so this can cut off, I don't know, probably half the nodes. Or probably half the values. Probably half the values aren't relevant. And then additionally, the numbers we transition to probably aren't that big, I'd imagine. Yeah, I imagine there aren't that many transitions. How do you speed up the transition, Andrew? Is this the right DP, or my state's too big?
So,
Here, join.
Yeah.
Join the camera here.
I think
I need a hint.
So to be completely honest, I haven't actually thought through the transition fully.
Okay.
I think
is
your transition.
Is this the state? The state seems big.
This is so the state actually can be smaller than this.
Because we don't care about all 10,000 of these.
Yeah. Essentially, like if you're going to change like both nodes, right? Sorry, if you're going to change a node to like, so I guess there are a few different things. But first of all, all you actually care about the value is one particular prime factor. Does that make sense?
Do you? You might want to add 2 prime factors, right? Maybe.
You might want to add 2 prime factors.
Like I could imagine a case where 2 prime factors would be useful.
Right. Yeah, so you might.
If you have something like this.
Yeah.
Maybe this needs to be 6. If you've got a bunch of 3s over here.
Yeah.
Sufficient number of 3s.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean that it's.
You only want one copy of each prime factor. Like there's no use in having a 9 as a factor.
Yeah, you definitely only want one copy of each prime factor. I think it's also the case. Let me think through it to make sure. You might be right that this is not that this transition is a little slow. In which case, there's always one standard trick that you can use to speed up the.
And someone says values go up to 100 and not 10,000. Can we only put values up to 100?
Well, I think you might only need to put values up to 100. You might not want to put bigger values. That might not be true either, though. It's definitely the case that you should never use a prime bigger than 100. A prime factor.
You should never use a prime bigger than 100. But how many primes might you use?
So there are only 20 primes below 100.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, but what if you use all 20?
Or
their product is certainly quite big.
The product is certainly quite big,
like
but you shouldn't use their product, anything as big as their product, because it would exceed 2n.
It can't big. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a mass. So they're only There's still a lot of things
there's
you
too
could
many.
try.
There's too many of those. Let's see. Let's think. So here's one thing, right? If we first pick which set of edges, which set of nodes we're going to change, right?
Okay.
If two nodes, if you pick two nodes that are like the same, that are both
they
like
have a happy edge.
they have they have an edge that like you kind of almost get for free.
Yeah.
You probably should pick two, right? You should just use two as the prime. Is that true? That might not be true.
For the two. For both of them. Because you'd have to change. So if you're going to change both nodes along an edge,
Right.
probably just change it to two.
Right. So one thing is that we can label each edge with a prime, which is just any prime factor of the GCD. You don't actually care about more than that, right?
Yeah,
And then a
exactly.
node should just be the product of like the LCM of its like just like the product of the distinct primes
right,
on
yeah,
its
yeah,
incident
yeah.
edges, right?
Okay.
And so that kind of reduces the
Well,
state
not
a little bit.
necessarily, because you don't have to pay for the ones you don't change.
You don't have to pay for the ones you don't change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So only the nodes you change you have to pay for.
Right. So if a node is some nodes are fixed, and those can like that's a kind of restriction on the values of the edges around it. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then other nodes are kind of free to change, and then you should just set those to be the LCM because that's as small as it gets, right? So that's how I was thinking about picking the values, but you still have some problems with. Yeah, as you said, like if there are a lot of nodes of like a particular prime value, like it's kind of expensive to change them all, right?
It seems like it could be tricky. Yeah.
Yeah. It can be quite expensive. You can make it pretty expensive.
Do we want to see if there's a solution video that might teach us how to do it?
I guess before that, there is one trick in
Okay.
general that you can use,
Yeah.
which
Let's
is
do the trick.
which is the fact that there are not very many numbers which are multiples of each other.
Not very many numbers are multiples of each other
Right.
in general.
In general, kind of, yeah. So the number of pairs A, B less than or equal to 10,000,
Yeah.
which are such that B is a multiple of A, is at most 10,000 times log 10,000. And this you can derive by using a harmonic sum. Essentially,
Okay.
the number of numbers that are, like, if you fix B equals 1, how many multiples of 1 are there? There's 10,000 over 1, right?
Oh, so it's like
If B
n
equals
log
2,
n.
then it's 10,000 over 2. If B equals 3, it's 10,000 over 3. And so when you add these up, it's, sum of 10,000 over I, which actually adds up to 10,000 log 10,000.
Okay. Yeah.
And so some trick like that probably can like reduce your runtime if we do have to store all values, still like we usually only care about multiplying in one additional prime at a time, right? And so the transition shouldn't take longer than 10,000 log 10,000, or even at worst like 10,000 times p or something. 10,000 times 20, because there are only 20 primes that we care about.
But if you have some value,
Yeah.
you're considering switching, like choosing an adjacent thing that's a multiple of the value.
Right.
But oh
Yeah.
so you have the prime you care about,
Right.
and that's the edge.
Right.
And then if you know what the edge is, you want to
Yeah.
try all multiples of the edge.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay, what's the time limit?
Or if you have the original, like the current value or something, and you want to multiply in a new edge. then
So
you multiply
could
that.
we do like a DP that's something like,
Sorry, what was your original DP?
it was the node and the value at the node.
Right. So the value of the node, like you might as well only consider. Yeah, you might as well consider only multiples of the node. One other way you can think about it
multiples
is
of what node?
sorry, multiples of one thing. The way I like to think about it is that if you're going to change a node, you should change it to just the product of the edges, right? And
If you're
so
gonna change a node. hang on,
instead
hang on.
of
let me
Yeah.
interpret. If you're going to change a node, you should change it to the product of the edges. Okay. So I was thinking like maybe this DP should also store like the edge, the things we assign to the edges. Or is that-
I guess what I was gonna
Okay, go ahead.
it was leading to is we should store the kind of the current product of the edges. So if we process the first k children of this node, we should store like just the product of the distinct primes among the first k children, and that number is essentially the value, except it's like the current value that we need so far.
So it's something like our state would be
Um,
something like DP of
Yeah.
DP at like the node,
Yeah.
and then which child of the node you're at.
Yes. Yeah. Something like that.
And then the product of the
Of the
sorry,
initial
it's called
edges.
child, but you
Yeah.
get the idea. And then the product of the edges so far.
Yeah. And that product is also like we can bound it to at most 10,000, right?
Yeah, so this is at most 10,000.
Yeah, yeah. And then when we add a new edge in,
This here is at most n.
yeah,
I'm not
Yeah.
showing it, but you get the idea.
yeah. And so when we add a new edge in, we can take n times 10,000 times 20, or n times 10,000 times log 10,000. And in fact, the number 10,000 should be much smaller, because I'm pretty sure most numbers less than or equal to 10,000 are not products of distinct primes less than 100.
Yeah, so we don't actually hit all of these.
Yeah,
like,
it's much
our
less.
table might be
And
this
you
big,
can
but we
compress
don't hit
this.
all.
You can compress this. You can pre-compute like the compressed form of this table.
Do we have to? That'd be annoying. 2
Um,
gigabytes. We're
I don't
fine.
know.
We're fine. 2 gigabytes is lots of
Yeah,
lots of
yeah,
space.
yeah.
So okay, so we're not compressing, but we don't hit most of them, so it's fine.
You can save that runtime.
We can save it, and then this part here is this is 5,000, and then our transition is log, right?
Right,
By
right.
average.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
So this
So
adds
this-
up
this
to a
part's-
big number.
Yeah, but that
But that
part's
number I
less-
think will
that's
be much
really
smaller than
Yeah.
10,000.
Okay.
So we're gonna big on that.
It sounds legit to me.
Yeah.
Okay, we have lots of comments. Screen, please. You got the screen. Maybe we'll read this. Someone said, Levin says, if you have rooted star of size 1,000 and all children but one are 97 and the other one is 7, it'd be better to change the root to 7 times 97. So
Yeah,
change
that's
it.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
So you actually do have to. You do sometimes attain some pretty high numbers.
Yeah.
But
Bigger than
Yeah.
1,000 anyway, probably.
yeah.
Awesome.
Bigger than 100. But you definitely should not use primes bigger than 100.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I agree. Do you want to take a look? Let's take a look at the scoreboard here.
Sure. Last I checked, MIT was doing
MIT's crushing it.
quite well.
Yeah, well, MIT is kind of in their own category. How about we look at everybody else?
Yeah.
So,
we see one solve on F, one solve on G, one solve on L.
how funny would it be if leaderboard effect is the effect of somebody solving a problem early indicates that it gets lots of solves?
Have you read the problem?
I have not read L, but that would be a hilarious flavor text,
That's
wouldn't it?
almost what the problem is.
Oh my goodness!
It's a little bit. We can talk about this.
And
problem.
I bet we're seeing the leaderboard effect on L here.
Yeah, perhaps. I think so. So I was talking with some other coaches and NAPC trainers about L,
Okay.
and they're it is a 2D segment tree, but it's actually very easy to code if you know what you're doing. If you've done this kind of thing before, you can kind of just like make it a segment tree of sets or a segment tree of sorted arrays,
Okay.
and it's very efficient to code.
And
It
I'm-
doesn't take very many lines,
And I'm
but
sure-
in fact, like if you haven't done this before, it can be a bit of a challenge because it looks very intimidating.
Yeah, it's a 2D segment tree plus other stuff. It sounds scary.
Sounds scary, but it
if
turns
you-
out not to be.
If you've got 2 LGMs and you've checked hundreds of problems, you've probably seen it before.
No, I'm sure that anyone could actually code it if we sat down and kind of showed them
Show them
the
how.
structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you haven't seen it before, it can be intimidating. It's very tempting to make it really over-engineered and have a lot of pieces, but actually you only need very simple pieces to put together. Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
All right. Who else do we have here on the scoreboard?
Right.
Or
So
you can check this screen if it's easier to see.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, JK. There you go.
Yep.
Anything fun and new happening? Fun and interesting. How's our host university doing? UCF. 18th place. It's happening. It looks like they got E.
They got E
And they have the banger.
J.
They got J.
Yeah. How many teams have at least one problem so far?
It looks like the vast majority.
Right. Right.
Caltech, Emory, Iowa State, and Vanderbilt are looking like it. Ooh, so it looks like, so apparently a lot of teams, since L got solved by MIT very early,
Right.
there's a bit of a leaderboard effect going on.
Right.
It's like teams think it's very easy,
Right.
and they're just trying order n times q.
Right. And N and Q here are both 10 to the 5, and it's pretty tempting to say that. Pretty tempting to say that. Oh, maybe most of the rectangles we pick will not have many trees inside of them, or maybe like there's some easy way to prune. And hopefully our judges have done a good job of setting test data that contains these cases that are actually very hard to prune, and instead actually require you to do this trick.
And in fact, there's a 12-second time limit.
Right.
So n times q, it's only 10 to the 10. So mathematically, it should only take about 100 seconds. And you can probably say on average about half of them are there So yeah, maybe it takes about 50 seconds on average. If you can get a divide by 5 speed up somewhere, then it's like, you're fine.
Right. So it's very tempting, but
It's
I think
scary, yeah.
I think the judges hopefully have done a good job at setting the data so that these will actually not fall through. And so some teams might be trying to kind of just hack the problem and get these easy points, but for this kind of problem, it's often very hard to actually get it through. Data structures are very hard. Problems tend to be very hard to hack because there are like known ways of generating some pretty strong test data.
Absolutely, and if you look at the teams which have solved it,
Yeah.
MIT and University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Yeah.
MIT, obviously, they're MIT, so they're set. But Wisconsin-Madison this year, Wisconsin is actually, I mean, I say actually like I'm surprised, but they're a very strong team.
Yep.
They have Robe ZH. I know him personally. I talked to him quite a bit. I actually challenged him to a race to International Grandmaster.
Nice.
I think I won it just barely, but he got redemption because I've fallen from International Grandmaster to normal Grandmaster. So yeah, he's a great guy. And they also have an LGM, right?
I think they have 1 or 2 LGMs as well. Yeah.
I think they've got one.
I don't remember exactly who it is.
Let me really quick. Let's do it on this one here.
Yeah.
Code Forces NAC teams in 2022.
Yep.
There is a post with lots of teams listed, and Subconscious.
Subconscious. That's
Yeah,
right.
he's a legendary grandmaster.
Right.
How about we show his profile real quick? Is this appropriate?
Oh wow, that is he's on the
cool.
cusp. He's on the cusp.
On the cusp of being appropriate, or of not being LGM.
Yeah. He's still above the line though, and that's what counts.
That's what you get. The black letter. You're the Nutella.
Yeah.
How good does it feel to be Nutella, Andrew?
It feels pretty good.
You feel.
You feel like you're almost an admin, or a little bit. You're just an important person like that.
So here's a quick question for you. I know we do have to go in. Oh wait, no,
it's us next.
This is us. All right, so we're just ahead of schedule. Look at that. Perfect interview question then. Do you know if Code Forces lets you have 1-letter names?
If Code Forces lets you have 1-letter names,
because if they did, right, then you could just be a full black name, just
I'm
like
not
Mike.
sure
but,
if it's possible.
Okay. They're probably all taken.
There are some unfortunate cases. Some people have like special characters as their first name. Like X-Ray has a dash as the first letter of his name. So when he gets LGM, when he had LGM or has, I'm not sure. The character is actually like very hard to see still. Like,
how do you spell X-Ray? Is it dash X?
Yeah, I think so.
Dash X RAY dash.
I think that's right. Okay, they're not currently LGM, but when they were, the dash was actually very hard to see.
Yeah.
So if you're making a new Code Forces account and you're going for LGM, which everyone should be, make sure to make your first the first character of your username nice and big, just so it stands out.
And you can do the Road to LGM challenge with all of us. All right. Yeah. So there we go. And you've been how long have you been in an LGM, Andrew? You remember?
A couple years.
We won't fact check you.
I don't know. Maybe around 2019 or something.
Do you want to fact check you? We've got Code Forces open.
Sure. So 2019 was the last time I competed at World Finals, or was when I kind of got back in.
So this was right before 2018. End of 2018.
Yeah. And I lost it briefly. Hopefully, it always sucks to lose rating, but it happens.
You were, for a moment, like challenging tourist here. He had a little bit of a drop. You were number one?
I was number one for about a week.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, it was kind of embarrassing because the way I got to number one was that a lot of the top contestants all did very poorly on the contest. I just did the least poorly.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
So I did it and also lost rating, but I went up in rank because I did. I lost the least amount of rating.
As long as you did the contest, it's respectable.
Yeah.
It's respectable. Yeah. Awesome. All right, Andrew. We'll take a quick pause from the scoreboard. Let some teams work on some things.
Yeah.
Unless something interesting is about to happen, we'll see what just happened.
Yeah.
It looks like E. Well, so M might be easier. What was M? Word letter. Yeah. Looks like lots. There were lots of approaches for M.
Right. I didn't actually watch through the full solution.
So
video.
I'll talk. So there were a couple ways of doing it.
Yeah.
Random was one of them.
Yeah.
Random was a seed.
Yeah.
There was also, you can do this like gray code sort of thing.
I was worried that gray codes would run into similar problems where like too many codes are too similar to each other. How do you deal with that?
So you can do a gray code for 5 letters, right?
Okay.
Just with A's and B's.
Okay.
And you can do another gray code for the last 5 letters,
Okay.
and you can combine them.
Just run them one after the other. That makes sense.
I didn't watch the full video because lots of stuff happens here behind the scenes in order to get people into place. So I was busy doing that, but yeah, we can check out the recording and we'll see it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something like that.
All right, Andrew, I have some questions prepared for you.
All right.
For this wonderful interview time that we've got here. How much time do we have allocated to this? We got till 12:30, so we got a solid 25 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll maybe keep the scoreboard open and watch for interesting stuff. But here we go, interview time, Andrew.
All right.
So, all right, I say this, and now we're going to immediately go back to your profile.
All right.
But your profile, it's Eknerwala.
Yeah.
And this is when I first learned this, I was very impressed. I'm sure a lot of our viewers know, but for those of you who don't, where does Eknerwala come from?
Yeah, Eknerwala. So Lawrence is my middle name.
Yeah.
So Lawrence backwards is Eknerwal, and then I added the A because it sometimes is a taken username, so I just needed an extra letter.
For other people who have the same idea of Lawrence.
Yeah,
I guess. All right.
Yeah.
Also,
So
it's
I
like-
made this back in middle school when I was first. I think I made it for AOPS. I think for Art of Problem Solving, which is this like math forum that I think it's still used. And yeah, I just I wanted a username that people wouldn't directly attribute to me. But yeah, that's where it comes from. So
There you go,
is
yeah.
back in middle school.
And the A makes a lot of sense. Like in addition to sounding like normal, it's like your first name's Andrew, so it's A Lawrence.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then, interestingly, the A isn't black because it's but that would be kinda
that's
cool.
okay. That's
That'd be
okay.
kinda cool. All right. So next question.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about competitive programming.
Yeah.
Have you ever used an angle grinder before?
Have I ever used an angle grinder?
Yes.
No. I mean, I've used a good amount of power tools in my time. I've used. Sorry. Why an angle grinder in particular?
Well, here's the reason why. So angle grinders are an incredibly satisfying tool to use. You get sparks flying everywhere. You dig through metal that, like, before you had an angle grinder seemed like something that you never changed.
Right.
So it's very satisfying.
Right. So I mean, I've been in machine shops. I've used like saws and band saws
Lots
and
of
things
powerful
like that.
stuff.
Yeah. Sanders and things.
Okay, yeah. Sanders with wood too.
Yeah,
It's very,
It's very satisfying.
Exactly.
But I don't think I've used Dremels, which are
mini angle grinders.
mini angle grinders.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I've actually used an
So
full angle
here's
grinder.
the follow-up question now.
All right.
In all of the code in your book,
Yeah.
what would you consider as the angle grinder of Hackpack code? What's the most satisfying thing to type, to work on, stuff like that? I know in the past you said you really enjoy, you call them union find. You really enjoy union find.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think. Well, the angle grinder is probably something like FFT. In that
out of nowhere you get new.
It's like you type all this code and suddenly you can do these operations which look very slow, but you can do them super fast. And there's actually a lot of interesting things you can do in FFT very quickly. You can do polynomial interpolation very quickly on arbitrary sets of points.
All right, hang on, can we?
Okay, we can dial it back.
What is fun? Do you want to explain that, or is this just?
One thing. So a lot of viewers probably know what a polynomial is. It's a particular type of function where you have you're given for a given x, it's like some linear combination. You add up a bunch of terms of the form x to the k for some constants k.
Yeah. So like 3 plus 5x plus
7x squared. Yeah,
exactly. Okay.
Yeah. And one interesting thing is that if you're given the valuation of a polynomial at a bunch of points, say I am given the polynomial like p of 1 equals 7 and p of 2 equals 12.
If x were 1 or if x were 12.
X or 2, then you get 12.
Yeah.
And if you're given a bunch of these, you can actually reconstruct the unique polynomial which satisfies all of these constraints.
And that's the main idea behind FFT, right? This is like why it's a thing.
FFT in particular does it on a special set of points. It does it on what are called roots of unity.
Like imaginary numbers.
Yeah. Well, they can be imaginary or they can be over a field and over not a prime, but they're roots of unity.
Yeah.
And that actually lets you do interesting things, like it lets you do polynomial interpolation. If you just look at polynomial interpolation, it doesn't look very easy to do, but you can actually do it over and there's this formula called the Lagrange interpolation formula. But computing that actually takes n squared time.
Okay.
But using FFT, you can actually do this in n log n time.
Compute the Lagrange interpolation.
Yeah, compute a Lagrange interpolation.
And this is like
set
an
of points.
estimation of a polynomial.
This is actually the exact correct polynomial that passes, the smallest degree polynomial that passes through all these points. That exactly
Can you do this
passes
for an
through all these
arbitrary
points.
set of points, or only the roots of unity?
An arbitrary set of points. And
Really?
with the roots of unity, it would only take n log n time. For an arbitrary set of points, it takes n log squared time.
With
And log
FFT.
squared n.
With FFT.
Using FFT as a primitive.
Okay.
There's also some very interesting generating function things you can compute. Like you can compute e to a generating function, the exponential of a generating function,
Mhm.
and that's a lot more complex, but it's a very surprising result.
I
that you can
have
compete with.
no doubt this is awesome and surprising and stuff.
Yeah.
Although it's starting to go over people's
Yeah,
heads.
yeah, yeah.
The number of people who understand what we're talking about is
Yeah,
plummeted.
yeah.
All right. Next question.
Yeah.
So, would you say, on average, over the most contests, Code Force contests in particular,
Yeah.
the tourist probably has a better chance of winning than you?
That's probably
It's
true
probably
still.
close. It's probably
I don't
close.
wish I wish it weren't true.
Of course.
But I think it's probably true.
So now
It's
here's
hard
the
to,
follow-up.
Yeah.
If we had like a biathlon
Okay.
sort of thing,
Right.
where the two contests are competitive programming
Yeah.
and something else,
Right.
what would that other thing be so that you would win the biathlon?
What would the other thing be?
Yeah, so like maybe one option, maybe it were like maybe it was like competitive programming, and the other one was
Right.
like a juggling contest, and it's
Right.
like you have to both be able to juggle and be
Right.
good at competitive programming.
Right. Right.
Yeah, what if it, or like I don't know, mountain biking.
Yeah.
or-
Yeah. Let me think about this.
I know he's good at table tennis.
Genevieve.
That's what I've heard. It's on his Wikipedia page.
Okay. Yeah. Let me think for a minute.
While you think, Waterloo just got I
Uh-huh.
with a dark green on problem I.
Very impressive.
Did they have that? Somebody else did? Okay.
Yeah.
Other teams are close. Oh yeah, BYU in particular. Where are they? They kind of need this one, right? Or am I just missing them?
They're
They're 14th. Okay. Or no, not BYU. That's BC.
yeah, BYU is 21st.
Right here.
Yeah.
21st. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they kind of need this. They're
Yeah.
very close. They just have an off by one issue.
Yeah.
But they're
Though
very close.
an off by one on this problem could mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's either you're right or you're not. But
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Anyways,
Biathlon ideas.
it could be like I feel like Kennedy has probably not used an angle grinder either.
Okay.
So it could be, using an angle grinder or
Like-
something
like
like that. I think
woodworking.
like woodworking, yeah. I think I might have a leg up on that.
All right.
It's also possible that there are some silly things like I
Yeah,
could say
well,
like
silly
maybe
things are great.
physics Olympiad I could do
Okay,
that.
all right.
But that's a little too similar.
Sure.
We don't want to do that. I've played Ultimate for a few years.
Like
So-
Ultimate Frisbee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I probably
At first, because
Yeah.
Super Smash Bros is very popular.
Oh, that's also.
I thought you
oh,
meant
I can.
Ultimate
I
Smash.
can. Yeah, I can probably
You're in
actually
Melee?
beat him at melee.
Oh man!
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man! So
This
now
is
here's the
banking
question.
off the fact that I'm pretty sure he hasn't played.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Scott is in Scott Wu.
Yeah,
Who's
yeah,
another LGM, I
Yeah.
believe, or certainly was anyway.
yeah, yeah,
I think he still is.
yeah,
He's really into melee too, right?
yeah, yeah. That's right.
So,
So he actually got me into melee like near. He started like. Yeah, he got me into melee like when we met in high school.
So if we had a biathlon
Yeah,
with you, Kennedy, and Scott,
right.
how do you think? What would the scoreboard show? Do you think it depends on the weights?
It definitely depends on what we're playing. Are you saying with melee?
Yeah, if it were melee and competitive programming. And
Yeah,
those are
it
the two
definitely would
things that
depend on the
control.
weights. It
Depends
would
how much
definitely
you
depend
weigh.
on the weights. Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
all right.
I think with melee, like with melee, Scott is much better than me, and I'm probably much better than Kennedy. I don't think Kennedy has played much, so I think that's the case. And then with competitive programming, it is kind of a toss-up. I think on a good day, I think any of the three of us can beat any of the other two. So it's definitely, it would kind of depend on the weighting.
All right, sounds good. So my next question,
Oh no.
it requires some tabs here. So you're an LGM, right?
Okay.
And the classic thing about legendary grandmasters
Right.
is that they have a black letter
Right.
First
Right.
name. So here's the follow-up question.
Yeah.
Do you think of yourself more as a Nutella or as a Kinder Egg? You know what Kinder Eggs are?
Well, Kinder Eggs have not been in the U.S. for many years, right?
I think for like legal. I think there was like a safety issue.
Yeah, there was a
if I recall
safety issue
correctly.
with like, I think there was too much of a like hazard of children swallowing the toys.
So for those of you probably in the U.S. who have no idea what Kinder is, it's like a little egg. It's like
Right.
chocolate, right?
Yeah.
And you're supposed to eat the chocolate part of the egg,
Right.
but on the inside of the chocolate, there's like a little plastic, not edible toy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
So
for
obviously-
many years they were illegal in the U.S. because of the choking hazard.
Yeah.
Um,
Because you can't
I-
give this, like, if you give this to a kid, they might just.
yeah.
Eat it,
like
yeah.
you know, intentionally or unintentionally.
Yes, yes.
And I mean, I don't think this is without, like, I think this has happened, and that's why, you know, these things have been restricted. But they
that-
are back in the U.S. now, right?
I have seen them.
I've
in
seen them
stores,
around.
and they also have some things which are not the same choking, like this. Like this is just
Right.
Just
This
chocolate.
is just a wafer.
Yeah, yeah. So-
So I've never had a Kinder Egg.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
All right. We'll have to get you one sometime.
Yeah. So I guess that would mean it has to be a Nutella.
So okay, that's fair. That's
Yeah,
certainly.
yeah.
I mean, they're both chocolate flavored, right?
That's true. That's true. I do like hazelnut though.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah,
there's hazelnut and
Yeah,
chocolate.
Nutella
spread.
is like chocolate hazelnut spread. Yeah.
The first time that I saw Kinder was a thing
Uh
was in Beijing
huh.
when I went to a camp. You were
Yeah.
at the same camp.
Right.
And it was a competitive programming camp in
Yeah,
Beijing.
yeah.
That was the first time I saw it. It was in one of the grocery stores because I don't know. Back then, it wasn't as popular in the U.S. anyway.
Right. Yeah.
That was only
yeah.
a few years ago, but
Yeah.
still kind of cool. All right, awesome. There's that. Okay, next one.
Mhm.
If you could change one thing,
Okay.
C++ is your main language.
Okay.
If you change one thing about C++, what would you change? I have a couple ideas of things
Okay.
that sound like things C++ users would want to change.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what your ideas
You
are.
want to hear my ideas?
Sure.
So, as context, I'm sure there are probably some people watching this who are ICPC fans but don't know me. I use Java for everything.
Okay.
I use Kotlin a little bit, but mostly Java.
Yeah.
So I'm very unfamiliar with C++, but I do know their hash function has a lot of weaknesses.
Mhm.
Like hash sets of integers
Mhm.
can be just n squared. You can just break them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Though it's important to remember that adversarial data can break Java's hash function too.
Can it?
Yes, it's very straightforward. But people
Oh, really?
typically only set the hash function. It's
Well,
a little.
I haven't gotten roasted by it, so- okay.
The C++ hash function is a little easier to break by not adversarial data.
Okay.
But adversarial data can very easily break any of these hash tables.
All right.
Yeah. So that's worth a.
Sounds fair. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
So if you want a strong hash function, and you're worried about adversarial data, you should write your own hash function that is maybe cryptographic or
Okay. All
something
right.
stronger.
So maybe not hash. Okay. So next one, rand.
Mhm.
The default rand, if you call to get a random
Yeah.
integer, which
Yeah.
is used a lot,
Yeah.
is sketchy.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, the STD, we're just going to end up talking about STD. But STD actually has a lot of like stronger random functions now. They have a Mersenne twister implementation. Some people don't like the Mersenne twister, but it is relatively popular, and it's not quite cryptographic, but it is a very strong random number generator. So the Mersenne twister implementation exists, and it's actually very easy to use. You just allocate it with STD : MT19937.
Yeah, so there are workarounds, but wouldn't you like it if just the main thing, like the default thing, just worked? Or no, that's
It's
whatever.
okay.
Okay,
it's
all right.
The other thing is, if you're really doing this for like a security purpose, you should probably be calling some like cryptographic random with perhaps like using like OS random as well, like operating system provided randomness to seed your random number generator.
All right. Next possible idea.
Yeah.
As a Java user, I always
Right.
get caught off guard when my variables, like I forget to initialize them.
Yeah.
Would it be nice if they initialized your variables to 0 for you?
That would be pretty nice. It's not super crucial because compilers have gotten very good at warning you about these things.
Well, what about when you get a seg fault? Wouldn't you like to know the line, the stack trace of your seg fault? By
not
default?
when I'm not running in debug mode.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Because then it costs stuff.
Yeah,
Here you go.
exactly.
All right, okay. So
here's
all of these things considered. What is those are my thoughts. What would you change?
Yeah, so one thing that I think would be nice. So there's one proposal. So I use C++, and recently I've as of like a year or two ago, I switched to using primarily lambda functions. The reason for using this is kind of I like the ability to like have closures and things. But one thing that's not possible is recursive lambdas. You cannot write lambda functions that can call themselves. However, this is changing.
Soon?
As of there's a proposal which was proposed like 2 or 3 years, like honestly a lot of years ago. It was maybe like a couple years ago, and it's called deducing this. And one of the effects of this proposal is that actually it allows you to start writing recursive lambdas, and I believe it is slated to land. It is already approved for C++ 23. So the wait is almost over. It's been like 3 or 4 years that I've been waiting for this, and it is almost here.
And do you always use the latest version of C++?
I typically use the latest version that the judges support. I mean, personally, for personal projects, I would use the latest. But for competitive programming, you kind of don't really have a choice.
Because I know there was one contest, one problem in particular, that I think it was actually Tourist. He failed, he TLE'd only because the language selected a newer one, and then in 14 it passed, but 17 it TLE'd or something. Yeah, so compiler version updates affecting runtime is kind of a very particular phenomenon. Okay. In the ideal world, none of these things would matter. Compilers might regress slightly. The thing about compiler optimizations is they're always kind of heuristic, right? They depend a lot on exactly what is running. Yeah, what the code is. And so some changes, like some optimizations, like they may make most things much faster, but some things a little slower, or things like that. And so it's very, building good benchmarks is very tough. And so typically newer ones are faster, but not always. So Andrew. Yeah. Did you hear about the time that Mike got a job as a telephone operator for a major cheese distributor?
No, I did not.
You know what people kept asking?
What did people ask?
Is it graded? All right. What's your favorite CS joke? Do you have one on cue? Your go-to?
I don't have a favorite joke.
Yeah.
I learned recently of the. Have you heard that that Halloween and Christmas are the same holiday? Have you heard this one?
Is this because Deck 25 is Oct 31?
Yeah.
I think I've heard of that. Yeah, it's clever.
I never learned of this until I was late in college.
It's a hilarious coincidence.
Yeah, it's.
To explain the joke, in case we have any humor remaining. The joke is, in base 10, 25 is the same as 31, but written in base 8.
Yeah.
So 3 times 8 plus 1 is 25.
Right. And so, they say that Deck 25, December 25th, is the same as Oct 31.
October.
Yeah.
So you know why October starts with Oct, despite being the 10th month?
It has to do with, Julius Caesar or something.
It does, with Latin, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And do you know, you might think, 2 months were added. Do you know what the 2 months were?
They're July for Julius Caesar.
Yeah, and the other one was for Octavian.
August. Oh, it's... Okay, right.
Yeah, and which month?
It's August,
It's August. You know why it was for Octavian?
I assumed that it was actually for someone named Augustus.
Yeah, because Octavian changed his name to Augustus.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
You got it,
Yeah, it's why our whole calendar is so messed up. Yeah, with 12 months which alternate lengths, except sometimes except February. I was told that this is also why February is short. They wanted these months to be 31 days long, but they didn't have a way to do that, so they just took the days from February. That's at least the story I've been told.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Because if you get a month named after you, wouldn't you want it to be a 31-day month?
I would love it to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any of this 30-day small month.
Though I guess I am second thread, right? So my month would have to be second.
Oh, yes.
So I guess everybody will rename February. So
yeah,
hang on, we got some updates. MIT has got a 9th problem.
They've solved K.
They got K.
Yeah,
which is the one which has no other submits. The entire contest. No one else has even tried.
K?
I haven't read
it. Yes. Okay.
Do you want to read it?
Yeah, we can talk about K, or if you have any more questions.
I do have more questions.
Yeah. I'm actually a little, just really quickly, I'm actually a little bit surprised that K hasn't had any solves until now. It seems like it looks like Antonio is saying that there's just a lot of reading, and so that's maybe why some teams haven't attempted it. But it's actually I would say quite much simpler than some of the other problems that people have solved.
Pretty. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, actually, there's one more problem that I definitely feel like I should ask here.
Yeah.
So, I know I've watched some of your screencasts and stuff.
Yeah.
You have some really cool Vim macros to do lots of stuff. You don't?
No, I have.
Don't you have like
a very
script to,
minimal
like,
Vim
download
concept.
stuff?
Oh, those are not Vim macros. Those
Oh.
are external scripts. But yes,
So you have
yes,
some
yes.
cool scripts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And they help you like download the input and.
Yeah. They're a very simple templating system. It
Okay.
just copies files in and renames some of them.
Yeah.
And then there's one there's this tool. I'll show for this tool. It's honestly I should probably donate on Patreon or something for this
Okay.
tool. But there's this tool called Competitive Programming Companion, and it contains a lot of scripts to parse programming pages, and it'll parse out the problem name. It'll parse out the sample inputs, and it has integration. A lot of tools that have integrations with it. So a lot of standard tools like C Helper or J Helper or CP, a lot of these tools all have integrations with this, so that this Chrome extension or Firefox extension can parse any web page and send it. Can parse a lot of different problem types, and then it'll send it to these tools, which help you actually create your.
Yeah, it's a great tool. Great tool.
Yeah.
The question though is, if alpha code got released publicly,
Yes.
do you think it would in any way speed up your development? And if so, how significant do you think it would be? If you had access to alpha code, do you think it would?
Yeah.
Or do you think it would just be annoying?
It kind of depends on which alpha code.
Okay.
Alpha code today, I think, would be not very helpful, given how
How much it gets wrong?
how much it gets wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are things like this. There's GitHub Copilot.
Yeah.
If any of you guys have heard of that, that's I think it's a collaboration by GitHub and OpenAI.
Okay.
And it essentially provides GPT-3 generated autocompletion. There are some concerns about it, some privacy concerns, and also just some correctness concerns. If it generates some wrong code, will you notice it?
Yeah.
But for small boilerplate things, it's actually very, very good. If you need to type the same thing but twice, but with a few variables change.
You do the first half and then it.
And it's
suggests
very
the
good
second
at
half.
suggesting the second half. Yeah. So I've sometimes turned it on. I would say it's not a huge benefit. It's maybe a couple % faster or something.
Okay.
It doesn't. It frequently does not have very useful completions, or it's not really smart enough to know what you want to do. It's just oh, you've done this, I can do it again for you. But it is sometimes helpful, and I think it's been a couple % or maybe 5% of just speed increase. It's not super significant.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried one of them. It wasn't Copilot.
Yeah.
It was something else, and
Yeah.
I think it was based off GPT-2.
Yeah.
And it was just I didn't get anything out of it. It just was not doing it for me.
So Copilot has given me some good suggestions,
Okay.
and it's also given me some very poor suggestions.
Gotcha.
It sometimes does fill in algorithms that it's seen before, but they're usually not the one I want.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
so-
All right. Yeah, I've got some more problems. I'm sure we'll have more time here, but we should take a look at the scoreboard because I'm sure people are dying to see more of this.
So it looks like MIT has another submit on I.
Oh, okay. We got to see whether this is right. Oh wait, hang on.
I'm interested in talking about I. I think I is a problem that is very tricky to get right.
Well, here's a question. I'm sure it is. Would you like to talk about I with Zach?
Sure, let's do that. Is he outside?
I think so. Or maybe it was Van B.
Maybe then B is it?
Maybe it's Van B. All right. Well, we're gonna go get. Is Zach here?
Yes.
All right. We're-
And Van B.
And Van B.
If you'd like
I'm
to.
in.
Well, if we can fit three chairs
Sure.
in here, Andrew, you can talk to all of them.
Sure.
Sound like a
Let's do
plan?
that.
All right.
If you're,
All right.
If you're feeling
We can refresh this again. You're not on Dubois. Okay. So it looks like MIT has finally passed I. It looks like this problem is actually going to have a lot of edge cases that people have trouble considering. Let's do another chair.
We
Can you roll over one of them, or just? All right. Yeah. So while people are getting situated, since it seems like we might want to talk about from I can pull up the problem.
Problem I.
Yeah. So
Do you want to take it in?
Well, have you talked about problem G already?
we have not talked about problem. I'm actually not sure what problems have been talked about.
Which problem's G?
Rafting trip.
We have not.
Okay.
Would you like to talk about problem G instead?
Oh, it's just
Problem G is also a pretty
I've
interesting.
already
problem.
thought through the solution to that one. I just haven't thought
Okay.
about it yet.
Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about problem G then. Problem G is rafting trip. We haven't talked about it, right?
We have not.
Okay.
Do you know how to control this?
Yeah.
So this thing is that camera.
Yeah,
hold,
yeah,
probably.
yeah. Well, I want to actually monitor fully.
Do you want to draw as well?
Sorry, no, I'm just trying to open the. Open G. Okay. Cool. So,
Sorry, one other thing.
Yeah.
Have I been introduced to the stream yet or not?
oh no, sorry. So this is Zach. Do you want to introduce yourself, Zach?
Yeah, I'm Zach Friggstad. I am coach at the U of A, an APC trainer, and just generally involved with lots of problem setting at the regional level.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So, I guess I can start off by explaining the problem, and then we can talk through some thoughts on it. So, this problem is set on a grid-shaped piece of land, grid-shaped like area. And some places of this area are rivers, and rivers have a direction that they flow in. And other places are land, and some of the land contains like interesting sightseeing spots. And your goal is to take a raft, you put it in the river somewhere, in some river, and you follow the river. This part of the river might flow left, and this part might flow down, and you follow the river as it flows along. And every sightseeing spot that you pass by somewhere along this journey, you get to see, and your goal is to put the raft somewhere so that you can see as many adjacent sightseeing spots as possible. One interesting thing about this problem is that even though we pass by this sightseeing spot 3 times, we pass by above, to the left, and below, we still only see it's still the same sightseeing spot.
Yes, just once.
So you don't get any extra you don't get any extra sights from visiting it. So you're actually trying to count the maximum number of distinct sightseeing spots that you run up next to.
Yeah, figure out where to put the raft to visit the most unique sites. Yes.
Yeah. So do you want to talk about?
Yeah, should I hop right into the solution, or should I?
Sure. I've seen the solution as well. So
Okay.
Or I know the solution as well. So.
All right. Yeah. So I guess the way I came about the solution is the first thing I noticed is if you view this as a graph where the river directions tell you like transitions, every node is out degree 1. And if you see a directed graph without degree 1, you know it's going to look like a tree with perhaps a cycle at the root. And so if I think of the root as like the cycles at the root as a single node that can visit all of the locations that the cycle can visit, then I'm just left with the following problem. And this is how I abstracted the problem. So you're given a tree. Every node is associated with a subset of locations, and you want to find a path from a leaf back up to the root that visits the most unique sites. So at this point, the one other observation you need to know is that every location can appear on at most 4 sites, so that's going to bound the totals. Like I guess every node in the tree, which is a segment of river, can visit at most 4 things, except maybe the root that we kind of grouped together.
Yeah.
So once you have that, then it's just actually a little DFS traversal that's remembering how many times you've seen each site. As you go down the tree, to go to another site, I guess it's kind of going upstream along the river, but that's the way I thought about it.
Yeah.
When you see the new sites that appear, you increase maybe you store a frequency count. And any item that's new, its frequency count so far was 0, that gets bumped up to 1, now gets counted as a new thing you visited. And whenever you backtrack in your DFS, you decrease the frequency counts of the locations that you are leaving from there, and if any of them drops to 0, you remove that from the set of things you visited. And so you just output the maximum of the unique counts as you go.
Right. Yeah. So you're essentially processing because you kind of have this branching structure. Like you always go towards one location, but you might come from different. You actually start from where you end up, and then like casework on which possible things you could have places you could have come from.
Yeah, and again, the key observation that got me going here is whenever I see something where there's only one way to go somewhere, I start thinking about these directed trees.
Yeah. I sometimes call these functional graphs because they represent like a function where everything has exactly one output.
Yes, very good.
Yeah. Yeah,
I guess that was pretty quick. But
yeah, that was pretty quick. One interesting thing is that not many teams have actually solved this problem, right?
yeah, it may be slightly annoying to code some parts of it, but I thought I'd see a few more solves at this point.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I thought this. I would have expected this type of structure to be something that's pretty like people might have seen before, and it's not too hard to work with.
Yeah.
So-
maybe now that we're in the middle of the contest, we'll see the numbers jump here.
Yeah.
Are we still just at 3 solves on this one?
We are still only at 3 solves.
Okay.
I can refresh maybe, and yeah, it is still only at 3 solves. So,
Interesting.
yeah. I mean, as we've seen, like it really does not take this long. This team took 30 minutes to code it, right? This team, by the looks of it, it's hard to tell because they have some incorrect submissions. But the time between these 2 submits is only 20 minutes. So this really is not too hard of a problem, and it's pretty interesting that there are so few.
Yeah.
Perhaps some teams are looking at the scoreboard and think it's hard, but like have not read it very carefully, or have not thought about it very much.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We can also. Would you like to talk about problem I, or are there any other problems you want to start?
Well,
you
so
thought
I
were
is a
interesting?
fresh problem to me. I actually even read the problem statement, so maybe
Okay.
we could talk about it a little bit.
Yeah. Problem I. Yeah. Let's talk about problem I. So problem I is called reset. I believe that this is actually the problem is loosely based on a Chinese drama named Reset. I happen to have watched this. I don't actually watch that much TV, but I think I've watched this. It's based on a time loop drama, and you have the idea is that there's this time loop and there's this event which you're trying to prevent. There's this crisis you're trying to prevent. In order to prevent this crisis, we have to do a lot of different tasks. Unfortunately, there's probably too many tasks to actually do before the event happens, and in order to, but fortunately, we're in a time loop, so we can actually do a lot of preparation and research in order to make the tasks easier for future loops.
Okay.
And the way it actually works is that in every loop, you can research each task at most once and gain some experience in the task. That will make doing the task shorter by some amount of time. So researching a task takes 1 second to research a particular task, and then to research a task, the completion time is reduced by some fixed number. So each task has a different research. Each task has a total time required to complete it, and an amount that research decreases it by d, which is at least 1 and at most the total time.
Okay.
It's some integer. And our goal is to prevent the crisis using as few time loops as possible. So research carries over from loop to loop, but completing the task does not.
I see.
Yeah. And so this problem has a lot of incorrect submissions, and we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any initial thoughts on this problem.
And my initial thought is that some sort of greedy might be working for this one, but of course
Right.
I have to.
What kind of greedy? What do you mean by a greedy?
Yeah, of
algorithm
course.
in this case?
Whenever someone says that. So let me just make sure I understand one part about the statement. It meant.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a difference between? Okay. Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
holding up the stream a little bit here, but.
Yeah.
Can you just explain the notion of research a little bit more?
So during any loop, you
Yeah.
can choose to complete tasks,
Yeah.
or you can choose to do research.
Yeah.
If you do research, it takes 1 second,
Yeah.
and then every time you choose to complete this task in the future, the amount of time it takes is decreased by d, where d is a particular number for this task.
And can I perform the research on a task more than once during a single loop?
So in each loop, it says each task can be researched at most once per loop.
Okay. Now, and one more time, just so I understand the problem statement
Yeah.
here. Is there any purpose for me completing a task in a loop I know I'm not going to finish, or I should spend all my
No, there
time
actually
doing
isn't, because you should just spend your time doing
okay.
research then.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So my first thought, which
Yeah.
I've spent some time thinking about, is of course I would greedily research the tasks that require the most time at this point, or maybe. Yeah, would I not do that because if the more tasks I have, the more effectively I can reduce the overall time.
Right.
Is what it is. So I'm thinking of this water filling approach that I want to push the maximum down as
Right.
You can only push it down one step.
Well, you're not actually. We don't actually care about pushing the maximum down. We actually care about pushing the sum down.
Right, the sum down. But if I like greedily do things like do research on the low ones and prune them off, then maybe I have fewer tokens to spend on research in the future.
Right.
Or not fewer tokens, but there's just fewer things I can spend my research points on. In the future.
Yeah, that is possible. But actually, but still, the kind of the successful. All right.
There.
Okay.
And let's see. Yes, you're back on now.
All right. It looks like we had some connection issues, but it looks like we are back now. Cool. So we were just talking about this problem. We were talking about the greedy algorithm, which is you try and do research that would save you the most time possible.
Right. Now you said you can only do it once per task, but should I be taking the top D tasks or whatever the number of
the amount of time per time is like C or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See. So should I be taking the top tasks that I can do, or is it not that simple?
So it's a little bit more complex than that, because if you take the top task, say there's one task which saves you a lot of time, but you only can run it a few times, right? Whereas there's another task that it saves you a little time it can save you a little time every day, but you can run it for a lot of days. Then you want to make sure that you're running this task every single day, because if you do the big task first, then you might run out of days to do the small task. And so that kind of becomes a bit of a complication.
Okay, so ultimately, what do we do?
Yeah, so one thing you can often do on problems like this is you can binary search on the answer. That's actually not strictly necessary, but it'll make talking about this problem a little easier.
Yeah.
So when you binary search on the answer,
okay, yes, I see.
You can decide how many days you go for, and then what's the condition? The condition is that each task can be researched at most the number of days times, and the total number of research is at most the number of days times the total time. And actually, if you satisfy both of these constraints, that's all you need. So you can do a modified version of this, and instead of just assigning the task, you just instead of assigning the task greedily, you kind of try and find the right cutoff.
Very good.
And that gives you a solution. There are a lot of off-by ones, especially since you can do research on the last day, and that's probably why a lot of these teams have incorrect submissions. I suspect it's mostly because you can do research on the last day, and so it makes the thing slightly more complicated. And if you try and include the last day, you get a little bit. It's very easy to be incorrect.
Yeah, off by ones and binary search. We know this.
But it looks like we are switching to Van B.
Van B, yeah.
Yeah.
Van
Thanks,
B's coming
everyone.
up
It's a
next.
pleasure.
All right.
All right, everybody, we've been having a terrific contest so far. Hopefully you just enjoyed that discussion of problem A with Andrew and stuff. And now we have a very special guest. We have Chief Judge Van B.
Hi.
Good to see you, Van B.
It is a pleasure to be here. I'm really glad you're doing this. I'm really glad you're spreading the word of programming contests, letting people see what's going on here. I think it's terrific for you to do this.
I appreciate that, and I also appreciate you helping me do that with coming on the stream.
Oh my goodness, I think this is a wonderful thing to do, and there's no way you would keep me away.
Well, I'm glad. So first of all, I just want to say, I told you this in the hallway because I saw him earlier, but your suit looks absolutely terrific.
Thank you very much. I always have dressed up for programming contests. I really want to give the impression to the contestants that the people in the back take the contest as seriously as they do. That's kind of the reason I do it.
And there are a lot of people in the back. You manage all of them, right?
I do not manage all of them. I manage the judges.
Okay. All right.
And there are 4 judges who are here, and there's a total of 12 judges who have worked on this problem set. But there's also the systems group and the Caddis people, and so there is a lot of folks back, and there are a lot of folks in the back that are making this happen. There's a lot. What I really want to tell people, I want to talk a bit about the judging, And I want to talk about not any particular problem, but how we put the problem set together. But first, I want to encourage everybody who's listening. If you are a contestant and you can't compete anymore and you're not involved in coaching, get involved with the judging. I have people say to me, well, I don't know if I'm good enough to be a judge. Believe me, you're good enough to be a judge. And you will learn so much more by being a judge, by working with others who know certain algorithms and can lead you along and help us to make our problem sets better. Believe me, you can definitely contribute as a judge. And we're looking for judges. We do a lot of problem sets every year. Every year we do our regionals and we do the NAC, and then last year we did the NADC, I'm sure you'll remember. And so we need a pool of problems to work with. So let me talk a little bit about what we do, how we do it.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
We start off with a call for problems, and the call for problems is months ahead, and we gather a bunch of problems. About 2 months before the contest, we're set. We've got all the problems that we're going to use. We spend 1 month evaluating the problems, and every judge evaluates as many problems as they can, how difficult the problem is, and the quality of the problem, how much they like it, how suitable they think it would be for a contest. That takes about a month. And then for a month we go to quality control. We spend a month on quality control for the problems. We select a small subset of problems that we will completely develop. In this contest, we chose 19 problems. We completely developed 19 problems.
Of the 13 problem set.
Yes. So we had some extras in case we found out at the last minute that a problem was, somebody found it, oh, somebody's used this problem before, oh, there's something about this problem that we didn't fully understand. So we fully developed 19 problems so that we could put together a set of 13. Every problem has a boss, and the boss is responsible for putting that problem together, except for the statements. I take control of the statements, and this year I had a deputy named Rachel. Rachel.
We're actually going to have her on next.
Right,
yeah.
right. Rachel is my deputy, and she took half the problems. But we do that to make sure that the problems are stated in a consistent way. But other than that, limits, submissions, we insist that every problem have solutions from 3 judges independently. So that, if one judge solves it and the other judge looks and says, oh, that's how you do it, and writes a solution, then, it's not independent. We insist on having 3 independent solutions to every problem that we use.
And why is that important?
It's important to verify the data. Nothing can ruin a contest faster than bad data.
And by bad data, you mean like the output for a particular input is just not true.
Wrong.
Yes.
It's just wrong. Yes. So we have 3 independent solutions in order to verify the data. And the boss is responsible for the input, the output, the verifier. Every problem has a validator that validates that the data conforms to the specifications in the input. And, other aspects of this thing, they don't have to do all of that, but they have to make sure it gets done. So the boss makes sure that the problem gets into a state where we can use it. And then about a week before the contest, we winnow it down to the 13 problems we think are going to be best. And those are the problems we used. So I just wanted to, let people know that there is a rather significant quality control process to make sure that the data and the problems and the problem set is up to the standards of the North America Championship.
Absolutely. And then you're also, someone, correct me if I'm wrong, but someone involved in the World Finals judging as well, right? Or not so much?
Unfortunately, I have never been.
Okay.
You get involved in the World Finals judging by submitting a problem and they choose to use it. And I've submitted problems to them in the past. They've not chosen to use them. Nowadays, as I've told you, we have a great need of problems, and we have a great need of problem writers. And so any problem I write goes into a regional or the NAC.
In particular, because you can't reuse problems. Like once a problem's used, you can't use it for any more contests.
That's exactly right. And the internet plays a big part of that because they're all out there and the teams use them to practice on.
Yeah.
So all the teams know all the problems from all the regionals for 5-10 years back.
At least the teams that have practiced all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so there are teams out there that know those problems, so we cannot reuse them. So problems have to be original every year. So, we have a great need of problems, we have a great need of problem writers, we have a great need of judges. So, I will give you my email address, I'll give you my email address, and I'm the director of judging for North America. Contact me if you'd like to be a judge. I can get you into the region that could most use your help.
Would you like us to put this on the live stream, your email address?
Yes,
I can add it to
yes,
the
yes,
comments.
yes.
All right.
Make it VanB4Biz.
Hang on.
Okay.
One of these. Okay.
Well, actually, I'll give you a different one. David.VanBrackle
And Brackle? Sorry.
at ICPC.global. That's a better one.
Is that all spellings right?
It is. Congratulations. A lot of people get my name wrong, which is surprising because it's not that hard. But
Well, yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Van B.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. I'm so happy you're doing this.
It warms my heart. For those of you who don't know, Van B also is the chief judge for the Southeast Regional, right?
And the RCD.
And the RCD. What is RCD again?
Regional Contest Director.
So the chief judge and the regional contest director.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
Yes.
And the Southeast Regional is the region that UCF competes in.
And usually does extremely well in. Yes.
UCF, yeah, for sure.
UCF is pretty dominant. Georgia Tech's been catching up with them lately. But UCF usually does extremely... I believe UCF has a history of never placing lower than third
For a large number of
since
years.
Since the 80s.
Yeah.
Since the 80s.
It's like over 30 years here.
Yes. UCF has a tremendous history in the programming contest.
And as all the competitors here have seen, if you go into our Harris Engineering Center, we have a whole bunch of banners right outside the programming team lab of like,
Yes.
first place.
Yes.
Just,
You know, I came from UCF. I don't know if you knew that. Yes.
I didn't actually.
I
Were you on the
was-
programming team back then?
I was on the team in 84 and 86. I was on the team that placed second at finals in 87. I coached for many years until I moved to Atlanta. Yes, I have quite a history here at UCF.
That is terrific. And
Yeah.
for those of you who don't know, this stream is happening at UCF.
At UCF.
UCF is the host university, and this is an unofficial live stream, but we are still here in person.
Yes.
And we got the UCF balloon colors right here. So
UCF is one of the most avid programming contest advocates out there. UCF is just nuts for programming contests, and I love it. I love that UCF is so involved with the programming contests.
And if you are a high schooler who's looking for a college to go to, consider UCF,
about it.
especially
Think about
if you're a USACO kid. UCF, we're certainly
There you go.
we'll find a team for you where you can really shine.
We're 30 minutes from Disney.
And that too, and weather's beautiful. You have palm trees everywhere.
Yep.
There's our advertising.
It's a good place. It's a good
Absolutely.
place.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Van B, for coming on.
It's a pleasure to be
really
here.
appreciate it. And yeah, good luck judging the contest.
I don't need luck. I just need a little bit of rest.
All right. Well, see you later. All right. I think next we have Rachel. Possibly. Perhaps in a minute. We'll take a look at the scoreboard here. All right. Sounds good. We'll take a look at the scoreboard and see how this is going. I haven't looked yet, but how's MIT doing? MIT's at 10. Oh boy. Oh, MIT is crushing it. All right, MIT doing terrific. Yeah, they're really popping off here. 10 problems solved. What's new? They had K, or they just got K. K was solved. No, yeah, they just got K. Yes, that's the newest thing. They just got K. All right. Well, nice job to them. University of Wisconsin-Madison. Good to see their AC on F. That's great. And then also another AC on G. I think they've moved up recently, pretty quick. We've got Waterloo, one of the only two teams solving I, in dark green. And then it looks like the four most approachable problems here are A, E, J, and M. We have not yet talked about any of those. So it might be a good time for a solution. I guess we have talked about several. We've talked about M. We've tried A. A, E, J, and M. I think we have certainly at least one other solution video that we haven't seen. let's take a look at the problems. Contact tracing GCD harmony. Let's take a look at the GCD harmony video, perhaps. All right, here we go.
Hello, my name is Bo Yu. I'm going to present the solution to the problem GCD harmony. In this problem, we have a tree of up to 5,000 nodes. Each node has an integer value in between 1 and 100. You can modify any node value to any positive integer of your choice. If you modify a node value to b, you will pay a cost of b. We'd like to determine the minimum total cost to modify the node values so that each pair of adjacent tree nodes have their values GCD greater than 1. In the first sample case, we can choose to modify 5 to 6, or we can choose to modify 5, 3, and 9, or to 2. Both solutions have a cost of 6. The key observations to solving this problem are the following. First, we can always modify all node values to 2 at a cost of 2n. Therefore, our answer will never exceed n to the fourth. Secondly, we will never choose a new node value that contains a prime factor that does not belong to any initial node value, except for 2. Because the initial node values are between 1 and 100, we will only need to consider 25 prime factors in this range. We will choose new node values that contain those prime factors. How many new node values are there in between 1 and 10 to the fourth that satisfy those requirements? There are 3,750. This is our new value space. We can formulate a dynamic programming approach based on our previous observations. Let's denote the subtree rooted at node x as Tx. If we want to make Tx GCD harmonic, and then give x a value of v. Let's denote the minimum cost to do so as gxv. Because x now has a value of v, every child y of x must have some value that works with v under the definition of GCD harmony. Let's denote fyv as the minimum total cost to modify ty so that ty itself is GCD harmonic, and then y has a value that works with v. Based on these definitions, we can see that gxv now equals to the sum of fyv, where y is a child of x, plus the cost of changing x value to v. After we computed gxt for every possible t, we will need to derive fxv from gxt. Let's consider each prime factor p that belongs to t. We will have hxp that equals to the minimum of gxt. This is the minimum total cost to make Tx GCD harmonic, plus we will have x value to contain a prime factor b. Now fxb can be derived from taking the minimum of hxp, where v is a multiple of p. These two steps can be computed in OV log v time, where v is the number of new values that we will consider. This count is 3,715. The total time complexity of the dynamic programming is going to be n times v log v.
All right, so it looks like that is the solution to problem M, was it? I forgot.
No, that wasn't
A different one entirely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we done M earlier.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, this is the tree one.
That was
the tree
GCD.
one. All right. Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody else is paying attention rather than switching here. All right. So we just had our Chief Judge Van Beet. Now we have Judge Rachel, right?
Yeah.
So it's a pleasure to have you on, Rachel.
Happy
I'll
to
give
be
you the
here.
floor, and you can take the stream wherever you'd like.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll just start with a little background on me. I started as a contestant back in my undergrad days, and I stuck around to do some coaching and now judging. even though, so I'm a new faculty member at the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, but I just can't quit ICPC. So I've really enjoyed my involvement with this organization over the last 10 years or so. And I'll just reiterate with what Van B said, and I really encourage everyone to, if you have problems, if you want to write problems, please give us problems. We will always take your problem ideas, and I'm sure the contestants would love to see fresh perspectives as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. I had not planned this part out as well as anticipated. All right, so Rachel, Van B's kind of the chief judge, so he knows definitely a lot about this. Do you want to give us a quick summary of what you usually work on in terms of setting up problems? Like how much of it is generating data, how much of it is coming up with ideas, and what other parts might people not quite immediately think of?
Right, so that first step is problem ideas. And often we find that some of our judges are really good at that step because that's just the way their brain works. And then from there we move to kind of in parallel writing solutions and generating test data. And then that almost becomes like an iterative, like someone writes a better solution, we write more test data to verify it and maybe even break it, at which point that goes into a wrong answer bucket that we can use to help set timings and more test data.
And is it pretty common for people to like try and write solutions they know are wrong just to see whether they pass?
Yeah, sometimes we do set out to, especially we try to write cheese solutions and make sure that we have test cases specifically to catch those and throw those out because we don't want to accept cheese.
Now, as a Wisconsinite, Wisconsin is known as the cheese heads, and University of Wisconsin, I think they're in like second place at the moment.
Yeah,
they're
they were doing pretty well last I looked.
Yeah, so cheese in particular, those are solutions that they might pass the data, but they shouldn't.
Right.
Like if data had all of the test cases possible.
So that's where they exploit some heuristic, or they're like, this should be approximately correct.
But it might not be actually correct.
Or they make some shortcut that makes it almost right within the time limit, but not quite. So we try really hard to make sure we include test cases to catch those cheese solutions.
And have you ever caught a cheese solution at kind of the last moment? Like a couple days before the contest, like, oh no, this passes?
Sometimes it's later than we'd like, but we usually do a pretty good job of, we know the status of all the problems at any given time, and there's always someone working on every problem.
So I don't know if you worked on this one. I think it's problem L, the one that talks about...
the triangular logs.
The logs. Was KD trees, were those considered cheese for that? Do you know?
I don't actually know.
I know not everybody works on every problem.
Yeah, I didn't work on this problem.
All right, which problem did you work on? How about we talk about that one?
I mostly worked on statements.
Okay.
I was helping Van B with statements and kind of managing things. I know I wrote a solution for tic-tac-toe. And
you were his chief deputy, right?
Right. So I've been kind of shadowing Van B to learn the job, as it were.
And so a lot of times the things you try and eliminate in statements are things where it's significantly, it could be interpreted multiple ways, ambiguous.
We try to remove ambiguity, make it as concise as we can. You know, we have to use enough words to explain the problem, and then we try to make the input description especially very concise about these are the numbers we're giving you. These are the bounds on the numbers. And
so it's important that it's concise.
Yes.
Is it important to you that the problems are unique, and they have like different ideas that haven't been seen before?
Yes, primarily we're looking for unique solutions. Like, if this requires a unique way of using, say, a segment tree or a KD tree, that's great. And then kind of the next layer is the framing or the situation of the problem.
Like the flavor text, sort of.
Right, yes, because often you can have the same problem with different skins.
And you put the best skin on it.
And the solutions would be the same, but we try to introduce variety with the skins so we have an interesting range of topics.
Sure, yeah, it makes sense. And then how important is it to you? I know some people take this very seriously, some people don't care at all. I think usually the people who are a little bit better don't care as much. How important is it to you that the types of things that the problems ask about, whether it's arrays or graphs or math stuff, that you have a good distribution of that? Is that something you take very seriously? Because I know in Code Forces rounds, you can have 4 tree problems and people don't complain.
We aim for more of a distribution, and I especially like a distribution because you never know what each particular team is going to be really good at.
And you don't want to penalize someone for not being good at one thing.
Right, so we try to avoid, if there's 5 tree problems and one team has a tree guy, that kind of puts them at an advantage that they maybe wouldn't have in a different problem set. So we aim for variety because we find that does the best job of really assessing each team's level.
Or geometry is a common example. If you have too many geometry problems, people will riot in the streets.
And I like the geometry problems.
I know, same.
So
I was the geometry man in our team. Yeah,
I don't know why they're all so afraid of cookie cutter. It's cute.
Oh man, I see some points and some lines.
Yep.
All right, has this been talked about, cookie cutter? I don't think so. Do you want to give a quick summary of cookie cutter
I can give
for
a
everybody?
brief summary. Is that you're trying to share a chocolate chip cookie with a friend, and you know where all the chocolate chips are, and you want to maximize the chocolate chips in your half, while kind of minimizing maximize the number of chocolate chips while kind of minimizing the area that they're in. So it's that you want a really dense chocolate chip cookie.
So in this case, like the bottom would have. Do the ones on the line count as yours?
Yes.
Okay, because you got it just above
So
them.
you get to cut the cookie. You get to pick which half is yours.
So you get 7 chocolate chips.
Yeah, in the smallest area possible for those 7 chocolate chips. So that's why the line is drawn through those points.
Is it your brother, your sister, your friend? Your friend only gets
your friend,
one.
yeah.
But it's justifiable because they get a large part of the
You're sharing
cookie.
the cookie. You're being generous. It's your cookie, and you're just like, that doesn't have enough chocolate chips for me.
That is some nice flavor text.
So we've seen quite a few teams miss kind of an edge case where there are only 2 chocolate chips.
Oh no.
In which case the answer is to get the smallest piece. Yeah. And we've seen teams miss that edge case. So
I mean, the square intersection part, you gotta be careful because squares are kind of circular, you know.
Yeah.
But
So there's a lot of moving parts, but I like the computational geometry. I think they're fun.
And does n squared pass here? I guess you 8 seconds on 10 to the 4, right? So it seems like it should.
I don't know off the top of my head, but
so n is the number of cookies.
N is the number of chips. Oh no, that's the side length of the cookie, and m is the number of chips in the cookie.
So n doesn't matter too much.
No, n is just kind of the bounds of the coordinate space.
N squared. Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's probably some circular sort that goes on here.
Yeah, and some sweeping. I've seen the judges' solutions vary a little bit, but I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more on that yet.
Sounds like kind of a classic geometry circular sweep. And speaking of which, we just got a submit from MIT.
They've been trying. We've been watching them, and they were getting closer.
So this is their fourth.
They had an RTE, one of those submissions, and so we were back there debugging, trying to figure out what they were doing wrong.
All right, we're gonna judge this, and then Rachel will. I think. Yeah. Do we have somebody coming right after you here?
I'm sure you have other people coming.
We have a very full schedule. I think we've got Arnav and Lewin here. Oh, they got it! Look at that, a dark green on problem B.
Well, there they go, another balloon for MIT.
And they only have 2 left.
Yeah.
They have almost 2 hours of contest left, 2 problems left, and 3 people. That's like.
Yep.
That's a lot of thinking. All right, so the question here is MIT going to solve the set? Rachel, do you want to give your hard call out live to everyone so you can say you called it?
I'll just say that as judges, we always hope that they don't.
They don't.
The set.
All right.
We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Rachel. And
it's been a pleasure.
Have a great contest.
Yeah, you too.
I won't wish you luck because you don't need it.
No.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. So MIT is going. They're crushing it. They are crushing it. Man, look at all these dark greens too. I mean, this just feels so satisfying. They show the contest where to go. It looks like L is having lots of submits. And here we go. All right, so Rachel, we've had a great judge. Before then, we had Chief Judge Van B, and now we have yet another judge. We've got Lewin.
Hello.
Welcome, Lewin. What did you say? You're gonna talk. We're good.
Oh, Zoom.
Yeah.
There's a link to Zoom for Arnav.
Are we getting Arnav on here?
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna give me a moment. You guys. Look at the contest floor here. All right, sounds good. Just a sec here.
Okay.
We have a judge remotely, and we're trying to get this judge on the line. Lewin, you can see the scoreboard here. Do you want to give us some commentary on what you think is new?
Yeah, I mean, MIT just solved B. We saw they're struggling a lot on it earlier. I expect they can probably solve the rest of the problems, probably H first, then D. D still has 0 submissions from any team, so it's pretty tricky to crack. So we'll see how they do.
All right, Arnav, are you with us here? Can you hear us?
Hey David, I can hear y'all. How are you?
Awesome. We are doing great. We're live here, and we're gonna share your screen with everybody else.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome.
Should just be me at home.
Sounds good. You're slightly bigger than us, but I think that's fine. Or I guess we can move ourselves
You
here.
can
huh?
like upscale.
Yeah, because we're not covering anybody in this case. All right. The magic of editing.
Nice. We're now the same size. roughly.
We're close. We're close. All right.
Real life editing.
Welcome.
Sweet.
So
Hey everybody.
Arnav, we got some questions for you and Lewin. So you guys, did you have like a? I know every time I make a contest, there's a betting pool on when the first problem is going to be solved. Did you guys have this?
Yeah, we tried to make one last minute, but we didn't bet on first time to solve. We bet on like problem order, like
Okay.
when people would first solve stuff.
And what did you guys think? Are there any major upsets that came unexpectedly?
Yeah, Arnav is actually winning by like 2 points. Like we're counting like number of inversions as a metric.
I see.
So
All right.
he's ahead by 2 points. I think I'm in second right now.
And-
Actually, that might have changed because Cookie Cutter just got solved, so I need to update the rankings.
Oh yeah, let me add that to our script.
Yeah.
So, would you guys think L would be a much later in contest sort of thing?
Yeah, we definitely were. I mean, I'm not too surprised that MIT solved L so fast because it is a relatively standard problem. We're just surprised it was solved so early. And I think that does affect the rest of the teams because they'll start to look at L and like read that instead of focusing on other problems which are actually probably easier and don't require like all these data structures. So that did mess up a lot of our rankings because we weren't expecting that.
You may remember this, Arnav. I'm not sure if you were part of. I think it's NAIPC. Kind of this.
Yep, I was a part of that back in 2018 and 19. Yeah.
Yeah, there was once a problem. It was called "It's a Mod World." Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if I recall correctly,
I think Lewin said that, right?
Yeah, I wrote that.
Really?
Yes.
All right. That got solved in like only a couple of minutes, like 20 minutes in, right?
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be a hard problem.
It was supposed to be kind of hard, but then I think what happened was since it got solved so early, people thought it was like brute force, and they just tried the naive solution, and that just messed the whole contest up.
We spent like combined between the three people a total of like 5 hours on it because they're like, if this team can do it in 20 minutes, we can do it. We never got it. It was a very, very poor use of time, but yeah. All right, Arnav, what is your favorite problem on the set? Do you have any problems that you wrote on the set that are very personal to you?
That's tough. I don't think any of the ones I submitted made it in, but I've worked pretty hard on setting data and providing solutions for quite a few of these. My personal favorite to solve was probably leaderboard effect or cram. I think those are my two favorite problems on this set.
So, would you mind explaining the idea to leaderboard effect to us? Because I think it might be pretty
sure.
applicable with the early solve on L.
Actually, that's again another Lewin problem. Do you want to take this one and I'll take cram?
Yeah, I can talk about leaderboard effect. So yeah, I mean this is probably my favorite problem too. I mean I like problems which are like not applicable to the real world, like they're completely like useless to everybody else, but like competitive programmers will know what it means, right? Like this is like the only scenario that comes up in competitive programming. So the problem is you're like a judge for a contest, just like us. You have some problems and you've estimated how long it takes to read, how long it takes to like code the solution, and like this probability that you like can actually solve the problems. Like the probability team will solve the problem. So
if they submit.
Yeah, if they like, or like if they know how to do it. So basically what happens is like for each team independently, they'll at the beginning of the contest they'll choose like a random problem to read. Then with that probability percentage, they can either solve it or not. And if they are able to solve it, they'll spend the next time like coding it and then actually submitting the solution. So what happens when they want to choose the next problem to read is they'll first look at the leaderboard of like all the submissions. So you can see like maybe problem A has like 2 successful submissions, problem B has like 3, and like others have 0. So basically like you kind of get a view of this scoreboard here. And the way they choose which problem to read next is weighted based on how many teams have solved that problem. So that's how you choose which one to read next.
So in this case, if you say, let's pretend you were Vanderbilt,
Yeah.
and you've already solved the last problem, you're almost certainly going to be going after problem J.
Yeah, right. Like you're much more weighted to do that if you haven't read it already. So they look at the set of unread problems, choose one at random, weighted by how many solves it has.
But perhaps like if you've read it and tried it and you've decided you can't do it, then you're going to go
then you're going to skip that
for
problem.
E instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah, most likely. So the question is like, what's the expected solve counts of all the problems? So like, what fraction of teams will like solve each problem? So like, this is a way to get like the true difficulty, like because even though like maybe one problem is easier in some sense because it has a higher solve probability, it might be actually harder to solve in some case because like there's all these other problems that are faster to read.
Yeah, you're not going to look at it. Yeah, even if it's easy. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is kind of trying to explain that effect that happens.
Hey,
so,
how are you?
That's kind of the problem. The solution, I don't know if we have time to go over that, but...
I think we might be a little short on that. Let me double check the schedule. Yeah, we might be a little short on that. But yeah, how about, Arnav, can you explain CRAM, problem C?
Yeah, absolutely. So CRAM is problem C, and it's all about compression. So the idea is you have this string, and you need to encode the string using as few bytes as possible. So you can take 1 byte to write out a character, or you can use a back reference. And a back reference just says, insert this substring that appears earlier in the string in this current position. So in the example we give you the string ABC, 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 ABC. So the text ABC repeated 4 times. And you can encode this by writing out the first 3 characters, ABC, and then a back reference, which says the first 9 characters of the string are equal to the last 9 characters of the string. And I just think this problem is cool because of this encoding scheme. You've only written out 3 characters, but you're describing the next 9 characters based off the first 9 characters. These back references can kind of overlap on themselves. And the goal of the problem is to write out a string using as few bytes as possible, assuming these back references always take exactly 3 bytes to write. I also like this problem because of the development process. I think a judge proposed it a while ago with much smaller bounds, but then working together we were able to find a solution that worked pretty quickly, and we were able to increase the bounds from like a couple hundred to 100,000. And I think this makes it a pretty interesting problem.
Sounds like it probably uses some pretty powerful string algorithms, right? Maybe some suffix tree or something like that.
It's definitely not for the faint of heart. It's definitely not for the teams who are unfamiliar with string structures. But I think if you've done your homework, this should be a pretty approachable problem. Maybe the upper end of the middle tier.
Yeah, I guess if you know what you're doing, yeah, it certainly sounds like it's possible. I think MIT's managed to do it, and they certainly have done their homework when they've got competitors of that caliber on it. All right.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us, Arnav and Lewin. I think next we can watch a solution video, which I think you made, Lewin, right?
I don't think I made this one for Leaderboard Effect.
Well, we can make it
someone else.
Yeah, solution video for Leaderboard Effect.
Yeah.
So we will check that out in just a moment here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks so much.
My name is Thomas Rokicki, and I'm going to be presenting the solution to Leaderboard Effect. In this problem, we present a scenario where contestants pick problems to read based on what the scoreboard looks like. If there's a lot of green there and they figure it's an easy problem, they choose it to read. Unfortunately, this isn't always the best strategy, but let's play an experiment. Let's see how it works out. So we present a scenario. You're given a contest that is T minutes long. Each minute is discrete. There are up to 17 problems. Each has a reading time and a coding time. And each team can only read one problem or code one problem at a time. There's no multitasking. After reading a problem, a team will know immediately whether they can solve it or not. If they can solve it, they will always attempt to do so, even if there isn't enough time left in the contest. The probability that a team can solve any particular problem is P sub I. This is true across all the teams. So the probabilities vary based on the problem, but they're exactly the same for all the teams. All teams are watching the leaderboard, and they make decisions on which problem to read next based on what they see on the leaderboard. Okay? So they take all the problems they haven't read yet, and if none of those problems have any solves on the leaderboard, then they just pick one at random. But if any of the problems do have a solve, then they pick that problem with a probability proportional to the number of solves it has on the leaderboard. So in this situation, I've got 3 problems. Problem 1 is 3 solves, problem 2 is 4 solves, and problem 3 has no solves. They will never pick problem 3. But they will pick problem 1 with probability 3/7 and problem 2 with probability 4/7. This is just a probability to read. After they're finished reading, then they'll consult the P sub I value, which gives them the probability that they'll actually be able to solve it or not. So we have a lot of teams, they're all identical, and we're looking at the limit as the number of teams increases. So instead, let's focus on one team. What is its probable histories? What is the likelihood they're in any particular state at any given time? And what we're going to do is we're going to track which problems they've read and the current time that a reading decision was made. The reason we track reading decisions, these are the transitions. We want to watch the transitions. We want to fire events based on these reading decisions, and so we need to know the probability they need to make a decision at that point, and with that set of problems already read. Example is, initially they've read no problems, and they're at state 0, time 0. Simultaneously, we're going to keep track of the probability that a particular problem has a solution posted to the leaderboard at a particular time. Okay? And this is just for a particular time. We're also going to accumulate those. So let's look at our data structures. We have 3 arrays. We have a dynamic programming array, and this tracks the probability that a team needs to make a decision as to what to read next here, based on the problems they've already read and the time that it is. At the same time, we have a PS array, the problem solved array, that gives us the fraction of teams that will solve any particular problem just given by that number at that particular time. And finally, we have a solved array, and this reflects what the scoreboard shows, and this accumulates values from the PS array to show the fraction of teams that have solved any particular problem at the current time we're evaluating. So let's look at our state transitions. So for every time we start by updating the running totals from the PS array, the problem solved array, into the solved array or the scoreboard array to show what the scoreboard actually looks like. Then for this particular time we're considering, we look at every possible problem red set. For that, we look at all possible problems that aren't in the red set. And for those, we consider the chance that a team decides to solve the problem and the chance that the team decides not to solve the problem. So for all those combination of events, we can calculate one probability. So we've got a starting probability, which we pick from the DP array for that particular time and set. We've got a probability that they decide to solve it, that's P sub I, or decide not to solve it, that's 1 minus P sub I. And we take these probabilities and we multiply them out. Oh yeah, we also have the probability they decide to read the problem, which is calculated according to the arithmetic we showed early on. So you can multiply all those probabilities and use that to accumulate values into the DP and PS arrays a little further down in time. If they decide to solve the problem, then we will update a time that is the reading time plus the solve time in the future. If they don't decide to solve the problem, we will only update the one that is reading time in the future. We will update the problem's red set, and we will just accumulate a new value in DP and possibly problem solved, and keep going forward. the final output that we print is just the accumulated values in the solved array. It's basically the scoreboard at the end of the problem. And the overall complexity is just simply the number of state transitions that we consider. So the number of states is t times 2 to the nth, and the number of states, transitions we need to consider in each one of those states is 2n. So the overall complexity is t times n times 2 to the nth. At our maximum values of 117, this works out to be about 288 million, which with these days computers, it's not very much at all. Thank you.
All right, so we interrupt your solution videos with a special announcement. MIT, the potential favorite of the contest, has just solved yet another problem. They got problem D. This is pretty huge. This means they have solved all but problem H. They just have problem H left, and they're fighting. They've got an hour and a half left, fighting to solve the set. Obviously, it's them versus the problem setters at this point. So that is huge. We'll keep you updated on that. Additionally, I have a very special guest, as promised earlier. We have Dean Michael Georgiopoulos.
Yes.
Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Dean.
Thank you for inviting me to be here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I really appreciate you being here, and we certainly appreciate UCF hosting this event, the unofficial live stream. So I understand you have a few words that you'd like to say.
Yes, a few words is yes.
And
correct.
I'll give you the floor.
Okay.
And I can come back after if you'd like.
Absolutely. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Sounds great. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll come back after.
Sure.
All right.
Very good. Well, let me start by welcoming everybody to UCF, which, as you know, is one of the largest institutions in the nation. And I would like to start by saying a few words about ICPC and NAC. As you probably know, for this year's NAC, UCF and Tech Grove are the hosts of this particular competition that has invited around 50 teams from all over North America to compete for a spot in the ICPC World Finals. I'm sure you all know, but I'm going to repeat some of the things that are, in my mind, indicative of the quality of the programmers that we have here over the last 3 or 4 days on our campus. As you know, the ICPC is a competition in programming that involves teams of 3 from a variety of institutions around North America. And in essence, it showcases the real challenging problems, skills that these students have, the opportunity, and also their skills in collaborating, being creative and innovative, and performing under pressure. And I know that there are 8 ICPC championships around the world. NAC is one of them, and as far as North America is concerned, I think they have 11 regional contests and 4 divisions within North America. As far as I know, I have been asking Jeff Donahoe a number of times. There are 2,500 teams that compete for a spot in the NAC. So to me, the way I see it is when you are one of the 50 teams out of the 2,500 that compete in the NAC, this is a great honor for the team, obviously, their coaches and the institution that they represent. So I want to congratulate all the teams that have made it to the North America competition 2022 in Orlando. So let me also talk about a little bit about UCF and Tech Grove, who are, as I mentioned, the hosts of this particular NAC 2022. As I mentioned before, UCF is one of the largest institutions in the nation with 70,000 students. The College of Engineering and Computer Science is one of the largest engineering and computer sciences colleges around the nation, with 11,000 undergraduate students and around 2,000 graduate students. So I would consider the UCF programming team as one of the pockets of excellence, as I quite often mention of our students within our College of Engineering and Computer Science. And this is one of the many pockets of excellence, student pocket of excellence that we have within our College of Engineering and Computer Science. The other thing that I would like to mention that is relevant to the quality of the students that we are hosting here in the NAC 2022 is that UCF is also an institution that has a good number of areas of research strength that could benefit from students that have good programming skills and they are participating in the NAC. Some of the areas of strengths that we have here in our institution and within our College of Engineering and Computer Science are the ones that you would probably suspect. AI and machine learning is one area of strength, computer vision, cybersecurity and privacy, smart cities and transportation technology, power systems and smart grid, to mention only a few. As far as the Tech Grove is concerned, which is one of the other hosts of this NAC 2022, this is an innovation center that was created in our adjacent research park, and it's one of the only, if I'm not mistaken, innovation centers that has a strong interest to emphasize, encourage, and foster innovative ideas related to modeling, simulation, training, and human performance. A few more words about our sponsors for the NAC. As you probably know, these extensive and complex events like the NAC are not able to put in place without strong sponsorship from a number of sponsors. I would like to thank the National Security Agency. It's one of our sponsors, the DoD STEM, the National Center for Simulation, and NSIN, which is the National Security Innovation Network. These are four of our sponsors that they have provided not only financial but also human support for the success of the NAC 2022. Actually, a comment that I want to make about the NSA, the National Security Agency, is that they have been the sponsor of NAC for 3 years in a row. They started back in 2020 when NAC was held at Georgia Tech, and they continued with supporting NAC in 2021, which, as you know, was held virtually, as well as 2022 that is being held in Orlando the last 3 or 4 days. So let me talk a little bit about NAC 2022, because I know a lot of you think of NAC 2022 as the competition that is happening today over the last from 10 to 3, but a lot of other activities are happening within this 4-day event that we are hosting here at UCF. Some of these activities involve training that is conducted during this 4-day period. We have brought in some of the best trainers in North America.
Yeah, like we did have Zach earlier.
Absolutely.
He was one of the trainers. Yeah, and then Richard as well.
Yeah, and Richard, who was at Georgia Tech, now he's at the University of Waterloo, and they had 4 different training sessions over the first couple of days of the NAC, and they trained the students in problems that would make them more competitive and how best to work under pressure. In addition to that, we had the National Security Agency has sponsored an NSA challenge that was held in one of the days that we had here, and this was very exciting for the students. But most importantly, the way I see it is that NAC is a unique opportunity for some of the best programming teams in North America to come together at one spot, interact with each other, talk to each other, mention a good number of things relate to their academics, and also other things that they do besides their academics, and this is a great opportunity to do that is not usually happening throughout the year. And I think it's also important for the coaches of these North America programming teams to come together and talk to each other and exchange ideas and best strategies, and I think this is a unique opportunity that NAC offers to both students and coaches. So a few other things, and these are my last comments. When somebody asks me what is the future of NAC, I think it's a bright future. It's a great idea that it started 3 years ago to bring the best of the programming teams in North America to compete for a spot in the World Finals. And I see this as an opportunity, as I mentioned, for the coaches and the students to come together from all over US and Canada. But things do not stop there. What we are planning to do over the next year or so, in addition to the regionals that are coming in the fall, perhaps spring of fall 2022, spring 2023, is that we are planning to hold online career fairs in the fall of 2022 and the spring of 2023, where our goal is to bring the vast majority of the students that are involved in the ICPC competition. So you can imagine an online career fair where you bring maybe 1,000, 2,000 students that are going to interact with some of the sponsors that we have here in the NAC 2022, and hopefully some other companies that might see the value of connecting with some of the best programmers in the US and Canada. So last few words, I would like to thank everybody that helped us make this NAC 2022 a reality. Obviously, a lot of staff members from the College of Engineering and Computer Science, the ICPC staff, that have been a great help to us. But also, I would like to thank one more time our sponsors, the NSA, the DoD STEM, NCS, and lastly, I will also want to thank BEPC. BEPC is a member of the Board of Trustees, has been a tremendous advocate of enlarging the quantity and quality of interest in computing, and she was the one who, in my mind, has made sure that the NAC comes to fruition in 2020 and in the years to come. So with these last words, I think I have covered all the areas that I wanted to emphasize about NAC 2022, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you so much, Dean. Yeah, one of the things I just noticed in particular that really struck home was you mentioned how it's like a great place for a bunch of teams to come together. And yesterday you were at the Celeste Hotel, and we saw you there and talked to you. And I'm not sure if you saw it, but a lot of the competitors were doing this lockout competition, and that's something that like they just never would have had an opportunity to do without something like NAC happening. And it's a great place to meet new friends and stuff. I heard one of the competitors kind of jokingly called it like similar to speed dating, because you get to meet all of these other people and you interact with them. You know exactly what to talk about, and it's a great time. So I want to thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely, absolutely, my pleasure. And thank you for doing that. This is a great opportunity to showcase and communicate the importance of NAC to a wider audience. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, thank you so much, and I very much appreciate your speech and everything you did here.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Awesome. All right.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. You too. All right, we have a awesome guest, special guest, coming in just a minute. But before then, actually, if you want to join Arup, you can come join. We have an awesome announcement here. Things have just gotten super exciting on the scoreboard, so you can co-commentate that with me. But here's what's going on. There has been an epic battle for second place. Before, we had Swarthmore, this is Geothermal's team. They had just solved problem F. They just got an AC on F on the second try. This put them from 7 problems to 8 problems, so they got back into second place. Then UW-Madison just also solved problem C. They just solved problem C. And then they, just on penalty points, they were beating Swarthmore just on top of that. And now they just got problem I as well, yeah. So they're really crushing it. So Swarthmore, that's geothermal. Interestingly, geothermal is not actually a computer science major. So he's very active.
That's
I know,
crazy.
right?
I never knew that.
Yeah. He's very active on code forces and stuff. He's a super good programmer. But yeah, he's actually studying mathematics.
Oh wow.
And he plans to use it for economics.
Fascinating.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. Would have never known.
I met him in an in-person competition in Texas years ago, back when he was still at Purple. So he's a great friend of mine, and he's doing lots there. Also, for Swarthmore, team currently in 3rd place, all 3 of their team members have been on the same team for 3 years in a row.
3 years.
So this is their 3rd NAC with the same 3 people. And this almost never happens, especially for teams that are this good.
Yeah.
Because if you do well in NAC, you're going to go to World Finals.
Right. And then 2 World Finals, and you can't compete anymore.
Exactly. You're only allowed 2 World Finals.
Right. Yeah.
But what happened was last year there was a clause where if you competed in World Finals virtually, it was a different contest. So it didn't burn up one of your World Finals.
Eligibility. So they didn't go to Russia.
So they didn't go to Moscow.
Yeah. Okay.
And so they still have their 3rd
one more year of Oh, neat. Okay.
And it's the same 3 members.
That's
who
pretty
have
cool.
Done it all 3 times. Yeah.
Neat.
So never would have guessed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I've talked about Wisconsin before, but you actually taught at Wisconsin, right?
I did, kind of. I went to Wisconsin as
UW-Madison, the team in 2nd place, right?
Well, you know what's crazy? My 2 alumni, the 2 schools I attended were MIT and UW, so it's really fun. I don't think I've ever seen both schools
MIT
at 1 and 2.
and UW. Yes.
Now, did I contribute to their success? No, but I went there.
But it's at UCF.
Yeah.
I'm sure in some part it's hard to measure, but you have certainly contributed to the fact that it's happening at UCF. I mean, helped UCF programming team, and that's
so it's nice to see everyone here. It's awesome that everyone's here. Get to see a lot of the coaches that I know. So it doesn't happen very often. Obviously, with COVID, we didn't get to see anyone for a couple of years. So,
and then we're going to go down the scoreboard just a bit here because there's something I want to mention. MIT. No, not MIT. MSOE. Milwaukee. They're also in Wisconsin, and they got a submission pending right now. So we're going to see. Looks like it's a wrong answer. But fun fact: the Milwaukee School of Engineering team, they have 2/3 of their team use only Kotlin.
No way. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Their team name, it doesn't show up here, but
Yeah.
their team name is the Kotlin-nauts. Kotlin-nauts. Kotlin-nauts?
Colonauts, like
Hang on.
astronauts, but Kotlin,
Yes,
like
exactly.
astronauts.
That's the fun.
Yeah. Nice.
So, and so if anyone here is a Kotlin hero, I think it's got to be them. They win the prize.
absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, well, let's go to We kind of skipped ahead. The scoreboard is super exciting.
It is absolutely.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it here. We'll have it up in case we show just us, but we'll have it up for a bit.
Yeah, sure.
And if MIT has a submit on H, we will stop
obviously-
everything.
Yes.
And look
See
at
what
happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, or if something interesting happens,
Yeah.
we'll pause. But okay, so this is Arup Guha. Arup was my coach for all 3 years that I was at UCF.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And so we know a lot about each other. I'd say we're good friends.
Yep.
And yeah, I just wanted to have him on because he's a terrific guy.
Well, thanks for having me, David.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing this. I know that this wasn't initially planned, and it's pretty awesome how it's come together. I've just been watching outside, so took a little break for lunch. But you've been doing a great job. So, and I think it's great for the ICPC community to have the various guests that you've had to kind of let people know, particularly high school students and college students who want to get into this, like kind of what's going on in the back end. It's kind of interesting. I've learned some stuff too, even though I've been doing this for like 20 years.
Yeah.
So pretty cool.
The crash you just heard was just one of our helium tanks for these. Everything's all right. All right.
We're
everything was heard. Awesome. So okay, a couple of questions, Ruth. So you coached me.
Yes.
And one of the things I remember you did during your first year was this exercise incentive idea program sort of thing. Now, the people that were involved in this were all programming team members. So this is all within,
only programming team kids.
This isn't like UCF in general.
No. Yeah.
And we had several sports that we did.
Yes.
We had different groups that did different sports.
Yeah.
I'm a big runner. I enjoy running. So I started a group that was the UCF programming team running club.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was great.
We did a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And there were a bunch of other ones.
Yeah, there was rock climbing.
There was a rock climbing one.
A tennis one. They weren't quite as active, but they went out.
Yeah. Charles did some stuff. Yeah.
And
you played tennis with them too, right?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah.
And there was the juggling one. I don't know if that was.
I don't remember. Yeah. But there, 3 or 4 groups that were athletic. Now, I don't know if you know why I started that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to talk about. So I have a brief idea, but I'm sure everyone would love to hear.
Yeah. So that year, I believe, was fall of 2018. And so the team from UCF that went to World Finals.
CMU just got G.
Oh.
But moved them up into 4th. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
Please continue.
Yes. So the year before, UCF had a very strong team. We had 3 members, Tim Bazzelli and Alex Coleman, who had been to World Finals the year before. And in fact, that first time at World Finals, they finished first of the United States teams at World Finals. And the third team member, Eric Lee, sorry, I don't know why I said Lee, joined that team for their second visit in Beijing. And so that was kind of probably my proudest moment coaching as UCF in the modern kind of incarnation of the contest was able to medal, right? So that team got a bronze medal in China, and I was super proud of them. They did an amazing job. Now, shortly after that, Eric, I kid you not, so this is, a college student, not, someone who's 50 years old, actually had a heart attack. And he's fine. He's fine. He, went to the ER. They, did whatever they needed to do. He had to change his diet. And so this really got me to thinking, these 3 individuals, they work so hard, right? But their working hard was just sitting at a computer, not moving for hours on end. And then, of course, you know how programmers are, pizza.
Mountain Dew, Red Bull. Yeah.
Right. So if you think about the eating habits, you think about the lack of activity, I was really concerned for the health of our team members, right? So 2 things. A, I was concerned for the health. And B, it's really important to bond just outside of, I know earlier you were talking about teamwork. And I don't know if it was Bill Poucher or who it was sharing a story of like ex-world finalists getting together and fighting over the keyboard or something.
Exactly,
right? Showing like the lack of teamwork. But one of the things that makes it better is if you do something like running together or tennis together, well, you know each other's personalities, you get along better, and you'll know when someone's upset that they're hogging the keyboard. Like that give and take just naturally comes from hanging out.
You can feel it. You can feel they're like a little unhappy with you, even if they're not yelling at you.
Exactly. And you're like, hey, what's going on? You know, and then you can start the conversation and whatnot. And so this was kind of my idea. I'm like, we got to do something so kids are active. I don't want to have my team doing well and then having serious health issues when they're 25.
But it's so much more useful when it's something that the kids are running. Because if you go and say, like, everybody do 20 push-ups, it's like, no one's going to like that. Yeah. But if you're like, let's do this,
right,
and then people actually start doing it, that's awesome, man.
Right, yeah, and part of it was like, look, I don't have the bandwidth. I teach full-time here at UCF. I've got 2 kids at home. I don't have the bandwidth to be the one who's out, like, running with everybody. But yeah, I came up with the idea, and I said, hey, if you all want to lead a club, let me know, and then we'll get that started. So.
And since then, is it fair to say that no future World Finalists have had heart attack?
No, that's correct. No one else has.
So it is correct.
That is correct. Yes, yes.
Good. So 100% success rate.
Yeah, so far.
Also, I think I told you this, but the UCF programming team running club, we trained for like the whole year and everything, and at the end of the year, we ran from UCF to basically to the ocean.
Oh my gosh! All the way to like the Cocoa Beach area, or which direction?
The closest one. So what is that? East? We ran east.
Yes, Cocoa.
People are probably bringing up a map right now.
Right.
So we went to like the first. We didn't go all the way to the ocean, but we went to like this like lake thing.
Okay.
And it's almost exactly a marathon. It's almost exactly 26.2 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. So we did that, and then Brett and I, we did that. It was a lot of running by the road, but it was fun. It was awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's like a great thing that came out of
absolutely.
UCF
and it's something that you can
stuff.
keep afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So you can do that after college for a long time. Actually, I still run. Not marathons, but I run about 2-3 miles every morning. So
honestly, same. And for those of you who are here and are competitive programmers, can I just say that, especially if you're in North America and kind of so early in the morning, going for a run is a great way to wake up for them.
Yes.
Because if you're up at 7 a.m., we got some audio back. There we go. We got some audio meeting. That's the contest floor. You can see it's getting fixed. But great way to wake up, especially if you've contested at 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it gets the adrenaline going.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, all right, next thing. So every year, Arup, you give us an inspirational speech.
I try.
Yeah, and they are absolutely terrific. Honestly, of all of the people who have given like speeches to me, yours are the most inspirational. Some of the ones I remember, I might be missing some.
Okay.
We had the one about the turtle, or the tortoise.
The tor hare.
And the hare.
Yeah.
And the tor hare. Yeah. That was a fantastic one. We had discipline and properly directed effort maximize talent, and that's written on shirts everywhere. The whole UCF programming team has. And there are other ones too. Of all of those, which one was, I think, most meaningful to you? Which one was your favorite?
Probably the tor hare one.
The tor hare one?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll give you a chance to explain it. I don't want to steal your thunder here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So that year, and I think that was the year I was coaching not the China team, but the team before it that went to South Dakota. And they were very fast, right? So they got out of the gate fast, and they got the easy questions, got on the computer, and and I wanted them not to lose that, right? So you don't want teams to be too cautious, right? So sometimes people are like, oh, I'm not sure if I know how to do this. Let me think about it. Let me make 20 test cases, right? So sometimes it's good to make test data. Now, my regular students that I teach in my UCF classes, it's really hard to get them to make any test data except for the sample, right? But but there's limits, right? So on the other hand, for some of the harder problems, if you use your first instinct on a really hard problem and you start typing and you create all this framework, it's only later you realize that the framework is bad.
And it's not so much getting the 20-point penalty, it's the fact that you just invested 2 hours into something that's just wrong.
Exactly.
So your 2 hours of terminal time, 2 hours of your time is just gone.
Right. So there are times in a programming contest you have to be like the hare and go fast, but there are times where you have to be slow and steady, like the tortoise. And so essentially that lecture was about how do we blend these things? How can we be cautious when we need to be cautious and thoughtful when we need to on the harder problems, but not lose that natural instinct to go fast on the easy problems. And so my favorite part, and I have to say, I can't take credit for this, I didn't do it, but I'm really bad with the graphics programs, like manipulating images. But I have a brother who's 12 years younger. He's an architect, and on the side, he always plays around with Photoshop and stuff like that. So I told my brother the idea for the lecture, and so my brother built me the Tor hair. So I don't know where it is anymore. I do have a PowerPoint back in my office. But so my brother built this animal that really looks like what would happen if a tortoise and a hare had a kid.
It was pretty hilarious. I really wish I had it because I'd show up, but unfortunately, not quite a thing. Yeah. One of the things you said during that speech, which I still remember because everyone cracked up after you said it, was, you don't want to be the tortoise and spend, 20 minutes trying to test your fast scanner.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be the hare who spends 2 hours debugging a problem that isn't in the set. So I was like, that's true. Yeah.
That's the worst. And that's happened to teams that I coach, where they read the problem so fast, right? Like the hare, and they're like, oh, I know how to do this. They spent ton of time typing it, and they don't even realize until they run it on this sample that they're solving the wrong problem.
The problem has something different.
Right.
It's
It's not even in the set. Exactly.
So, all right, you've been a UCF coach for how many years?
Almost 20 years. Yeah, I started in 2003, so I guess we're embarking on the 20th year.
So that's almost as old as I've been alive.
I guess so.
Almost. Not quite, but certainly older than some of our viewers have, I can tell you that. So, in all of those years, UCF has won regionals a lot.
A lot of times, yeah.
And we have a whole bunch of banners all across this. So, some of these other teams, probably lots of teams, they have some good teams, some good people, they'll have some really good teams. MIT always has great students.
Yeah.
But even last year they didn't win.
Right.
So, what is it that UCF does? Especially when I don't think we're known for having like college kids aren't like, I want to go to UCF when they grow up often. In Florida they probably are, but it's not a super famous university.
Right.
So what do we do often to make sure that we are always either winning regionals or close second?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
I think it's the culture, right? So a couple things. So when I first started coaching, right, we had practices every Saturday. And one thing that we're very fortunate about at UCF is that we have, almost since the beginning of when I've coached, we've always had at least 5 or 6 coaches that have been working with the team, right? So a lot of the teams only have one coach, and we're just volunteers, just like all the other coaches. But our head coach, Dr. Ruji, and I don't exactly know what year he started, but probably the early 90s, he's so good at finding faculty members and ex-team members and saying, hey, we're having a local programming contest. If you want to write a problem, we'll get your problem in there so everyone can get their favorite flavor text. So he gets you in. He says great things to you. He says, oh, I love your problem. You did such a great job. So the main guy, Dr. Ruji, he is a master of keeping everybody happy, right? So he constantly thanks the coaches. And he's really good at figuring out what they do well and then allowing them the freedom to do that, right? So Glenn Martin, who is each team, because we do have 5 or 6 coaches, each team, as you had mentioned before, gets an individual coach.
And when we say team, we don't mean the UCF programming team of roughly 30 competitors. We mean the team of 3
Each
individuals.
team of 3. So we'll have about, anywhere from 8 to 12 teams of 3, and we'll assign one of the 5 or 6 individuals to each team, and so that way, at least one coach, with 30 kids on the team and so many coaches, everyone can't get to know everyone well. But this guarantees that one coach is really following the progress of one team of students and allowing them to gel together as a team and helping them do so.
One thing Dr. Ruji says all the time is, combined among all coaches, if you sum together the amount of time they've been on the team, it's over 100 years.
Oh yeah, it's quite a bit more than that by now.
Well over a century. Of experience combined.
Total. Yeah. So, and I think part of the trick is that anytime he sees someone show a little interest, he says, "Oh, you can volunteer if you'd like. You can be a part of this." And it's really fun to be part of this community, right? So you meet these students who are excited. You have other coaches that are excited. They fill you in on what's gone on in the past years. And then, even though you're not getting paid, it's so much fun. It's like, this is what I make my free time for.
Exactly, yeah.
So.
Get up to your Code Forces contest and be good just like everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and the funny thing is the way he got me, since if we have time.
We do.
Okay, yeah, so, I actually didn't do any programming contests in college. In high school, I did a bunch of math, the AMC, AIME, USAMO. So I like contests, but in college, I didn't do any contests at all. I was at MIT, and I was like, there are kids that are way better than me, so there's no point in me even trying out or anything. So I just did my usual thing, undergrad, grad school. And when I started at UCF, I saw a flyer. It said, programming contest. And I was like, I think in high school I did one. Actually, the one that UCF hosts, I did that. But I was like, it might be kind of fun to go. So I just went, kind of as a nondescript guest. And, I did some problems. And at the end of the contest, and of course, they knew I was faculty. They knew I was older than some of the people there. I had gotten this 3D geometry problem. And so the coaches approached me like, how'd you get that? It's very nice. I think only one other student had solved it. And I said, I actually teach, intersection of planes in my high school math class. It's on the syllabus. I teach it. So I just took what I do by paper and I translated it to code. I mean, that's what I did. And so the coach was like, that's great. Well, you know what? We're having this local programming contest and we would love, we allow any faculty, if they want, to write a problem for it. And so, and I was, at the time, I was teaching Floyd Warshall's algorithm in one of my classes. So I thought, I can make a problem about Floyd's. So I made this problem about, like, stopping for gas, but you couldn't stop too many times, I'm sure you guys, some of you have seen that sort of thing. But anyway, the coach was like, we love your problem. And they say, why don't you coach with us? And I said, sure. And I've been doing it ever since. So I think building, I think it takes one really dedicated person like Dr. Aruji to look around for the people who might be open to volunteering. And then once you get that culture going, I think it takes maybe getting 4 or 5 kids who are really excited in it, and then they're going to bring in their friends. I think that's what happens at UCF is we have enough students that are really into it.
And a place for them to practice, too. They go to the programming team lab, they spend lots of time together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, funny story if I can share. So Alex Coleman, who was one of our best team members, the one on that same team that went to South Dakota and China and medaled.
Yeah, I call him Master Coleman.
Master Coleman.
When you assigned everybody like mentors, he was my mentor, so he's Master Coleman.
Yes, Master Coleman. He hadn't ever done a programming contest, and he had only done his AP class in high school, and his roommate was already on the team. And his roommate said, Alex, and it's only a freshman year, hey, there's this programming contest that's really cool, you're computer science like me, why don't you come? And the roommate said, well, first thing you have to do is you got to read the input. And Alex was like, well, what are you talking about? All I've done is written methods where the input's already passed in. I don't. So kid you not, his roommate taught him how to use a regular scanner, not even a fast scanner, a regular.
Scanners, for those who use C++, they're like CN, it's like how to read input from the console.
How to read it for Java. A lot of now we have more C++ students at UCF, but in those days it was about 90% of our students did Java. So anyway, freshman year, his sophomore roommate shows him, hey, this is how you use a scanner, which normally, in most classes you learn on day one, like how to read an input, right?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, the way Alex's teacher taught it in high school
wasn't important.
Wasn't part of it. And so, kid you not, a week later, Alex goes to the local contest and beats his roommate.
That's awesome.
Yeah. After learning, he just needed to learn how to read the input in.
It kind of reminds you of the story when Tourist was like 7 or whatever, and no one had ever taught him how buoyancy worked, and someone gave him a buoyancy question, he just derived it himself.
Oh my god! I've got a 9-year-old at home, and I can't even comprehend.
Yeah, I think he was like
kid of that age.
Yeah, it was very young.
It's crazy. Yeah.
All right, so G is getting a whole bunch of solves, and we have a submit on B, but the scoreboard is now officially frozen. So starting 20 seconds ago, we will not see what any more of these submits are. And in this live stream, we won't know. So we can think about it maybe optimistically, like if Swarthmore got problem B, then they're going to be in second place.
Right.
Also, they've already had 4 wrong answers on it before, or incorrect submissions before.
Right.
So
If they don't submit again, then that means
If they don't submit for the next hour, it
then
means
that
there's a
probably
good chance
means
they got
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or at least decided they were totally wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got it. Oh, they
got
submitted
it.
just before
just
the
before
freeze.
the actual submission was
Look at
before
that.
the freeze.
Oh man.
Oh wow. Well, I guess we found out.
All right. Well, so here's the
Yeah.
scoreboard when it's frozen.
Okay.
Lots of teams are solving G, so we're gonna show the solution video to problem G here in just a sec. This is a mountain that I climbed once, in case you're wondering. G is rafting trip, right? Well, here's the rafting trip solution.
I think it is G.
Hello, my name is Owen Yu, and I will present the solution to the problem rafting trip. In this problem, we are given an R times C grid that represents some rafting terrain. Each cell in the grid is a river flowing in one of the 4 directions or some land. Then cells may contain sightseeing. You will start a rafting trip from any river cell of your choice. Your raft will follow the river.
I would just walk it all the way out of
adjacent sightseeing spots along the trip. Note that each sightseeing spot can only be visited.
You want me to take it apart?
Even if your raft passes by the same sightseeing spot multiple times, you shall count it only once. We'd like to determine the max number of sightseeing spots that you can visit in one single rafting trip. The constraints here are R and C are up to 500. Because of the constraint, we cannot afford simulating our rafting trip from each possible starting cell, because this will be too slow and take R squared C squared time. We will model the grid as a graph. The graph knows our river cells. There's an edge between 2 river cells if one of the river cells flows into the other one. Because each node has exactly one outgoing edge here, the graph is essentially a forest, with an exception that the tree roots can sometimes be cycles. We will consider each cycle a supernode. This is also sometimes called node contraction.
I think the stream is showing
in the slide illustration, we will see a single node with the cycle.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for watching. Here's the real video.
And I will present the solution to the problem rafting. In this problem, we are given an R times C grid that represents some rafting terrain. Each cell in the grid is either river flowing in one of the 4 directions or some land. Then cells may contain sightseeing spots. You will start a rafting trip from any river cell of your choice. Your raft will follow the river and you can visit adjacent sightseeing spots along the trip. Note that each sightseeing spot can only be visited at most once. Even if your raft passes by the same sightseeing spot multiple times, you shall count it only once. We'd like to determine the max number of sightseeing spots that you can visit in one single rafting trip. The constraints here are R and C are up to 500. Because of the constraint, we cannot afford simulating our rafting trip from each possible starting cell, because this will be too slow and take R squared C squared time. We will model the grid as a graph. The graph knows our river cells. There's an edge between 2 river cells if one of the river cells flows into the other. Because each node has exactly one outgoing edge here, the graph is essentially a forest, with an exception that the tree roots can sometimes be cycles. We will consider each cycle a supernode. This is also sometimes called node contraction. In the slide illustration, we will see a single tree with a cycle root. The cycle root, marked by the green rectangle, has 4 nodes in a cycle. If we have a regular tree, the problem can be solved in linear time by running DFS from the tree root along reverse edges. We can keep track of which set of sightseeing spots have been visited so far in our DFS. For a tree with a cycle root, we just need a minor modification. We will attribute every cycle node's adjacent sightseeing spots to their corresponding cycle root. The other part of the DFS remains exactly the same as the DFS on a regular tree. Let's summarize the solution here. First, we must identify all the cycles and build the Boris graph. Cycle finding can be done either using DFS or topological sort. After we build the graph, we will run DFS from each tree root. This can be either a regular tree root or a cycle root. In our DFS, we can use a hash map to keep track of all the visited sightseeing spots. If a sightseeing spot is no longer adjacent to any node in the DFS path, we can remove it from the hash map. The total time and space complexity will be both O R times C. There can be a slightly different way to run the DFS here. Instead of storing all the sightseeing spots, we can store our DFS ancestors instead. If we take a look at the example shown in the slide, suppose we are at the orange node, and we are adjacent to this sightseeing spot. We would like to know if this spot has been visited by any of our DFS ancestors before. If so, we should not count it again. So, we will store all the DFS ancestors from the green DFS route to our current node in the hash map. And then we will check if any of the red cell is actually among them. This approach has essentially the same time and space complexity as our previous approach.
All right, so welcome back. This
Thank
is
you.
us.
Yes.
Yes. For those of you who got to look behind the curtain, you will know that this technical issues happen, and here we go. We live and we work through them. And now we're symmetric again. Okay. All right. This is Arup Guha. This looks bad. Okay. There we go. Boom. There you go. Welcome back, Arup.
Thank you.
Welcome back. All right. So, yeah, you are a very avid reader.
I like to read, yes, absolutely.
You've got like a big list of books you've written.
Yeah.
Or read, right?
Read, yeah, not written, read.
Yeah. Of the books you've read, or of the ones you haven't,
Yeah.
what book would you recommend to our audience here?
Oh,
If you had to pick one.
gosh. I don't remember the title of it, but there is a book that's like The Science of Competition.
Okay.
And I don't remember.
You think that's the
Poe
title?
Bronson, something like that.
Okay.
Poe Bronson, I'm almost positive, was the author. But yeah, so the book is basically about, why some people like competing, or what are the optimal conditions under which some people compete. And,
Like
obviously,
when you do the best.
Yeah, like you individually. And it's interesting, some people do well when they're very calm, right? So you maybe do some yoga a little bit before. But other people need to get hyped up. And some people just get nervous, right? So some people actually do their best if they throw up in the bathroom right before the contest. Which
if they have the adrenaline and stuff?
Yeah. So one of the things the book talks about is you have to figure out what your personality is and then prepare consistently. And it's really interesting because it goes into maybe some taboo subjects of why do we tend to see certain types of outcomes in certain competitions, and it tries to actually study them scientifically. And I thought, and I thought it was really interesting. Like certain types of people tend to do better in short competitions. Other people do better in research type, longer
stuff. Yeah.
competitions.
They have there are certain, I think, code chef contests that are weekend long.
Okay.
You get the whole weekend.
Yeah.
So it's you actually have to sleep in the contest.
Right. So you got to
yeah.
figure out that, and maybe your personality works better for that. Well, and kind of funny along those lines, even within programming competitions, I found, I'm pretty average, but I found that depending on the rules in the contest, I am relative to others either better or worse. So for example, yesterday, as was the first time I ever did a lockout.
Yeah.
And have you explained that to the guests?
We talked about lockout a bit with Andrew. For those of you who haven't heard, it's you get 5 problems. They're worth 100 points through 500 points on even increments. And when one person solves a problem, the other person can't. So a side effect of this point schedule is that as soon as you get, 800 points.
Right, because 1,500 divided by
1,500 over 2 ceiling, then you win.
Yeah.
So it's very quick. It takes usually about 20 minutes. You gotta solve 2 or 3 or maybe 4 problems in order to win. Probably not 4, but because you have 2, 3, 400, then you win.
Yeah.
But it's a very interesting type of contest, an interesting format.
Right. Yeah. So in the end,
this was your first one yesterday.
First one, 45 minutes. You got 5 problems, right? And then the lockout idea that once someone solves it, if you've devoted time to it, that time's wasted.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, and I did terrible. You know, I feel like, you know, I look at the problems themselves, I look at what I could have done, right? And I look at how I actually did, and I was horrible.
So,
Yeah.
not to embarrass you at all, Arup,
Yeah.
here, but for context, it was some of the things Arup did were kind of funny. you don't use an IDE.
No.
So he was writing code in Notepad,
Yeah.
which, I mean, is fine if, like, you're good and it's not a tight schedule thing.
Yeah.
But for tight schedule thing, it is... and then he was clicking File, and then clicking
Yeah, I don't know
both
any
the
of the
File
short
button
keys.
and the Save button. Not even clicking the Save button.
No, yeah, I don't know any of the short keys. Yeah.
So afterwards, I'm like, Arup, there's a button for this if you really want to
Yeah,
play.
you showed me, yeah.
But, like, so you can save a bunch of this time if you use, like, an IDE.
Right,
But,
sure.
But, yeah.
So anyways, I was horrible in that format. If I do a practice with our team, I end up usually, you know, we have, you know, about 10 teams. I usually end up like around 4th or 5th place. Like as a
good.
team. Yeah, you know,
I
right,
mean,
you know. So
one person versus 3, right?
No, well, like, I mean, if I had a team, 2 other
if you had a team,
people.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You know, like that are about as good as I am or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? And then, but, you know, and then that's like a regular 5-hour ICPC style contest. And then the format that I do best in is something like CodeJam. Right, so CodeJam, you know, it's either 3 or 4 problems, and they're partial.
Or Hacker Cup, same format.
Yeah. So, it's oddly enough, for like CodeJam, somehow, for some reason, I do a little bit better, right? Because I'm pretty good at deciding early on whether or not I'll get the large, and then I commit my resources, and no one's locking me out.
Yeah.
And 2.5 hours is enough for me to focus on, you know, 3 problems or whatever. And so, like, relative to others, I do way better in that format. I don't know why. I just do.
I've heard Geothermal, actually, from Swarthmore, second place at the moment. He said he really liked part of it was like the problem writing style. Like in Hacker Cup, he said he thought similar to the way the Hacker Cup authors did, so he was able to like come up with solutions to the problems more reasonably, I guess, more consistently. So yeah, that was like an interesting thing too. But yeah, the style certainly matters quite a bit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like, you know, because like some, you know, the reason I don't do as well in the ICPC sets is like everyone's got their hack pack with tons of stuff.
Yeah.
And I just don't know some of the hack pack stuff. It's funny because I teach it and I know what you're supposed to know, but I don't know it. I haven't coded it. Yeah. And then as you've mentioned, the stuff that's really fast, I'm terrible at because of all this stuff that I don't optimize. And then it like, you know, like CodeJam is just kind of that in the middle where my slowness doesn't matter as much or whatever.
All right. Let's take a look back at the scoreboard here, Arup. So, question: how do you think the UCF team is going to do?
Well, I am hopeful. You know, I'd like to see them, you know, move up the score a little bit, right? Like this, obviously, in terms of what our expectations are here at UCF. You know, we're doing okay. And this team last year they were named Slow Cooker. All our teams are named after a theme, and last year the theme was
household appliances.
Household appliances, yeah. And this year they're Iris. But
named after flowers.
Flowers. Yes. And what's interesting about this team is that they, like Slow Cooker, they have a slow start, the stuff's percolating, and they finish very strong. So I'm hopeful, for example, you know, you can see, do they just have one pending submission?
They got to submit on C.
C. Okay.
Yeah. They had 2 wrong submits to it, but we can watch and see if there are more.
Yeah. So you know, at regionals, I think they were down by 2 problems and ended up winning by 2 problems.
Yeah.
You know. So they start slow, and then, you know, in regionals it was just like boom, boom. They had this like 45-minute stretch where they went from here and basically went to being uncatchable. Yeah.
And a big part of that comes to in the 90-minute mark, way up early in the contest. When you read through all the problems, make sure you've read through all of them.
Everyone's read something.
You got
all
your
of them.
team meeting, you decide how you're going to handle the contest, and they do that really well. Very good at estimating, I guess. So they're crushing it. Waterloo could be kind of great. This is very impressive. Maybe my expectations were too low, perhaps, but yeah, that's good. They're almost 8 problems here.
Right, they're 4th place, and they've got an outstanding submission.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing with this part, because now we don't know if they got it right. The interesting part is like prognosticating which of those gray boxes are going to be green.
Yeah, some of it's an estimation thing, and some of it's like We'll just be optimistic with everything,
Right,
and
like,
it'll
yeah.
even out, hopefully.
Well, yeah.
We'll see. UW-Madison, interestingly, has only had wrong submissions on 2 problems that we know of.
Oh
So
wow,
it could
yeah.
be
So very
quite-
accurate.
Quite
today.
clean, yeah. And
And they have a pending submission on K. It looks like. Right,
yeah,
pending
yeah,
as
pending
in,
on
well,
K,
it's
yeah.
after the quiz.
So it seems like rather possible that they've got it right.
Right, yeah. And if you look at penalty, if UW gets that problem, they're definitely ahead on penalty. So they're gonna go back in the second if they were to get that submission.
It's going to be an exciting scoreboard reveal for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for
Arup.
having me, David.
We have a coach of NAP camp coming up next, I believe, and yeah, this should be quite cool.
Hi, David.
Welcome. That might be
Better on the that's on the volume.
Yeah. Cool. All right, we have a NAPC coach here, right? Or
NAPC,
North American Programming Camp coach, Richard Peng. Richard, it's good to talk to you. You're also Georgia Tech coach, right?
Waterloo. Well,
Waterloo and Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech?
Some super state between Waterloo and Georgia Tech.
I see. Well, Waterloo is doing quite well. How's Georgia Tech doing? Let's take a look. Where are they?
They need one more problem.
They need one more. Where are they?
They just tried
five?
F. I'm not sure why they're trying F, but yeah, they're 12th.
They're 12th. Yeah,
They
yeah.
need one more problem.
Well, if they get F, they'll move up quite a bit probably. Their penalty's not bad. Among the 5th place teams, they're pretty in the middle of the pack. Although they do have quite a few wrong submissions, but
They got stuck on.
yeah.
Georgia Tech got stuck on.
Well, of these problems, Richard, which do you think would be most interesting to talk about? We have a set here too.
I've only read B and L. So
do you want to talk about B? Would you be interested in talking about B?
I can talk about B.
All right, let's talk about B. So I'll get you a set here. And I'll bring up the problem for everybody to see. This is the geometry problem, right?
Yeah, this is the geometry.
What are your? Do you want to give a quick summary of the problem for everybody here?
Yes. So the summary of the problem is you have a big square cake. On that there have about 3,000 chocolate chip cookies. And you want to cut the cake. So you want to cut the cake so that your goal is to maximize the difference between the fraction of the cookies you manage to put in your cake and the fraction of the cake that you took.
So you want a small piece of cake with a lot of chocolate chips.
Yes, like a small cake with a lot of chocolate chips.
All right, and we were drawing this out a little bit while I was talking to Rachel earlier in the stream. But let's do maybe a more formal example here. So we've got wrong one. Pretty okay. Yeah, let's say this is the cake's always a square, you said?
Yes, the cake is always a square.
All right, so we've got a square cake, and we've got some chocolate chips on it. Maybe we'll do something where there's a pretty clear answer. Think that's good?
It's actually not clear, but I guess you cut it. So actually the most interesting one is you have one cookie.
One chip?
Yeah, one chip on the cookie.
This is the most interesting.
In some that's the one that tells you a lot.
It does sound tricky. Okay, well let's not put it there. But
if you put it in the middle, it's actually reasonably simple.
So yeah, so in this case, or like let's say it's close to the edge here.
Yeah.
This sounds tricky. So what we want to do is we have to include the chip, but we want to include the smallest part of the cookie possible. So maybe it's something like this, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's closer to this. Probably closer to this in this case, right? Interesting. Okay, so you can do some math with this, right? And it winds up being something around cube root of something.
I think the answer that we convinced ourselves was that if it's at xy, You just want the angle to roughly be xy. You actually just want to be like negative x, negative y. I mean, I haven't gotten an AC on this. So.
Okay. Interesting.
So it's actually, this is actually a very interesting case because you even just figure out what is the optimal way to cut the cake such that you get one cookie.
So you said you want the angle to be xy.
Yeah. Let's say the left bottom corner is 0, 0.
So let's draw this into So this is 0, 0. Let's say it's at like 1, 3, or no, let's say
1, 3 is somewhere up there. Yes.
Yeah, let's say like here.
Yes.
Okay. So what do we want? And let's assume this goes like high. So it's going to be one of these.
Yeah.
Okay. So what angle we want? So we want like here's this line. Is it like a reflection of this line?
Yeah, it's the reflection either horizontally and you reflect that line horizontally and vertically. Yeah.
Vertically.
And that ends up being the cut.
I see. Interesting. So do you have absolute or relative error on this problem? Are you allowed to get it slightly wrong?
Yeah, you're allowed to get the answer about 1e-6 off, so you don't have to output a fraction.
So would it be possible to like ternary search on the bottom here?
You can do that, except then you exceed time limit.
Really?
So it's 3,000 cookies for an 8-second time limit.
3,000 cookies?
Yeah, 3,000.
Or 3,000 chips?
3,000 chips.
But if there's just one chip?
If there's just one chip, yes, then you would ternary search and you can get
but you have to do it for each of the chips, because you don't know which chip is the one you want to keep.
If you just do it for each of the chips, you're also fine. If you just do it for each of the chips, you're also just good.
Oh, so but in general, we're going to do something like n squared times, so ternary search will be too slow.
I mean, this problem, so there are several things that's hard about this problem. So then there's like after the one cookie case, right? Then, the one chip case, then you solve for the two chip case.
Okay, so let's talk about the one chip case first. So it looks like we can handle this either maybe with ternary search. It seems fine if there's just one, or
you could solve it numerically, or you could solve it
numerically.
exactly.
Okay, yeah. So let's not worry about the math. Let's assume this works for now. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so now we're talking about if there are two chips, right?
Yeah. So then then you solve the case with two chips.
So it seems pretty likely that it might just be the line that goes through them, right? And then take the smaller half.
So with two chips, you have two cases now. So that's one of the easier cases. Now imagine the case where I think you probably want to keep it. Yeah, imagine that case. Well, make the other one a little bit even closer to the corner. Like put the cookie in the middle. You put the cookie in the middle. So this cookie there. Put that one closer to the.
But this, like this?
Yeah. Like put both on the corner.
Oh, so we might want to go like this even. Yeah. Okay, but we still also might want to just take one.
Yeah,
if this is really close to the corner.
Yeah, really close to the corner, you might also want to take one.
Do you know how to handle that?
Well, I mean, the way to handle with all these things is try them all, right?
Just try them all, take the best?
Try all possibilities. So, I mean, usually with these computational geometry problems, the thing that makes it hard is that your solution space is not discrete. Your solution space is a continuous space, right? Your line could be anywhere. You have 2 degrees of freedom, both of which are real numbers.
Okay.
So the first thing you do to get an efficient computational geometry algorithm usually is you do what's called discretization.
Okay, so we look at like which types of answers might be the best.
Yeah, you try to make a narrower list of what are the possible potential answers.
So rather than like all cuts, we can say the cut is going to cut at least one chip, and at least one chip.
Yeah. So the way you convince yourself that cut cuts one chip is you just take any arbitrary cut, and I just kind of move it. Like I just kind of slide it towards basically I slide it as long as my area decreases. Like I kind of move it closer to the boundary.
And you can always get a better answer by sliding it just a little bit until you hit a chip.
Until you hit a chocolate chip. So here the objective function also matters. The objective function is just minus. It's the objective function is the fraction of cookies minus the fraction of the area you cut off.
Or the chips over area.
It's not chip over area.
The number of chips in your thing divided by the area?
Oh, no. That's actually much scarier. Chip over area, that one I actually don't know. It should work. But
Wait, so what's it asking?
It's actually asking the fraction of chips. So
the
chip
percent of chips.
Yeah, percent of chips minus the percent of area.
Okay.
That's the
Oh, it's subtraction, not division.
Yeah, it's subtraction. It's not. It's
Okay,
not
I
division.
see. So percent of chips minus the area.
Percent of area.
Or percent of area. Okay. All right. All right. So yeah. So we can always decrease if we don't change any chips. We can take a smaller area, and get the same number of chips. So this will be bigger. Okay. All right. So that's fine. If we touch just one thing, we can try touching every chip on its own, right? So we can consider that.
So then the thing that's kind of interesting is that once you touch one thing, there's still another degree of freedom that you can do, which is you can rotate. Yeah. Like once you're touching one chip, you can kind of start rotating around the line which you cut things.
But I would imagine, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that if the angle matters, if you want the angle to be a certain thing, that's because it'll be intersecting two chips then, right?
Or that you got to the min.
Or it's the min.
Or it's the min for that one chip.
Okay. So those are like the two possible, or discrete cases we care about. So either the answer will go through two chips, or it'll go through just one, but be the minimum, minimum distance. Yeah. Okay. So we just have to check all of them.
Yeah. So this is kind of the crux of the problem solving part of this problem, which is that then you have to basically. So now you're down to n squared things you want to check. Like for every pair of chips, you can you have a cut, and then for every single chip, you also have the optimal angle which you cut things.
Okay,
so
all right.
Now you have a not too large list. I mean, it's still 9 million things, but
we can handle it. Yeah. So we need some way of knowing, basically for each chip, the percent of the area that's geometry. We'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer, but we still need to know how many chips are above and below, or on the line of each one of these lines.
So it turns out that for this problem, actually figuring out how many chips are on each of the lines is actually the easier part.
Okay. Well, we've handled the rest of it, haven't we? Or just the intersection?
Computing the area. Okay. I mean, we'll talk about it. There's constant factor issues.
Okay. All right.
Like the computing the area, the constants are actually a significant one.
Oh, because we're doing it almost 10 to the 7 times.
No, not 10 to the. Yeah, you're doing this roughly 10 to the 7 times.
10 to the 7 times. Yeah. We do have 8 seconds.
But
it's okay. All right, I believe you. All right. In C++?
It's C++.
Okay.
But I use the complex. I didn't use a custom point class. So complex with basically complex. The complex class is actually slow in C++.
Man, TLE issues on geometry problems are the worst. Because you think you have it, and you're worried about correctness the whole time, and then boom, too big a constant. Oh, sorry, you're good. So yeah, so all we need to do so far. Let's put aside
let's put aside the time issue. Let's think about asymptotics.
So the part we have left is we have a bunch of chips, and we need to figure out how many are above a certain line for every line, and we need to do this in some sort of fast.
You want to do it faster than n cubed because you have 3,000 chips, right? So if you have 3,000 chips, if you check, you have something like 4.5 million lines. If you check every one of those 3,000 points, you're looking at something like how much you're looking at. You're looking at what are you looking? You're looking at 12 billion.
Yeah, something too big.
It's a little bit excessive.
Bigger than 1,000 cubed is probably not going to pass. So, all right. So how might we do this? So we've got a bunch of points, and we need to know for some point. Or for some pair, maybe we consider this pair here for this line. We want to know how many are above or below this line.
Yes.
So what can we do for that? Do we want to do some sort of sweep thing?
Yeah. So the idea is that you fix a point that all the lines sit on.
Okay. So we're going to fix this point, and we're going to check all the lines that go through it in another one.
And the thing to notice is that basically every line through that point is now defined by an angle.
Yeah.
It's now defined by an angle.
So we've got this angle, we've got this angle, this angle, and this angle. So do we want to sort them?
Yeah, you sort them.
Okay.
Now you sort by angle, and then you say, hey, how many points are in this quadrant? So how many? It basically becomes how many. So let's say you fix your angle to be alpha, then basically it's the number of points that's between alpha and alpha plus pi.
And we probably can do like some sort of two-pointer thing, right?
Yeah. Or you can just do prefix sum. But yes,
or prefix sums,
prefix sum, but it's static, so you just kind of, as you walk around, you can, as you walk around, you have one pointer that says, oh, here are the ones that I have walked past, like my first pointer has walked past. You have the second one which just says, oh, like my alpha plus pi, it's now exceeds this, so this is how many that the other one includes.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that's I think that's a fun little sweep. Maybe a bit traditional, but I like it. And then yeah, best of luck passing the time limit the judges
The hard
set
part
there.
of this problem is that the ways to write, like given a side and then given the square, like if you cut it and you want to compute the area of one side, because the problem is a square is 4 sides, right? If you do the 4 things separately, there's a whole another level of efficiency.
Yeah, lots of division, slow operations. Yeah, makes sense. Well, all right. Thank you very much for explaining what we've got so far on this problem, and we certainly appreciate having you on, Richard. And also, thanks so much for helping us with the camp.
Oh, the camp is a really fun experience.
It was, yeah. It's if you ever get the chance to, you'll love it. I can promise that. All right. Thank you very much, Richard. Cool. We appreciate it. And we can take a look at the scoreboard real quick here. And then we have a very special guest who will be joining us in just a moment. Let's go to the NAC. Yeah, so it looks like we've got, oh my goodness, MIT has submitted to problem H. You know what that means? That means there is a chance MIT just solves that. If they got this right.
Yep, I was in the betting pool. I said that nobody would solve all the problems.
So
but we still won't know yet.
So this determines whether the result of this submission. This will probably be the last one revealed to the scoreboard reveal too, because no one's going to pass them before that. So this submission to problem H, if this is right, that's set. And you know what? We might be able to. If we look at the contest floor, do we see MIT still sitting there? It looks like they're sitting there. They're looking at the terminal. I think if this is them. So that's kind of fun. A fun fact about MIT that I learned earlier, actually. They have been practicing cheering after submissions in their practice contests in order to not give away information about whether or not they solve problems in the final hour. So they told us that if they do cheer in the final hour,
doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. But the fact that they're still working probably does mean something.
Yeah.
Rather than walking around getting a break. All right. Well, we have a very special guest here. Those of you who are familiar with programming contests probably already know his name, and this is Danny Slater.
Yes.
Good to meet you, Danny. Good to see you again.
Yeah. And I'm familiar with you from your video blogging on programming contests.
Yes.
Which I ran into completely independently of this this event or anything else. So
awesome. Good.
You're getting famous. Your word is getting out about your work in that.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the Second Thread YouTube channel this is being streamed to. So Danny, you are an inventor of one of the most powerful data structures I've ever seen. The link cut tree. You created it.
Thank you. Well,
it's really cool.
My co-author, Bob Tarjan. Yes.
Bob Tarjan, yeah. He's in lots of stuff.
Right. Well, he couldn't have done that without me, so it's I'll take some credit for it. But yeah.
Have you used link cut trees in Codeforce's problems before? How often?
I have. In fact, I just solved a problem. Like a week ago, there was an educational round. I don't know if you did that one. It was on Monday, just a week ago.
I'm not sure.
There was a problem. The last problem turns out to have been really good for a perfect problem for link cut trees, which you can go.
We'll pull it up here.
There. It's problem F on the education round.
All right. So
scroll it up a
should
little bit.
we talk about it? It looks like a nice short statement.
Yeah, it's a short statement, nice clean problem.
Let's talk about it. So we've got a tree. It's got n vertices, and each edge has an integer on it. And f of two numbers is the number of vertices that appear exactly once on the simple path between those two. So you want for every pair of nodes on the tree, how many values appear exactly once, and then the sum.
You want to sum that,
Sum
right?
that.
Right. So the first observation you can make about the problem is to say, well, look at a given edge and ask how much is it going to contribute to the total sum. Okay, and the way
each edge has weights. Okay, yes.
Yeah. So the way you do that is that you say, okay, imagine I take this a tree. Now suppose I take all edges with label X. Or all edges labeled X. So draw a tree and and put some labels on them, on the edges. And I'll let you. Okay, now there'll be labels.
3, 1, 4, 2, 1, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 3.
Okay, sure. So now you would say, look at say the edge labeled 1 right there.
Okay.
And you could ask how many times is that among all pairs of nodes. Look at the path between them.
Mm-hmm.
How many times is that a unique edge with label 1?
So anything like over here, this wouldn't count.
Wouldn't
Anything in the
count.
sub
That's
tree.
right. So if you delete all the edges labeled 1, now you've got a collection of trees, a forest of trees.
Yeah.
And you take a given edge of one of them, and you ask how many nodes are in this are connected together in the two parts that are connected together. So you're connecting something of size A to something of size B. So then the number of times that edge will be counted is A times B.
And we also delete this 1 here. So we delete the 1 and we want how many nodes are in this component and how many nodes are in this tree.
That's right. So
and
it'd be
product is how many times
2
is
times. In that case, 2 times 4 is 8. There'd be 8 pairs. Yeah. So go ahead.
So just to elaborate for those of us who aren't competitive programming experts, a link cut tree, it's like a structure where you have a tree and you can delete edges, add edges as long as it stays a tree, and you can do operations on big groups of the tree, either paths or subtrees.
Right. Yeah. That's generally
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
So in this case, the operations we do here is we delete all the 1s, and then for each one we look at the 2 endpoints, and we want to ask questions about those trees.
Right. Exactly. So we would. So to set this up as a link cut tree problem, we build the whole tree, link all those edges together, build one big tree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now we also keep track of an array that says for each label, the edges that have that label. So you got all the edges of label 1, all the edges of label 2, all the edges of label 3. Now we run through and process each label one at a time. So let's say we're working on label X.
Okay.
We delete all edges of, we do a cut operation on all the edges with label X.
So let's say X is 3 in this case. So we'll cut this edge and we'll cut this edge.
Right.
Okay.
And then we say, we do a lookup on each of those edges to say what tree is each endpoint of that edge in, and how big is that tree. Okay, and you can do that with link cut trees.
You can store sort of subtree
You can find, given any node in one of the trees, it'll tell you which tree it is. Like it'll find the root of that tree, and that'll identify the tree. And it also can maintain the size of the tree, number of nodes in the tree.
Gotcha.
So we just do those lookups for each edge, like in your case there, of label 3, it would compute the size of that tree and then the size of the one over there below and to the right, which is 1, 2, 3.
5, right? 1 and 5?
5. It would be 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And so we take 1 times 5. That's our score for that edge. Then we do the same thing for the other 3 that you removed, which would also be 1 times 5.
1 and 5. Yeah.
Yes. And then we add those together, and then we reinsert
these edges
those
back.
edges, the 3s, back in to form a single tree again.
Awesome. Yeah.
And then we just run through that with each of the edges, of the same label.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's super cool.
Right. So if you have book code lying around, it's nice and quick to do this.
Yeah, if you've already written.
I wouldn't
link cut tree,
recommend writing the code for link cut trees without using the book code. At least I wouldn't myself. It would take me a long time, even though I know how it works. It's still, to get it right, it's still it's a pretty tricky bunch of invariants to make the whole thing work.
Honestly, this is a fantastic example for to demonstrate like the power of link cut trees, because if you have the book code, it's a very easy problem.
Right.
I don't know, is the intended solution using link cut tree? Have you checked?
No.
They would do something more
There's
complicated?
some other stuff that they had other ways of doing it, which are really actually beautiful also, but I think
much harder.
Much harder to come up with.
Yeah.
I looked at Tourist solution. Tourist,
Gennady,
Gennady, is that what you call him?
Tourist works. He's the best programmer in the world by ranking.
His code is he's got another way of doing it, using union find, which can be unrolled.
Like undone?
You can do the union find data structure can be generalized and can implement in such a way that you can undo in the same. You can union and then undo those unions in the reverse order.
On the same order. So you have like a stack of
like a
changes
stack of unions that can be undone and are unrolled. They call it unrolling, and then you can set the same kind of thing up. That what I described here to have the same overall result, but it's a very tricky idea to come up with that unrolling stuff.
I can imagine, yeah.
But anyway, that's yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Danny. This is a fantastic problem. So, I guess one more question about link cut trees. How long did it take you to? Is this a problem you were actively working on for like a while, or did you just be like, oh, you can do this, and stumble upon it?
It was something. Actively, we were working on that for a while. The motivation of it was, if for people who are familiar with network flow, there's a classic algorithm called Dinnick's algorithm. For it's a pretty efficient one. It's actually good for competition programming, as you know, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But there's a.
Did you know the fun fact about it? Did you know that's not actually his name? His name isn't actually Dinnick.
It's like Dinitz?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the algorithm is, I think even the Wikipedia page is Dinnick's.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know why, but.
Yeah, we're stuck with it now.
Yeah.
Anyway, the thing about that algorithm was that it involves doing operations on long paths. You find a path, and then you apply a flow through it, and then that causes a saturated edge which cuts the path in half. And we observed that you could think about this in terms of a set of trees. So the goal is to maintain the set of trees that you already explored, and then to find a new path, you're just jumping from one tree to the next. If you could go from a node to the root of the tree, and then find another node in a tree, and then jump to that root, you could much more efficiently find a new path from the source to sink.
And does this apply to?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
It does.
So not only did you come up with this awesome data structure, but also you have an improvement to flow.
An improvement to the flow algorithm, that's right.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And for those of you who aren't aware, flow, it sounds very specific, but it winds up being used in tons of unexpected ways. Like as an example, like if you have a bunch of men and a bunch of women, and the men only like women only like men, and there are certain pairs of people who would be happy together, if you want the most people to be married, you wouldn't think that has anything to do with flow going through pipes. But you can actually model it as that. And
it's a powerful modeling tool, And by the way, your previous guest, Richard Peng, is the author of a paper on the fastest flow algorithm.
Really?
Right, yes. He and his group have reduced it to almost linear time in the number of edges.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
is there like a ton of overflow, so it's not really a competitive programming
thing? It's really
thing,
complicated.
It's really complicated?
Yes, it is.
All right.
But just to finish up your question, or elaborate a little bit more, so that was the motivation for the link cut tree problem. Like, if we could solve this problem of linking cutting trees, then we knew that it had an application. But then the first iteration, it took, I don't know, several years between the first iteration, which was logarithmic but extremely complex, using biased search trees, where the nodes had a weight associated with them, and the more heavier weight nodes are more efficiently accessible.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds pretty
And
complicated, but yeah.
It is complicated to maintain that, prove it. But with the invention of splay trees, they automatically have this property without maintaining any weights at all.
So anytime
And so-
you touch it, it's faster the next time you touch it.
Yeah.
If you touched it recently.
Yes, this adaptive behavior, we can then use it to make the link cut trees get much simpler. The code gets much simpler. So that's
And
how you.
Does it save a log factor off the default balanced binary
Yes,
search tree? It
saves
does.
the log factor.
But yeah, which is a technical term. Basically, that means it's 20 times faster. So yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Danny. I really appreciate it, and everybody here is very lucky to get to hear from you. And thank you so much for the problem too. That educational, you had that ready, and that was awesome.
Okay, good.
Awesome. All right, thanks so much.
Okay, I'll see you later. We'll look forward to the end of the contest.
And friend Danny and Code Forces, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Daruha.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
should we bring you up real quick so people know
Sure.
how to spell it?
No, don't bring me up. My
Don't bring
rating
up.
is too low.
All right.
Okay. See you
All
later.
right. You want to check out the? Oh yeah, we can check it out. Maybe keep it muted. But yeah. Awesome. All right, and with that, we have 14 minutes of contest left, and we have everybody's favorite Andrew He coming back.
Hey,
Andrew, how's it going?
It's going good. Going good. The contest is really shaping up. We're finally seeing some other teams have
Oh my goodness!
nearly all the problems.
Check this out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Second, that means he has a second submit on H.
Yeah.
That means their first submit was wrong, or not correct, probably.
Yeah. Well, it actually does mean it was wrong. The
Does it
system
not
won't let
show-
you.
okay.
The system won't actually let you count submissions that are past your first correct submit. Yeah.
So their first submit was wrong.
Yeah.
Their second submit
Yeah.
seems more likely to be wrong than the first submit was when the first submit. It seems to me.
Yeah. Like now that you know that they don't have a.
They didn't get it right away.
They didn't get it right away. It's definitely pretty plausible that they either have a a hacky solution, maybe a solution which they can't prove, or some other problems that they're going to have to solve. We haven't seen. There are 15 minutes left in the contest, and we haven't seen like a dozen submits yet. So that could mean a few different things. Like if they were really like, if it were
very hacky.
If it were very hacky, then we would probably see a lot of submissions. So I'm still a little cautiously optimistic that
if it were something like they're doing an n root m log n and it's tight on time, they'd probably be changing their
changing the
size
constants.
about. Yeah.
If they're doing some other type of search, like
Okay.
they might also be trying to adjust it. But if they did something else, like maybe they actually have a bug.
There was also a good amount of time, so it's possible they like wrote a brute force, found an issue.
It's definitely possible. We can talk about this problem if you'd
like. I would love to. I feel like everybody here would love to too.
Yeah.
We haven't been paying too much attention to chat because this has been very
yeah
very a lot, but
yeah. So problem.
Are we still going? Is this concerning? Okay, it is.
It probably just
It was
died when
just
your
the-
internet died.
Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Because of the guess Wi-Fi. Yeah. Yeah. So this problem it's about ranked choice voting. It's in particular about the system voting called instant runoff voting, which is actually used in Australia, and I think a few states use it now.
And that's where the person who you rank your choices, and the person with the fewest votes gets kicked out.
Yeah, so everyone submits like a ballot which ranks everyone, and then whoever you look at just the first place, like you look at just everyone's first choice. So you ignore all their bottom choices, and then you look at if someone has at least half, then they just win. You don't actually have to have this rule. You could just have it like if someone has you could just like let it keep deleting the bottom places.
Deleting the bottom one, yeah.
But you take the person who has the fewest first choice votes, and then you remove them from the election. Everyone who voted for this person, their votes still count. Those votes just like the top like gets bumped out, and then their next person.
And they vote for their next best.
They vote
person
for their
instead.
next best person instead.
So a nice side effect of this is that it always encourages you to vote in the order you really want. Like you tell the truth in this voting system, which you don't always in others.
Is that the true for this system?
It is, yeah. You
Okay.
always vote.
But there can be
people you
coalition
vote.
building, I think. I think individually this is.
I don't think there is collision building.
Because pretty sure there.
If your candidate hasn't been kicked out yet, you want them, and then once they do get kicked out, then you want the next pick. That's perfect.
Yeah. But I think
anyway.
if you there are various things, and this in particular is talking about a case where this is in particular investigating one such undesirable aspect of this, which is this phenomenon of spoiling.
So like one person being in there can change the winner.
Can change the winner. Yeah. So in fact can change the winner to someone who's not themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it would kind of make sense as if if person, in this case they're called person Z, if they decided to enter the election, right? Maybe they could by entering the election they could
win,
cause themselves to win, right?
Yeah.
But actually they can by entering the election they can cause the winner to switch from person B to person A,
despite Z
not
winning.
Yeah, not winning. They kind of get kicked out at some point.
They get kicked out anyway.
But they still are able to change the winner.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's an interesting property. And here we're trying to investigate, we're trying to kind of engineer one such spoiling scenario. So what we're given 1,000 different voters.
What is K?
So K is the number of other candidates. We're going to look at a simple case where there are 3 candidates, A, B, C, and we're trying to have Z spoil their election.
Okay.
So we're given N equals 1,000 voters. Each person ranks ABC. They can also just rank just AB, but ABC is what really matters. They have initial rankings of ABC, and then we can maybe person Z spends a lot of money on advertising and very specific advertising.
Sure.
And they can cause anyone to insert person Z into any place in their ballot. So maybe they're like, okay, this person will change it from BAC to BAZC.
Okay.
Or something, or BZ, something like that. And our goal is to make sure that the final winner is person A.
Even if A was the winner before.
I'm not sure if A. I think it's not guaranteed. Yeah, if A was the winner before, you can just put Z at the end.
Yeah.
So
then you lose right away.
So then you so that's that won't really change. So if A is initially the winner, it's easy.
Interesting.
And
it's a really cool problem.
It's a very interesting problem. And it turns out that this is quite hard to analyze. I actually don't have a full solution right now.
We also don't have a team of 3, to be fair. And
I've been doing
lots of other stuff.
I've been talking to several coaches, and we still don't quite have a solution.
All right.
I believe there is one solution on OpenCatus right now.
So someone
has solved it, in addition to the judges.
Okay, yeah.
And so it is possible. But yeah, we can talk about a few different ideas. One thing you often do in this kind of problem is you want to.
Yeah, somebody said 2 more submits to H.
2 more submits to H.
So
all right.
Now he's at 5 submits. So
I think it's pretty unlikely that they'll get it. But it is possible. And even without it, it looks like they have probably secured a win.
Yeah, it seems pretty hard to upset because you got
you have to solve
good.
Their penalty is you noted. Yeah, I've heard it called AK for all kill.
Yeah, AK to set. Yeah.
The penalty, their penalty is way better than the 10th place penalty. The 2nd place penalty is already higher than theirs, despite having
there aren't even
too few
that many
problems.
wrong answers. I mean, they're
but yeah.
So nice job, MIT.
Yeah, congrats MIT. They're almost certainly guaranteed at least 2nd, but I just can't see it.
First.
So for problem H, one of the first things you can try is case working on what the order that their people are eliminated in, what the order that the candidates are eliminated in. In this case, this is a common idea that if you have this process and there are a lot of possible. Yeah.
One thing that's probably useful is you have quite a few voters.
Yeah.
But there aren't that many types of voters.
There are not that many types of voters, that's right. Every voter initially has just some permutation of ABC, right?
Yeah.
And there are only 6 possible permutations.
So there's 6 initially, exactly.
Yeah.
And then of the ones you can create, you only have 24 types. I mean, maybe that's
right. There are only 24 types.
Yeah.
And so one thing you can try to do is you can try to brute force over how many of each type there are you create. That's not quite feasible because 24. There are a lot of ways of splitting the 1,000 voters into 24. But there are some ideas we've been discussing a little bit, and it might be the case that you can actually just brute force over the different types of voter that you can brute force in some way because the number of voters is pretty small.
Okay.
Another idea is if you fix which order the candidates are eliminated. So you say, let's say that B is eliminated first, and then Z is eliminated, and then C is eliminated, and then A is the winner.
Is the winner? Okay.
Now you have some constraints.
You got the 3 factorial ways of eliminating everyone that isn't A.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
One thing is that if
And
Z
you
is
can't start
eliminated
with
first,
Z.
if you start with Z, then it's as if Z isn't there.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
we probably won't do. We won't handle those. We won't do those. Set it up so that in the first round, if we say the order is B, Z, C, we need to set it up so that in the first round, B has fewer first choice votes than Z, C, and A, right? And in order to achieve that, you need it's just like the number of out of these 24 cases, right? You need the number that start with B.
Some subset to be.
Yeah, so you need this sum to be less than the sum of the things that start with Z.
Okay.
And you need to be less than the sum that start with C.
Yeah.
And that. So these are all just linear inequalities.
Okay.
And you can just write down a whole set of these, like these a linear inequality for every single round of the election.
And then run simplex and hope it's integers.
Yeah. So
Really?
so this is what's called an integer linear program.
Okay.
Because you have to specify how many people are of each type, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You need the number of people. You need the number of each type to you need the number of. You need it to match up with the voters' initial preferences. So you need the number of ZBCA plus the number of BZCA plus the number of BCZA plus the number of BCAZ to add up to the number of BCA.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
At least.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Wait.
Because those are the ones that you assign.
Oh, because you assign them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
those are the ones you assign. And then you also have these like one inequality per round of voting or a few inequalities per round of voting.
Okay.
And so this is called an integer linear program because you have linear inequalities, but you have the additional constraint that the inputs must be integers. So you're trying to find an integer solution to all these linear inequalities. And integer linear programs in general are NP hard. But
although but double linear programs.
Yeah, real number linear programs.
Yeah, if your answer can be a real number,
yeah.
There's this crazy algorithm called simplex, which if you have hackpack is not hard to use.
Simplex is actually not polynomial time.
Oh, is it? It's exponential, but it runs fast?
But it tends to run fast in practice. Okay. There are polynomial time algorithms. There are things called like the ellipsoid method and other things. But in practice, simplex runs plenty fast.
So it would work for doubles.
Yeah.
There are lots of problems where it happens to work for integers.
Yeah, like flow is one example of a problem where that it looks like an integer linear program, but actually the optimal solution is always it looks like a real number integer linear program where like
it has to be integers.
It has to be integers, but it turns out that if you run the real linear program and you the optimal solution always has an integer coefficient.
So if you run it with doubles, all the doubles happen to be integers, even though you don't force them to be.
Even though you don't force them to be.
Okay. So there's a chance this is true for this.
I'm pretty sure it's not true for this. In fact.
All right.
But you could try doing things. You could try running simplex and then doing a little bit of work to try and force the answer to be integer.
And the root cause of this problem is like we can't have a voter half prefer one thing, half prefer another.
Exactly.
They have to write something down.
Yeah. One example of like where integers and reals have like different performance is like if you're trying to how do I say it? You're trying to say like cook 3 pieces of toast. Is that right?
I don't know. Where are you going with this?
Sorry, you have 2 people and they're trying to cook. You have 2 toasters and you're trying to cook 3 pieces of toast.
Oh, and you can't actually do it in 3/2 of a second.
You can't actually do it in 3/2 of the time unless you like take one out early.
Yeah.
But say you don't like taking toast out early and you're forcing it to be an integer number of things.
Then it takes 2 seconds.
Then it takes 2 seconds. Then it takes 2 seconds because you have to cook. You put 2 of them in, take 2 out, put one of them in.
That's a good
And
example.
you can't do it in 1.5 seconds.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So that's you can't do it in 1.5 seconds if you're not allowed to like take it out early.
Yeah,
Take it out
yeah.
early.
Okay.
So that's integer linear programs, and it's possible that that's what MIT is submitting. I believe MIT does have simplex in their book code, in their code book. It is in Cactal, which is the base that a lot of teams use nowadays. And so,
do you have any other than, so let's assume simplex is wrong.
Yeah. Are there any other solutions?
Yeah, you have any other ideas? I mean, I don't.
I have some. There are some other ideas. They're kind of like greedy algorithm kind of things where you're like, oh well, if we're trying to do BZCA, then we should probably cover the B's first with the Z's, and then we should try and cover, and then we might need to cover up some other C's and A's to make sure there are enough B's to beat the. So you cover up B's to make sure that the C's and A's can beat the B's.
Okay.
So if the starting round is. If the order we want to eliminate is B loses first, then we need to cover up some B's in order to make sure there's more C's and A's, more C and A first choices than B's, right?
Okay.
So to do that, we might need to cover up some B's with Z's, and then after that, you also might need to cover up. You also need to make sure that Z doesn't lose. So you might need to like cover up some extra people with Z's as well, some other people with Z's as well. And who you cover up there, it doesn't actually turns out not to actually matter too much.
I see.
But yeah, you need to do this covering, and then you need to make sure that the next people lose the appropriate number. And so that's a different way of that. It's possible that this kind of analysis will work. It looks like I was talking with Kevin Sun earlier about this, Ksun48 about this earlier.
Who was in our chat.
Yeah. And I didn't get to see what his last message was, but it seems like BCZA is the hardest case, is the harder case than BZCA. So Z getting eliminated, like both B and C before Z, is a bit of a harder case.
Okay.
Because you have to make sure that
because Z
has to kind of help you fight both B and C instead of just helping you fight B.
Yeah.
So getting that right seems a little tricky, and it's I haven't managed to finish the analysis.
All right.
But it's possible that some kind of thing will work.
Speaking of things being finished, this is the final scoreboard.
Yeah.
Contest has just ended.
It is in fact possible here that Swarthmore has won the contest.
In theory.
in the somewhat unlikely case that they solved all 3 problems, but MIT didn't. I think it's pretty plausible that MIT didn't, right?
I think I would, if I had a 50-50 payoff ratio, I would bet MIT did not solve H.
Yeah. And I think Swarthmore, I didn't see exactly when they submitted, but they submitted all of these pretty late. And I suspect they may have even just submitted just to get a submission on the board.
Swarthmore never trolls, says Deroaring Lion.
Is Deroaring Lion trolling though?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So yeah, okay. I guess to answer the question, a lot of people are probably asking: is there going to be a scoreboard resolver? We might try to have a video of the stream. I'm not sure if that'll happen, and if it will, it won't happen for at least 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Is that true? Okay, so that's an accurate statement. But we'll try.
Yeah.
And so we'll finish talking here, and then we can come back in 2 hours.
Can we take a bit of a closer look at the scoreboard and the advancing teams?
Exactly.
Let's talk a little bit about that. So
do you know how many advance?
Yeah. So the number that advance is it's about 16.
Okay.
I believe the way it's set up right now is that the top 12 are guaranteed to advance, and we likely will have 4 more spots.
Okay.
And so that's what we'll be kind of looking out for.
I know last year,
Mm-hmm.
this Northeastern University, I think, they were the best placing team not to advance. So let's see how they did this year.
Northeastern is 26th, and they have 4 problems, so there's essentially no chance. They don't have any additional submits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We do have the Kotlin Knots. They do have 2 problems with 5 submissions in the last hour on each.
Yeah.
My guess is they got 1 of them.
That's possible. I haven't been paying enough attention to how they've been submitting.
I guess, well, maybe that's not true. There are lots of teams who submit on 2. But.
Yeah. One thing about this scoreboard is it doesn't actually show when teams submitted.
Knowing the times would be cool.
Knowing the times would be nice because then you could kind of guess like, oh, if they were submitting very close to the end, it's less likely to be correct.
Exactly.
But yeah, looking at closer to the cutoff, a little further up, it looks like a lot of the teams that started off with 5 problems, which is, there are at least 16 teams with 5 problems, and then a lot of them with 5 problems have submitted an additional, at least one additional submission. A lot of them have submitted a lot, so perhaps they're not really in contention. Perhaps they're not really correct. But
Stanford is the last team who had 6 before the solve.
Yeah.
They had 7 submits on L after.
Yeah, that's right.
And they had been eating Chipotle fervently to prepare for the contest. That's what they tell me anyway.
All right. Do you think that helps you type data structures?
I feel like I usually eat Qdoba more myself, but I think it's a great thing to do right after or before a contest to get you some fuel for the contest.
Right.
Yeah. It's a very very appropriate thing to talk about at the moment.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, there are a lot of teams with submissions on L. It's possible that they're doing. It's actually somewhat surprising to me.
With how many of these there are?
Yeah, that there are so many wrong answers. L is not really the type of problem where you can get.
I wonder if it's
a lot of wrong answers. Yeah, it could be TLE, but the time limit is quite. I think the time limit is quite generous for fast solutions. Actually,
is the runtime n log squared q or n log squared 100, or I guess n log times 100?
The runtime is indeed n log squared or q log squared n.
Q log squared n, but there's also a q times log n times log 100, right?
The 100 is additive actually. And so it's q times 100 plus q log squared n.
But you still have to do a segment tree, right? You need a segment tree, and then you need 100 things.
You don't need to store it. It turns out you actually don't need to do it. You actually don't need to do that.
Well, I mean, it's possible to implement it to doing that. So that could be a problem. I mean, that's probably what I do if.
Yeah. You don't. You actually want to just store like for each x range, just like the sorted list by y coordinate, and then you just take the first 100 elements. You do a binary search and you take the next 100 elements.
Interesting. Right.
But so if you implement it that way, it should be very efficient. If you implement it a different way, you could run into a lot of TLE issues. Or a lot of these teams could actually be trying other solutions, which are kind of like trying to do quad trees or something like that, which doesn't work as well. Sketchy. Yeah.
In 30th place, we have BYU.
Yeah.
Interestingly, one of their team members getting married in 10 days.
Oh wow! Congrats.
I know, right? Congratulations.
Are we all invited?
Well, you must be.
Right.
We're watching his stream, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, well done. Congratulations.
Like
my interjections of I couldn't fit this into the normal stream, so I thought I'd have some fun here.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's not like the scoreboard is going to change any further from here.
It's true. So yeah, I guess you guys can all do your own analysis, perhaps. Anything. I guess UCF, home team, my team.
Yeah.
They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, they did.
This is plausible.
Yeah, this problem is G. Yeah, it's possible. G is the type of problem where you actually could just have a few bugs. It's not the type of problem where you get stuck in wrong answer for that long necessarily. You might just have a few different bugs.
And what was C again? Cram?
C is a string problem.
With the data structures.
I'm actually a little bit surprised. C actually doesn't really require data structures.
Not like a suffix tree sort of thing?
It requires suffix array, but suffix array is not data structure. Suffix array is
sounds pretty easy.
Yeah. Suffix array is kind of an algorithm. Suffix array is an algorithm for sorting all suffixes of a string. It's a little tricky to come up with yourself, but almost all teams will have it in their book. And I think many teams probably can even type it from scratch if they choose to.
So somebody asked, did Caltech skip the contest?
Yeah, that's actually what happened. So Caltech, I think one or more team members on the Caltech team tested positive for COVID.
Oh no.
So I believe they are doing the contest. They're doing a mirror of the contest in their room, and or something like that.
Can they qualify from it?
And
Is it recognized?
I think it's possible for them to get one of the 4 wildcard spots.
Okay.
I think that's kind of up to the NAC discretion.
I guess,
stuff.
and how they do.
And how they do, yeah. But if it is still possible that they would qualify.
Okay. All right.
So I think the results here, I think they have been solving, but not on the scoreboard.
And then I guess last one here, Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Has a whole boatload of submits.
Yeah.
So this could be 5 to 9. This could put them into like.
Yeah, it
fourth
could
place
be
optimistically.
Yeah. All of these problems do have like pretty short solution. They could have pretty short solutions. B is pretty. It's pretty plausible that B is wrong, given the whole contest track record on B.
Well, it's true, but also 1 submit on this, 1 submit on this, 3 submits on this. It seems like if I were
they got F pretty early in the contest, pretty early in the final hour, and it seems like their F is probably correct because they stood up.
Okay.
Yeah. I and L may be correct as well. I think B is probably likely to be a bit of a Hail Mary, and it's I think B is a little. Well, it's just pretty likely that B has bugs.
Makes sense.
It's a geometry problem with both tight time limits and potential precision issues.
Okay.
So it is a little bit.
I
trickier.
mean, to me, I looks promising because if you submit for 4 problems, it seems like you're not going to go type out I out of nowhere and just be wrong.
Yeah, and I in fact does have a pretty short solution.
Okay.
So it is pretty possible that that they solved I.
It's an interesting. You can see all the teams here, the beautiful balloons.
Yeah.
We'll hide ourselves here so you can take a look. But yeah.
Yeah. So looking at the scoreboard, I think it's looking like 6 problems might be around the cutoff. If you solved 6 problems, then the problem might be around 6 problems or like 6 problems with the lowish penalty, because a lot of the 5 problem teams have all had submits, and even some of the 4 problem teams have had 1 or 2 submits as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, all right. Thank you guys all for watching. We hope you enjoyed the stream. It's not officially over. We will do our best to get a shot of the scoreboard reveal, although it might not be super high quality, but we're going to do our best. And that'll happen at 5 p.m. Eastern time or whatever time that would be for you. All right. So Roaring Lion, you can maybe watch it here. Otherwise, it probably isn't possible to watch when it's live, but they might record it themselves officially and then post it as a video.
Yeah. Though the scoreboard will certainly be revealed, not too long from now on Caddis.
You might not be able to watch the developer, but you'll be able to see the score anyway.
Yeah.
At least by tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys all so much. Thank you to the moderators in the chat for keeping things sane without us having to give too much attention to it.
Congratulations to all the contestants.
Yes. Early congratulations to MIT on a fantastic performance. Not necessarily for first place, but for doing great.
Yep.
And thank you all for watching.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
I am here talking by the camera. And yeah, I believe I'm still listening to it live. Oh, I hear something. There's oh, now it's, yeah, there we go.
The north is so the division was sub-geographical within overlap.
Okay, so we would want to probably do a region instead of a division. Division would be hard to do.
What they're actually working on, so
Yeah, unfrozen standings aren't released yet. They'll be streaming, or we'll be streaming the finals here. I'm gonna stop talking, but we'll be streaming the finals here, and they'll describe the, or they'll release the standings here. So it'll reveal each of the frozen submissions in the last hour. I don't know if you can hear me. Era MC? Iram. But yeah, no standings yet. Awesome, you can hear me. Sounds good. There isn't an official scoreboard reveal stream. This is about as official as we get. It's possible it will be recorded as a video, and they might post the video, but there will not be an official scoreboard reveal stream. If we want, I can get my camera on a tripod here so you're not just looking at a blank screen. Maybe make it a little bit more entertaining. Howdy. Yeah, I'm just answering chat questions here.
Okay.
They can hear this, but reveal will happen. It's supposed to be now. Yeah, it'll happen in a bit, shortly. It was scheduled for now, and it's in progress, or it's like coming up soon. Like they're just getting the last minute things ready.
Dancing with the Stars. There'll be a lot of speeches.
Yeah. There will be lots of speeches. The scoreboard reveal is not going to be immediate. There'll be lots of thank yous, lots of here's why you should sponsor us, of course. But the scoreboard reveal will happen. Do you want to co-commentate with me, Warren? Sure. Watch this camera fall. How funny would that be? All right. Yeah, everyone can hear us, and then everyone will be able to see us in just a second. Maybe. There we go.
That is a wide screen. A wide
Wide,
lens.
yeah.
That's amazing.
It's very expensive, and you can do stuff too.
Impressed.
Yeah, this is a hurry up and wait. This is Warren.
Hi, everybody.
Warren was very helpful during the live stream.
I felt like the intern. Wait, in a good way. Like, yeah. At least I felt like I had a pretty good list of people that I could call. Let's see here. So right now, do you think the audience is kind of maybe more of the parents? Or what do you think is...
I think there's a higher proportion of parents now.
Okay.
But they can tell us in the chat. How many of you are CF people, and how many are parents of programmers? Or programmers who are also parents?
Oh, yeah.
Possibility.
Yeah. I have a book... C++ for children. It's like a bedtime reader, and I'm worried about that last leg there.
Yeah,
that is like on the edge.
It's not a real stream unless it's a quarter-inch away from destroying itself, right? That's what I always say. Have I showed you a picture of my Hacker Cup stream? Like the Hacker Cup setup? Oh my god, it was the sketchiest thing in the world. We had I might post it somewhere, but we had there's a big table. Okay, yeah. So everybody here is just a programmer,
Okay.
I guess.
This is
well, you can share this with your parents, okay? And your parents will love to see it, especially if you're one of the teams here.
Yeah.
Cheering on UCF. It's Blake. Blake asked me. He goes to UCF. I've met him. I know him. I think I had dinner with him once, actually. Yeah. Here to support GM Geothermal? All right.
Awesome.
I'll support him too.
So let's see here. So I guess we're waiting for the speeches to start. Apparently.
Yeah. For those of you just joining, we're just hurry up and waiting. We're not actually going to be in the.
Yeah.
In
like we will stop talking once the talking starts over there. So let's hear. So I guess I can. I'm a philosopher at heart. I decided. So a recent book I read was called Outliers, and it has to do with people who build a lot of talent, and you can disagree with it, of course, but it seems like there is not that much evidence for innate talent. That apparently for a lot of skills, I would imagine programming just being part of it. Being good at this involves like a dedicated amount of time becoming good at it, like practicing, working with tutors, which could be coaches, I guess, mentors.
It's a matter of practice.
Yeah. So I guess the saying I'm trying to build is talent is 10,000 hours of grit. Like you just need to spend the time, and so. So that's sort of the thing's been on my mind, I guess, a little bit recently. Like, what are the experiences that get people to kind of, grandmaster level, that kind of stuff? Like, what are the moments that let people express this version of a talent or express this version of a skill as a talent through all of those efforts?
Yeah.
Like, what were like maybe some turning point moments?
I think it's certainly part of it. Hard work definitely matters. It's definitely an input to the function. I don't think it's the only input though.
Like happy to
Yeah, like I could train my entire life and still never be a better basketball player than LeBron James. I think that's a fair assumption. I think even if I quit
Yes.
everything I did, I still do not have the physical capability of beating LeBron James in basketball.
So there's a great book, this outlier thing. And they look at
I
hockey.
think I agree that talent exists. Hard work matters, but I think Arup said this earlier. One of his saying is, discipline and properly directed effort maximize talent.
Okay,
That's
so there's
his saying,
a
yeah.
different saying.
Yeah.
So let me try to let me just sell a little bit of towards the other side of it, just to balance maybe. So apparently, if you look at hockey, this is where the outlier book starts with. It's a pretty solid Poisson distribution, so it's not normal at all. And the chances of you being like a major league hockey player has most likely thing is you were born in January, and then there's a 30% drop for February, another 30% drop, and if you go to December, it's basically zero. So
it's just age, right? It's like you want to be the oldest of the people born in that year.
Yep.
That's how it matters.
That's what matters. So those people had positive early experiences that showed that they were good at this, and then decided to turn that into a dedicated skill. And I agree that if they were, had some physical disability, for example, it would put them pretty much way behind the skill level of those other groups. They probably wouldn't have. So I think to agree, it's like if you take the people that are already pretty capable of whatever skill you're talking about, then it's time on task.
Well, I mean, so they're like mental disabilities, right?
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say they're mental super abilities. Like if you can be below average mentally, you can be above average mentally.
Right.
Probably.
Oh, and this is actually another really interesting thing in this book about that. They also tracked a bunch of like 2 or 3 standard deviations above average like IQ people. I forget the details. You can look at the book. But it's quite a while ago. I want to say roughly the 50s or so. And some psychologists said, okay, these are going to be our leaders, and so we're going to give them like lots of resources so they can go become all the judges and lawyers and doctors and things like that. They turned out to be average.
Not a good, yeah.
So,
IQ is not a great predictor of success, but it is a good predictor of some things. Like it's a very good predictor of how good you would be at chess if you practice.
Okay.
It's a very good predictor of that, yeah. And it's like there are other things that are like good predictors of success. Surprisingly, attractiveness is one of them.
Okay.
And then like ability to like converse with people, have conversations is a big one.
So then that's, I guess,
maybe
just
EQ.
because
Some people call it emotional intelligence.
Emotional intelligence.
I don't really know if that's a thing, but that's what I've
But
heard.
like the idea of, for a lot of skills, I guess the way you could say it is there's like IQ matters to be good enough to remember and do things.
Yeah.
But then, like being, how do you say this? Like just being taller doesn't make you a great basketball player, right? Like it's not just the tallest person that's going to be the great basketball player. Like that's, you can't just signal out any one skill and say, okay, if we just make that the best possible thing, then they'll be the greatest thing. So like,
well, you say this, but believe it or not, many of you may actually know there's this guy named Taco Fall.
Okay.
He is crazy tall. He's a UCF student.
Okay.
He actually he lived in the same like building, same dorm as me.
Okay.
It's just across the street over here. And I would see him every day. I'd see him, or not every day, but like once every 2 weeks or so.
Okay.
And he was so tall. This guy's insanely tall. He hadn't played basketball at all.
Okay.
Guy in college hadn't played it at all.
Okay.
And they took him and they're like, we're going to make you best player. I think now he's in the NBA. We can check. But yeah, just...
Tall as everything.
Yeah, Taco... I think he's in the NBA. He has a
Taco.
Wikipedia page. He's a professional basketball player for the Cleveland Charge of the NBA League.
And it's like,
That doesn't mean anything to me, but...
apparently he's
he went to
quite good at
UCF.
basketball now.
Yep.
That's
So
it.
I saw this guy. How tall is he? He's 7'6". It's crazy. It's crazy.
That's crazy tall.
Crazy. Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff happening in the chat here. Let's pause this chat first. So Purple Crane is here. Welcome, Purple Crane. Purple Crane is he's very active in the competitive programming space.
Okay.
I believe he's not actually purple anymore. Maybe at one point he was.
Too bad.
I think he's actually better than purple. But we can check. Well, he's yellow.
Okay.
So that's one above purple. There you go. He was red too. Okay. Sorry that something just flew up outside. Has it started? Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Here we go.
Are people starting?
Maybe.
I think they're still.
Okay,
No, I think they're still working on their practice stuff.
I'm gonna close the store.
Yeah.
Yeah, Purple Crane. We got Geothermal, who's also in the crowd here. Geothermal, spot the camera. Let us know if you see it. Please don't tell anybody how sketchy it is. Everybody's saying hi to Geo because he knows him. Taco Fall. Okay, well, you guys won't. Well, forgive me for misspelling it. Wait, it is actually CKO though. I think it's there's a K. But
cool.
It would be funny if you were sponsored by Taco Bell, wouldn't it?
He'd probably look at his T-shirt.
He should get a Taco Bell sponsorship.
I guess you don't get. No, I guess you never get. You don't get sponsors for an individual player. I would imagine in the NBA.
Yeah, maybe after he retires, maybe.
Yeah,
exactly. Taco Fall, and you should buy
Taco Bell,
the spicy Dorito Supreme.
Exactly.
There's actually a name for the Dorito burrito or Dorito taco. You had it?
That sounds good.
Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm sure somebody in the chat does. All right, one sec. We'll be right back. Yeah, what's the name of the is it Doritos Locos Tacos? I think that's what it is. I think it's the Doritos Locos. Tacos. He used to wear a taco hat. Really? OMG hi, is this a secret Monagon? Monagon always says OMG hi when he walks in here. Do you guys wish Bill Poucher brought his cowboy hat?
That's how I actually first noticed him. I happened to get out of the airport at the same time that he did, and I spotted him across the hall because he had his cowboy hat.
Did he this here?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
That is so. And you did not interview Frederick, but you've seen him.
I've talked to him. Yeah.
I really like his
hat. Yeah, Frederick's got a nice hat. He's on the stream here actually.
Oh yeah,
you can see him
that's Frederick
at the podium.
Yeah, so Frederick is one of the cool Norwegians that works on stuff here.
He's Norwegian, okay.
I forget. He has
a little
Swedish. Get it right. Somewhere up there. He's Swedish.
European accent.
European. Yeah, so he's caddis, I guess is the way to say it.
We actually could bring Geothermal into the commentator's booth. That would be pretty funny. There is no rule against it, right? We could just go get him and put him here. We don't know why so much delay.
What's so much?
How funny? Oh, I think they mean it was supposed to start at 5. It's currently 5:20.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that
they said 5 o'clock, but yeah, that is apparently not true.
Should we go get Geothermal? Geothermal, if you're watching this and you want to join, you can go to the contest room. There are doors that say no exit.
So I could let me go find him. Where would he be? Well, then
he's going to be here probably. Oh, I can just text him.
Third floor.
Should I call him? Should I call him on stream? How funny would that be? Should I?
Sure.
All right.
Just let him be on stream on the phone.
Everybody, Geothermal. Hey
David, what's up?
You are on stream right now.
What's that?
You're on stream right now.
Hey, what's up, stream?
Would you want to come to the commentator's booth before this thing starts, and then head back as soon as it does?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to stop by. Can you give me 10 minutes, maybe?
It's hard to say whether
we don't know when it's going to start. Yeah,
it
was supposed to
like a bunch of prep time right now.
It's scheduled to start at 6, I think.
Well, funny, I heard 5.
Really?
Yeah. If you look at the schedule online.
Okay, let me check. Because that would make a lot of sense.
It doesn't. Yeah, it looks pretty.
Yeah, or it's also printed on the mini schedule and like the name badges if you have one of those with you.
Okay. Okay then. So we are not in any rush.
Well, in that case, let's check. Hang on, let's check before we send everybody back for another hour. Today's Monday.
So maybe they wanted the teams back to get them, make sure they're at least in the right space by 5 o'clock.
Oh, 18 o'clock is not 5 o'clock. 18 o'clock is 6 o'clock.
Oh. Sorry, bad man.
All right.
Okay.
See you all in 40 minutes. Okay, well, thank you, Jay. Yeah, you can come down if you'd like, and we can do like 5 minutes of this, but I guess we might as well just. Yeah, if you want to come down, you can. But yeah, I guess this is not happening until 6. I'll change the picture and put it back on the.
We're going back to standby for a little while. Yeah.
Whenever you want, you can come in 10 minutes if you want. Yeah, nothing interesting is happening until 6. Sorry, everybody.
Are you pausing the stream, or are you just gonna?
We'll pause.
Are you gonna keep going or pause it?
We're gonna pause it, and then if you come, we can resume for a bit before 6. And then if it actually starts at 6 on the dot, then we'll. Once it actually starts, we're gonna because currently we're just looking at the thing, but nothing's happening. So it's just us commentating, and that audio is muted. But
Okay, great.
yeah.
Then maybe I'll be there 5:45 to 5:45.
Be here until 5:45 or starting at 5:45?
Starting at 5:45, and then we can talk for a bit before work start.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. All right, chat. You'll see geothermal at 5:45.
All right, sounds good. I will see you then.
See you then. All right, bye. Okay. All right. Let me fix the picture and then update the stream. my post, I said, oh man, the Code Forces thing. I said, award ceremonies scheduled to start soon. That's gonna get downvoted into oblivion. Oh man.
So you are not allowed to make a mistake?
Well, I mean, it's a funny mistake. It's like earlier when I forgot to change off of us and we were doing the that thing. That was funny. I mean, people were cracking up.
Wait.
Okay. All right. Let's comment real quick. JK, it's at 6. All right. Okay. All right. Let's fix the picture.
All right.
And see you guys all at 6. All right, everybody, welcome. This is Jay, or Geothermal.
Hey, everyone.
And I actually did just ask this, but how was your contest?
My contest is really good. I really enjoyed the set. It was a bit off-putting at first in that there were no really easy problems, and so it seemed like we were going to be in for a really difficult day. But ultimately, over the next few hours, my team managed to make good sense out of most of them, and we had a lot of fun doing it.
There you go. Good to hear, good to hear. We were kind of a little off guard at the beginning, too. I was expecting like a solve like 3 minutes in, and then we didn't get one till it was like 12 minutes, right? Like MIT at 12 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, in both of the last 2 years. Last year, I believe there was just some pretty straightforward implementation problem. And the year before, there was a fairly standard dynamic programming problem that most of the teams at the NAC were able to solve quickly. But today, there were really no free points. Everyone just had to work from the very beginning to get those first solves on the board.
That was a good contest, though.
Yeah.
I really like the... Did you read the problems for rank choice spoiling?
Yeah, I did. When I was first going through the set, I read it and I thought, okay, this is probably going to be one of the easier problems on the set. And
it looks easy.
Yeah, and the k equals 2 case where there are only 2 other candidates, if I thought about it correctly, is pretty straightforward. But then suddenly with 3 candidates, I didn't get to spend much time on it, but it seemed like it would take a lot of casework and would be pretty difficult to get right.
I think this was the set saver.
Yeah.
Like without this, MIT would have gotten it. It looks like.
Yeah, and gotten it like before even the scoreboard was frozen, which would
MIT had like a whole bunch of submits, right?
Right.
So.
Yeah,
wait,
we'll see.
Did you see him? Did you hear him scream?
I know what the results were for some of the submissions for some of the top few teams. I'm not going to reveal. Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations. I'm not going to reveal anything. There will be no spoilers. We had those 3 last hour submissions. I'm not going to tell you whether any of them were correct.
All right. The first 2 were correct. The last one was wrong. Oh wait, no. You had did you have 3 submits to the same problem or to different problems?
No, we had 3 submissions to different problems.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you all will see when it is your time.
It would be funny if you submitted multiple times the same problem, get it correct, submit again.
Mm-hmm.
Throw everybody off.
Yeah, that
would be an interesting strategy.
What else? I spent 5 hours talking about this problem set, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know many of the problems.
Yeah.
Like, I have read probably less than half of them. I have not read this transparency one, right?
Yeah.
I haven't.
It was a fun one.
I was talking, we were having fun, interviewing people.
Yeah.
The stream is entertaining if you watch it. I mean, you guys can tell me if you were entertained, but I think it was. We had lots of fun people coming.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching it back sometime later.
Do you do double sort at all, or is this one of your frozen ones?
Yeah, this is one of our frozen submit ones, so I'm not going to comment on it.
GCD Harmony.
Oh yeah, that one we did relatively early into the contest, I believe. Yeah, pretty fun problem. Yeah, we sort of recognized it quickly as a tree dynamic programming problem, and those problems I usually can handle pretty nicely. And so it ended up being.
What was your? Well, we talked about it on stream, but what was your transition?
So my state was basically the DP for the subtree rooted at a certain vertex where the new value is divisible by a certain prime. And we had states, we had states corresponding to, I believe, the primes less than 100. And so then...
So it was node, and then which prime?
Yeah, and then like which prime is divisible by.
Okay.
And
that equals the min total cost for everything above.
Yes, exactly. The state contains the minimum total cost for like the subtree. And so from there to transition, I iterate through the possible numbers that we could transform the current node to. And the key observation to reduce the amount of transitions we need to consider is that we should never transform to any value greater than 2n. And the reason is that we could get an answer of 2n just by changing everything to 2. So we should never go above that. And so I just pre-computed the prime factorizations of the numbers up to 10,000. And that meant that I could iterate over each of those numbers. For each number, I could iterate over each of the children. And then that ends up getting a solution in roughly slightly worse than 5,000 times 10,000. You have to be a little careful because for each transition, we have to iterate once for every prime dividing that number. But it all works out in the end.
Makes sense. So I was talking to the judges. One of the things they were a little surprised by was how many solves for L there was.
Yeah.
Is this because it's like a pretty standard segment tree, 2D segment tree sort of thing?
So my opinion is that L got so many solves because MIT locked onto it first and they got it quickly. I think were they the first to solve the problem?
Would you say this was would you say this is a leaderboard effect?
Yeah, yes, definitely. I think ultimately then a few other teams started doing it, and it's a sort of problem that seems pretty doable, but if you're not really comfortable with data structure heavy problems, it can definitely take a while to type. And so my team in particular, I ended up implementing this problem, and I made a number of mistakes in my implementation, and so we lost a lot of keyboard time, also took 4 penalty submissions, so really wasn't great for our overall penalty. No, it was wrong answers. I was just making some errors in my implementation with all of the data structures details there were to get right. And so, in retrospect, I think we would have been better off trying some of the other problems first, but we were so attached to doing the problems that had already been solved by a couple of teams and it looked like it wasn't going to be too bad until we started implementing it, and so we got trapped in that sense.
Well, speaking of the leaderboard effect, how'd you do on leaderboard effect? Or is that hidden?
No, that was revealed.
Okay,
I think I solved it at around the 3-hour mark.
Did you code that yourself?
Yes.
So if you don't mind me asking, how many of the problems you solved, of the problems you coded, of the problems you submitted to, how many of those were coded by you?
9, I believe.
And you submitted to
all
of them?
Yeah.
So 9 of the 12 you submitted to, you coded. There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to, in some sense, I think ultimately all of the time I've spent competing on code forces means that I'm often a good person to just, once we have a task in a very standard algorithmic format, to just bang it out. But then meanwhile, my teammates both have different specialties, and that one of them is really talented at solving difficult geometry problems, and so for most of the contest he was working on problem B, which we solved right before the scoreboard freeze, and that gave us a big advantage since few teams solved that problem. And then another is really good at making certain kinds of observations before we reduce the problem to like that algorithmic state, as well as handling a lot of types of problems that are very caseworky or involve difficult implementation details. And so we're able to like divide the problems in a way that makes sense, and oftentimes even multiple of us will work together to come up with an idea before one of us finally implements it.
So one thing you'll find is pretty funny. When you submitted your last one before the freeze, you submitted it just like 1 minute before, right?
Right.
So you submitted it just before the freeze, and then it didn't get judged till after the scoreboard had frozen.
Right.
So here we were looking at the stream, we're like, oh, they just submitted to, I forget which problem it was, but you guys just submitted to it, and it's like, okay, well the scoreboard's frozen, we won't see it anymore. And then it got revealed, and it's like, oh, that's because it was submitted before the freeze,
right.
But you can still see the result.
Yeah, that was a very nerve-wracking couple of minutes for us.
Did you consider not submitting for a minute? Just like getting an extra penalty point for the for people to not know what you had?
That's an interesting question. We weren't thinking about that. I think, not sure if that would have been, or if we would have done that if we had thought about it. I guess that would make sense, but on the other hand, that was a problem that we had been working on for so long that I think we also were just really anxious to get right, see what happened. And the other thing is that I had another problem at that point that was sort of queued up and ready to go. And so we felt like we had to maximize every minute of the contest, which is really a recurring theme. There was a lot to do today, and so we were really focused on making the best possible use of our limited time.
So is it true that you do pair programming so that one person can type all the letters and the other person types the punctuation?
We thought about that, tried in a few practices, and eventually decided it wasn't for us.
I mean, I like to do like 2 people on one keyboard to the NSA hacking style. Yeah, that makes you a true hacker. Yeah, no, good job. So we were talking about code forces earlier. Lots of practice on code forces. You recently got LGM.
I did.
You got your Nutella, your black letter.
I did.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's a huge achievement.
Been working at it for a long time.
Do you remember the contest we first met in?
Yeah, the UTPC
in Texas.
Yeah, that was back my senior year of high school, a long time ago. That was a really fun time.
Do you remember what color you were back then?
Gold back then, I believe.
You were gold? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a long time
there we
ago.
go. That was a while ago. So for context, I had driven from Florida to Texas, which is a farther drive than you might think, from Orlando to Austin.
Yeah.
From UT to UT Austin, and then we did a contest on HackerRank. And it was as a hacker, or as
I think they actually did on Caddis that year.
Oh, on Caddis?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. All right, on Caddis. And you did pretty well on it, right?
I think so, yeah. I think you did too.
I did all right. I was pretty tired because I had like driven.
Yeah.
Throughout the night.
Not necessarily the best situation for a contest.
Yeah, it was not quite optimal. But
And I remember you guys getting a lot of problems.
I solo.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was solid. It was an interesting contest too. I like the authors.
Yeah.
Anyway, this one was great. Okay, so of the ones I guess you submitted to everything. So of the ones you submitted to, which one was your favorite?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Honestly, I need more time to actually like remember all of the problems before I can do that. I think.
So I'll tell you the one that I enjoyed. I haven't even read like probably half of these because I was entertaining.
Right.
But this one is like the idea is so cool.
I'll need to try it.
I love like the way so this one is ranked choice spoiling, and it's about the ranked choice voting system.
Mhm.
And the idea is so for normal voting systems, like just in elections where everyone votes for someone, whoever gets the most votes wins. You're encouraged to lie sometimes. So like if you're a really extreme, let's say you really like ice cream, and you're voting on whether you want ice cream or cake for dinner, but you like an even more extreme version of ice cream. You like ice cream that's just rock solid, just like you like ice, right? You know ice isn't going to win,
right?
So you lie and you say, I'm voting for ice cream.
Right.
Because you know the choice is really between ice cream or cake. I mean, maybe there's cookie dough, but no one's going to vote for cookie dough, hypothetically, and no one's going to vote for, I'm using examples because I want this to be political, but no one's going to vote for the extreme one way or the extreme the other way. So you lie and you vote just to the right or left of center.
Yes.
So that encourages lying. But if you don't encourage lying, you can do ranked choice voting, which is awesome, because then everybody tells the truth. But the problem is you can have these weird issues where someone who has nothing to do with the winner somehow changes the winner.
Right.
And that's what. Yeah. So it's a really cool phenomenon.
Yeah, I actually remember a few years ago learning about a really cool theorem of economics. It's like kind of about this situation. It's like I'm not going to be able to remember it, but there's something to the effect of no ranked choice voting system can achieve a series of like criterion that we should expect of good voting systems to satisfy. So like not allowing any spoilers. There can't just be one dictator whose preferences are chosen. And then I believe there's one other requirement, but I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little on stream, but you're not actually a CS major, right?
I'm not, yeah. I'm studying mathematics and economics, hopefully in preparation to pursue a career in economics research. But yeah, and so I'm really into ICPC more from the end of first like keeping my programming skills sharp, but also I think there are a lot of really interesting mathematical problems here, and so I just enjoy thinking about some of the challenging tasks that we get to see in these contests.
Economics is certainly interesting. I took one class. It's probably like the honors college at UCF. And yeah, we learned about ranked choice voting, and we learned. I think we were told about the theorem anyway. That there's no perfect voting system.
Yes.
Like any system you have, someone proved it. That it's like you get one of these like four weird like bonkers things.
Right.
And there's just no way of getting rid of it.
Yeah.
I like the idea. I heavily value people are honest. I think that's an important, like no lying or like you don't want to lie. I think that's a very useful thing. I like it.
Yeah. I can agree
Anyway,
with that.
That's my opinion. Okay, all right. What other ones? So I'll flip through them here. We got this one. We got the one with the awesome picture, which I haven't read.
That was fun. That was fun. That one was this reset problem was interesting in that I read it when there were a couple of teams that had submitted it, because at that point there was no problem we hadn't solved that had been solved by more than 2 teams, and so I read it. I gave it a try.
Is it called the arrow impossibility theorem?
Yes, that is it.
That's it. So you can look up the Wikipedia page on that for the full details.
Yeah, there's actually a really nice proof anyway on the Wikipedia page. But anyway, so this reset problem, I read it, I thought, okay, this doesn't seem too bad, and then I opened it up to submit it, and I saw it had been AC'd by 2 teams out of 22 submissions. And so I thought, okay, this might be a really dangerous situation, because if it's this hard to get AC, we could easily like spend the rest of the contest just trying to plug debugging time into it. But then if it's that hard, if it's that easy to get wrong, we could never get it. So I knew I was sort of entering a bear trap with that one. We ended up getting WA on the first submission, but luckily I was able to figure out what got wrong and what went wrong, and then we managed to get AC on our second try.
Nice. That's always good.
One.
Well done there. Tic-tac-toe counting. That's a classic. Yeah.
Okay,
Transparency.
That was fun. I think that one could have been solved.
So what is it?
So this problem,
like some DAG problem or something?
Yeah. So this is I believe the term for this, if you studied CS theory, is that you have like a discrete finite automaton or DFA.
Yeah. DFAs, the classic.
Yeah, so you have this DFA, and essentially what you have is you have a start node and you have a set of designated end nodes, and you want to tell if you can get from a start node to an end node such that the resulting string contains the same sequence of capital letters, but then when you consider the lowercase letters as well, they're different. And so ultimately you can solve it using a pretty cleverly modified graph search algorithm, and I think that this is probably one of the harder problems in the set. But I think really the biggest reason that it was solved so few times was because the text was so long, and so a lot of people just didn't read it until the very end of the contest.
Oh my, this is a 3-page problem!
Yeah.
3 pages! Look at this, we got a full page of text. We got this, lots of stuff. Okay, yeah, I can see why.
Lots to process there.
Yeah, like if you open up this problem, it's like, I'll come back to it, and then you have the scoreboard effect. It's not the first one solved, so no one looks to it. Yeah.
Right, no one really looks at it until like MIT or whoever solves it.
Yeah, until it actually gets solved. Yeah. Talked about triangular logs.
That was a clever problem. Spent too long on it, but that's fine. It doesn't make it a bad problem.
Yeah.
Still enjoyed it.
I think it's kind of cool though.
Yeah, I like it.
This one's interesting.
Contact tracing.
Yeah, sounds like an interesting sort of top sort kind of thing.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to me. I haven't coded it obviously, but it seems interesting. We won't spend too much time on it, I guess, unless you have something insightful to say. Oh, actually, okay, it is 6 o'clock, so we're gonna listen to the other thing. Some embarrassed faces. All right. We're gonna listen to the stream and see if it's going here.
Doesn't look like anyone's up on stage yet.
Yeah. All right. Sounds like not a thing. So we'll keep going. And then you should probably get back.
Yeah, I will need to be up there eventually.
Cookie cutter.
Yes.
So one of the things the judges were telling us is lots of people are actually getting the 2 chocolate chip case wrong.
Interesting. So this problems like this are why I'm very glad I have my teammate Runzev, because he does all of the geometry for us, and that means I did not have to look at this problem at all.
So believe it or not, you know what? Hang on. Who was it that told me this? There was this one team. Give me a sec. Yeah, from Stanford. So the one you want, that's his handle anyway. He says his team won't allow him to go within 20 feet of a geometry problem for the good of society. That made me laugh. Yeah, that was pretty funny. So I guess he wasn't doing B. I wonder if they got it though. I should check.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It was that was a situation where my team we were essentially trying to make progress typing B or debugging B for pretty much the entire contest whenever Timothy and I were not busy typing. And eventually we managed to make it work just before the submission deadline, or the freeze deadline.
Well, there you go. Good to hear it. I think it's a cool problem. I like it. Pretty classic, but does the interesting geometry sweep and stuff. And do you guys sort around each point and then 2-pointer sweep?
That sounds reasonable. I'm not actually sure what our approach was.
Okay. Yeah, that's why we have teammates, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's one of the 3 you didn't touch?
Yeah. Okay. 4.
Cram. Did you use, well, okay, we're kind of spoiling, not the scoreboard reveal, but the problems in case people weren't.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of are sort of spoiling score, because this is a problem that we submitted after the deadline.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yes.
All right. We'll move
on. I mean, I guess without saying anything about our result, I will say, like, this is a relatively standard suffix array problem.
Suffix arrays, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I think that if this problem had been solved more like, an hour or 2 into the contest, I think there could have easily been like 10 to 15 or more ACs, depending on who had suffix array and then longest common prefix in their book code.
I mean, both of those are very standard things to have at this level.
Right, definitely they're things that people should have in their book code, but
I would say probably more common than 2D segment trees.
Yeah, well, we didn't use the 2D segment trees for L, actually.
Oh, did you like a segment tree of tree sets?
We just had a normal segment tree.
Okay.
And what we did was we made the segment tree, or we made each node of the segment tree store the tree with the corresponding y coordinate and the highest possible x coordinate. And then we could delete from the tree and then just add the next highest x coordinate from that same y coordinate into the tree. And so each node of the tree only stored one value, but then each of like the leaves of the tree had like these auxiliary arrays storing like the backup values.
That sounds very interesting. I I think I would have to see it on paper.
Yeah, it would be much easier to explain with paper.
All right. That being said, geothermal is amazing. Honestly, I agree. I agree.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you.
Babalola. Babalola. Yeah, energy. All right. We are going to switch to the official stream now.
Sounds good.
Because it looks like this may be a sponsored video.
All right, great.
And since we missed the video, I'll just say Colin Heroes is fantastic. JetBrains is great. And so is IntelliJ, right?
Yes.
There you go. Do Colin Heroes, get your shirt.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me, Second Thread. Really appreciate you running the stream.
Yeah.
It's all great work.
Thanks for joining, and thanks for watching after the fact.
Thank you very much. All right.
All right. See you guys.
Great. Well, I will head up to the award ceremony.
Please welcome Jeff ICPC Deputy Secretary.
All right, excellent. Welcome, everybody. What an amazing North America Championship this has been. It was really exciting. I saw lots of people in the audience. It's their first ICPC event, and they were all glued to the scoreboard watching all the excitement that the teams were creating. So it was truly amazing, a wonderfully challenging problem set, and really some great teams. It was just really exciting to watch. Of course, you can't have such a great event without great institutions, right? The ICPC is built on great institutions that make all of this possible, that are champions for you, the students of computing. So on that note, I'd like to introduce everybody to the UCF president, President Cartwright. Now, President Cartwright holds a PhD in electrical and computer engineering. He is the 6th president of UCF and is internationally recognized for his research in optical sensors. He's a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science and the winner of the NSF Career Award and the Office of Naval Research Young Investigator Award, and so on and so on. So many, too many things to mention here. But President Cartwright and UCF, thank you so very much for making all this possible.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, everyone. Truly, it's an honor to have all of you here today at UCF. I know you've been there for a few days, so thank you for coming. It is terrific to see people from the top 15 programming teams in the United States and Canada here this evening. I had the honor earlier today to see a little bit of the competition, and it was amazing to see what was going on. It's incredible to see the talent. You have the amazing amount of talent in one location at one time. That's something that we could all enjoy. So congratulations to each of you, certainly for earning your place at this ICPC North American Championship, and for the hard work and dedication it takes to get you here. And I know that you're still probably focused on competing, and it takes a while to relax after all that, and earning your way to the World Finals in Budapest. But I ask you just for a moment to just think about what you have accomplished. And the fact that you are here as one of those best teams. I think that is truly remarkable, and you should remember that you made it this far. I also want to thank all of the coaches, teachers, mentors, supporters, and volunteers here tonight. None of this happens without all of you, so thank you for investing your time and talent in continuing to move this work forward and to create that next generation of programmers and bring those people, guiding them as they move throughout their career. I know you had a lot of activity over the last few days where you had really amazing opportunities to learn a lot about new things and maybe think about what you want to do in the future. And of course, we spent a lot of time today competing. But I want you to know that we need you. We need you to embrace what you're doing. We need you to think about how you continue to be those innovators, those creators for the future. Your talents, your enthusiasm, your perspectives are going to be incredibly valuable as we move forward to solve the grand challenges of society. So I really do encourage you to think about that, reflect on what you've seen over the past few days, and I want you to think about what you do next. Your competitors, you are competitive, and you've proven that you're excellent programmers and problem solvers. And I want you to think then about what that means for the future, for the next generation beyond you even. And as you go back, I encourage you to think about how you lead, how you mentor, how you work with others, and encourage people to move into sciences and engineering, to think about whether the younger people, whether they should actually consider to try to be as competitive as you are in programming and problem solving. I think these are the skills that are needed and certainly will help the world in general. I do want to mention a couple of things about UCF because I think it's sort of interesting when people think about this university. Yes, we are a large university. We're about 70,000 students. But one of the things that we're always pointing out to people is that, in fact, we are always ranked as one of the most innovative universities in the country, top 15 most innovative universities. And we have a college of engineering and computer science that is about 13,000 students, maybe bigger than some of your universities. But that is something that is very specific to this institution, one that was founded around the sciences and providing the workforce for the Space Coast, for NASA. And we continue to be committed to everything that we do in sciences and engineering. And I will tell you that your pursuit of computer science is important to all of us. It is important to this country. It is important to the future of society. And I encourage you to think about what you're going to do. I really do encourage you to consider going on to graduate school, doing research, doing whatever it is that you want to do. You have the talent, you have the capability, and it is you who are going to move us forward as a society. So I encourage you to take on that role and think about what you can do to continue to make this world a better place. It was great to see all of you here today. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all of the mentors. Thank you to everybody who made this all possible. It was truly an amazing day to see all of the activity, to see all of the intensity, to see how much you were competing. So congratulations. Thank you for being here. And we say this here at UCF, but after seeing all of you compete today, I know you embody this statement, and that is, charge on.
Thank you, President Cartwright. I just want to remind everybody that this wonderful venue, the wonderful hotels, the transportation, the food, none of this is possible without great institutions like UCF and leaderships like yours. And I really do appreciate all that UCF has done to make all of this amazing event possible. Of course, along with great institutions, we have to have great leaders to pull off such an amazing event. And I want to introduce you now to one of the great leaders in North America, Tony Logar, ICPC Director of North America and North America Championship Director. Tony is the one that has made all of the logistics and operations from the ICPC side happen. He's really led us to this wonderful and great event. So join me in thanking Tony and welcoming her to this.
Here we are at the closing ceremony. Time has gone by really quickly, hasn't it? Hopefully that's because time seems to go faster when you're having fun. I know we had fun. We have so enjoyed your energy and your enthusiasm, and we're grateful for the support of our hosts and our sponsors in making this event happen. I want to particularly thank our host volunteers. Wow, what a terrific group. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I feel like I've made new friends here. Jennifer, Jackie, Nanette, my heartfelt thanks for all of your work. All of the ICPC volunteers have worked for months to bring this event to fruition, and I need to acknowledge a few people for extraordinary perseverance. John Clevenger, our director of the technical team, Tom Kapal and Shamanto Mitra, directors of operations, David Van Brackle, director of judging, Donna Furon, the register. I'm guessing you all got some emails from Donna Furon at some point, yes. Kevin Clevenger, our ceremonies coordinator, and Lisa Donahue and Melissa Elliott, directors of Making the Impossible Happen. And of course, Jeff Donahue and Bill Croucher, we couldn't do this without you. We are rapidly coming to the big reveal, how everyone did at the contest. And on behalf of the entire North America Leadership Group, we congratulate all of you for being here, for performing like champions, and for being the best of North America. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Tony recently retired as a professor from South Dakota School of Mines, and I'm pretty sure because of ICPC, she is busier now and gets less sleep than ever before. So thank you, Tony. Now, before we get to our final results, I want to announce some exciting results, and those are the results of the ICPC Challenge, powered by the NSA. We got to look at some cool problems that were provided by the NSA for making this making an interesting competition. So I want to announce the teams that succeeded, and then we're going to announce the top 3 teams, and then afterwards we're going to ask those teams to go meet our NSA representatives. They have some cool certificates. We want to get some pictures and swag. So in 3rd place for the ICPC Challenge powered by NSA, Northeastern University. In 2nd place for the ICPC Challenge powered by NSA, MIT. And 1st place for our ICPC Challenge powered by the NSA, University of Toronto. Congratulations to all of the teams, and thank you again to the NSA for helping us sponsor this wonderful event and putting on such a wonderful and exciting challenge. It's great to be able to take a break from our standard algorithmic problems and really dive into some special topics. And NSA brought those to us in spades with our ICPC challenge. So it says here I'm supposed to introduce this next person, but of course we all know this next person needs no introduction. I would like to ask to join me on the stage Professor Bill Poucher, Executive Director of the ICPC. Bill.
Well, howdy. Well, this has been really an amazing competition. It's been my pleasure to watch all of the effort that you have put in, all the successful effort at solving so many problems. You know, I always am a bit amazed at the reaction to people in the business community when we say, well, let's suppose that you had to have an algorithmically correct problem solved. Would you just provide a description of it and expect to get it in 15 minutes? You know, of course not, right? Or how about 5 hours? Or how about 5 weeks, you know? So what you all have done with the contest problem set is just absolutely amazing. We know that some of the problems are relatively easy, some medium difficulty, some incredibly hard, and you tackled them and you solved them, and I'm just going to give you and your coaches a big round of applause. Again, on behalf of the ICPC Foundation and the ICPC community, I would like to express our gratitude again to President Cartwright, Dean Georgiopoulos, Bev C., and all of the UCF volunteers who make this possible. An amazing group, always there, always making everything operate just absolutely smoothly. Thank you very much. And thank you, Central Florida Grove Tech. Your commitment to innovation inspires us all, and I just think I accidentally started the resolver. Did that go up there? Whoa, hey, this is actually pretty cool. Oh, hold on just a second. I want to see what the... well, anyway, we've got tremendous technical talent. I'm sure that they'll recover from that. And unfortunately, they won't be surprised if I really did mess this up, but they'll cover for me. Well, thank you, TechPro. And thanks to the National Security Agency and the Defense Department of Defense STEM program for coming through for the ICPC, the National Security Innovation Network, and the National Center for Simulation for all you've done to support these students and to support all of us as we move forward and build on the strength of the civilization that we have and hope for an even better, more prosperous service future that's powered by a very, very simple principle. Okay? And that principle is providing services and benefit and opportunity for your neighbor. Because at the end of the day, don't we all want to be happy? And the only way I know of being really happy is to be around happy people, our neighbors. And you're going to make that happen for them. And I congratulate you for the years of work that you put in to be capable of building platforms that actually work. And I actually look forward to using those platforms. There is one platform that I know not only works, but is the leading platform in the world of programming tools, and that comes from JetBrains. And so thank you, JetBrains, for putting me on And I'd like to thank AWS, which not only is the sponsor, but hosts the ICPC management tools that we use that capture and sustain the history of the ICPC and make that available everywhere in the world in an ever more complicated environment. I'd like also to thank 2 Sigma for your support day in and day out. And in fact, I just wish I had called them a couple of months ago when I needed a little financial advice. But, you know, what can I say? I've got great friends, but sometimes I don't ask in time. Anyway, so the other thing that I simply would like to share with you is what a privilege it is for me after teaching 50 years, 3 years as a graduate student, 47 years as a faculty member, I've had the opportunity to teach some of the brightest students in the world, you know, and then I get a chance to be with you for so many years and see your excitement, your confidence, your capability. There has never been, okay, a more capable class of ICPCers than you right here in North America and in the other 8 regions that span the globe. So anything that you see that's in the beginning of the digital millennium, you can produce better results, broader results, and make a bigger difference. Okay? It's just there for it to happen as a result of you making it happen. To do that, you need to connect. Make sure that you make friends. Make sure that you figure out several paths for your future to go down. And continue to do what you do right now, which is to explore the options and make a difference and build on our strengths so that not only do you experience a better world, but that you create a better platform for the world to come. So I salute you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I will now pass the baton on to Jeff to introduce Orlando Madrigal, who is at the very first ICPC competition in its formative phase.
Thank you, Bill. This time I would like to express all of our appreciation to UPE for their steadfast support of the ICPC from the very beginning. The ICPC community treasures your friendship and continued involvement over all these years. So at this time, I would like to invite to the stage UPE President Orlando Madrigal to present our first solution. Orlando. Perfect thing where we are here in beautiful Orlando and presenting our first solution in Orlando. We planned it all 50 years ago.
Thank you, Jeff. I actually said that to you and colleagues. I'm here in Orlando to see you named after me. And someone responded and said, I was at the airport there doing MCO, and I said, Orlando, boom, that must be your biography. Anyway, on behalf of UPE, the ICPC Foundation, and all our sponsors there, of the UCF, I'd like to recognize the team from MIT for solving the first, or for submitting the first correct solution to the problem. They solved the first problem in 9 minutes, and right now I'd like to ask the team to please come forward, and we'd like to take it. All the ground.
Sacrifice problem of game. The ICPC Foundation will be providing your team $3,000 as a prize for that. And thank you, Orlando Madrigal. UPE has provided that financial support. Thank you. Oh,
Correct solution to what you offer. Speak like a region. Okay. First, Want to solve problem E was Purdue University. And the next one, want to solve problem M in MIT. Before I go further, don't say there are plots in here for you all, and I'm not sure if the contest the group will have to pay for shipping MIT's plot. The next one was the first one to solve the problem L. And the first one to solve the problem A. Let's do it. And the first one to solve the problem G. Again. So problem C, the first one to solve that was. And so problem F. Problem I. Problem K. Okay, for problem D. Problem D. And I'd like to take
Thank you, everybody. And thanks again to the EE for being an incredible supporter of the ICPC for so long. Now, for a minute there, I thought that our PowerPoint slide deck had got stuck in an infinite loop. I was a little worried about how long the president of UCF was going to have to sit here if we got stuck in an infinite loop and the closing ceremony never ended. But it just turns out that MIT really knocked out of the park this year. But to give us a few more details about how this contest went, I would like to invite at this time to the stage our chief judge. From the contestant point of view, your chief tormentor, the person that made all of these really hard problems and tortured you for 5 hours straight, David Van Brackle. He's done an outstanding job of creating some amazing, interesting, and complex problems. So, Van, can you please join us on the stage?
First of all, I'd like to make it clear that MIT was not first to solve David Van Brackle. I've gotten a lot of comments about the suit, and I want to explain that the reason I wear a suit when I'm chief judge of the contest is kind of my silent way of expressing that all the people in the back room take this contest as seriously as you do. There are a lot of great people back in the back room working, toiling endlessly to make these contests as good as they are, as smoothly as they run. So I'd like to acknowledge the folks from Caddis, who are Greg Hammerly, and who's not here, and Frederick Nimla, whom you'll meet in a minute. I'd also like to ask the folks who work under John Clevenger, the systems group. If any of you are here, please stand. To the judges, and I see that the work that they go through to make this happen smoothly. Now I'd like to acknowledge the judges. Tell you a little bit about what we do. Just a little bit of detail of how the problem set comes together. We send out a call for problems very early, months in advance. And in 2 months, in advance, the beginning of April, we had in our pool all the problems that we were going to use. We spent the entirety of April evaluating those problems by difficulty and by quality. And then we spent the entirety of May in quality control. We had 19 problems that we completely developed in order to whittle it down to 13 in case some problems turned out to be not usable. So we had 19 problems were completely developed to end up with the 13 that you got today. Every problem has a boss. The boss is responsible for getting that problem into shape. Every problem has at least 3 solutions independent from the judges. That is to ensure that the judge data is correct, because nothing can ruin a contest faster than bad judge data. So we ensure that the data is correct by having 3 independent solutions to every problem. There's a group of 12 folks who have worked with me, and I've written them down to make sure that I don't miss anyone. But not all of them were able to be here today, but I do want to acknowledge every single one of them. Arnav Sastry, Owen Yu, Lewin Gan, Mark Huron, Nick Wu, Rachel Crone, Andy Gwen, Tom Rokicki, Bryce Sandlin, Ben Lidbetter, Matt Fontaine, and Antonio Molina. These folks worked very hard over the course of the past 2 months to make sure that you got a quality problem set. And I would like to encourage you, well, first of all, the folks that are here, the judges that are here, please stand. If you're, Rachel, Lewin, Antonio, and I believe Tom is around somewhere. And if you see them, congratulate them. We don't like to think of ourselves as the enemy. We don't like to think of ourselves as the villains in this competition. We'll talk more about that later. But I also want to encourage you to look at judging. If you are no longer eligible to compete and if you're not coaching, think about being a judge. We need more judges. We need a larger pool of problems. We need more problem setters. We need more people to vet problem sets. I've talked to some people at this competition, they say, well, I don't know if I'm qualified to be a judge. If you are competing at this competition, you are qualified to be a judge. Not all of our judges are able to solve every single problem that we put before you. We need people. We need people to read through the problems. We need people to try to solve them. We need people to point out to us where the problems are inconsistent or where the statements are ambiguous. We have lots of these, and you will learn so much by being a judge. I can tell you that I have learned some really, really cool algorithms from my fellow judges. And you'll be working with some people who have some tremendous experience and some tremendous knowledge about algorithms. It's a lot of fun, too. You get to see all these problems a priori, you get to work through them, you get to talk to the other judges about it. I encourage you to think about getting into judging. But now it's time to talk about the results and reveal the results. I would like to call up Friggstad, who is the Director of North America Competition. Frederick.
Thank you so much for me. Let's see if we can get this running. Hey, Drew, did you delete yourself? No, never mind. No, it's fine. Oh, okay. I think it works. Okay, so can we get it up in the picture? Thank you. So we have a lot of stuff to resolve here. We have 6 medals, 1 gold, 2 silver, 3 bronze. We got 4 division champions, and we got 16 World Finals slots for these allocated. So let's get to it. I haven't done this in many years, and we need more years lately. So what we have here is the results at the 4-hour mark. And we're now gonna resolve the green ones are money over solved, the red ones are ones we didn't, and the yellow ones are the pending submissions, so those are one to go resolved. So, let's start from the bottom, we're going to move it up. We have Vanderbilt University with 3 submissions remaining. The first one was a no, the second was a no, but the third one is a yes. The first one is a yes, and then you know my mistake. There are 2 remaining ones. The first one is a yes, and then you know. Again, they have 1 more, and it's a no, so they stay at 28. Every now with 2 remaining runs, and they no the first one, and the second one is a yes, and then you know. No more runs, they stay at 47. And then we get Friggstad with 3 remaining. First one is a no, second is a no, and the third one is a yes. And it's a no. We're on the School of Mines, the 2 remaining runs, and the first one is a yes, and it's a yes. Every no more runs, and then Toronto. They have 2 runs remaining. The first one is yes. University, no more runs. University of Kentucky, 1 more at the last minute. Oh, no, that's one. No, Florida School of Mines also, second to last minute. No. Some market minute, yeah. The University of California, Berkeley, they have 1 more run, and it's a yes. One is a no. Okay. As you can see, I can't see any more than you do. So, that's not like yes. Texas and Dallas, 3 more remaining runs here. They got a lot to do. They can go all the way up. The first one's a no. The second one is a no. The third one is a no. They stay in the I'm so sorry. Texas, that's right. Cornell. You 1 more run, and they move up. The first one is a no. The second one is a yes. Florida University, 2 more runs. First one is a no. The second one is a no. Brigham Young, 2 more remaining. The first one is a yes. 2 more. The first one is a no. The second one is a no. Toronto, 1 more run. And it's a yes. The first one is a no, and the second one is a no. We have Berkeley again, no more run this time. Cornell, 1 more remaining, and it's a no. We have Texas on the A&M with 2 more remaining. The first one is yes, and the second one. University, no more runs. Lafayette again, no more yet. And Maryland, 2 more. And the first one is a yes. Remember, you have 16 more points. So Maryland is perfect. There's a chance that it is yes. So no, it's not. No, it's not. So Simon Fraser, there's 2 more remaining runs here. The first one's a no. The second one is a no. UCLA, 1 more run, second to last minute. Oh, no. Brigham Young, 3 minutes from the end, 1 more remaining. No. Yale University, no more runs. UBC, 2 more runs, 1 minute to the last minute. But the first was a yes. Sorry about that. Illinois for Washington State, 3 more remaining runs. The first was a yes. Austin, 2 more remaining. The first one is yes. University of Southern Cal, they got 3 more runs. First one is yes. They have no more runs. You have Texas at A&M again. They have 1 more run. Second to last minute. This is for the finals. No, they say. Harvard, 2 more runs. First one in. They are in. They get it. We got here's Nevada. Last one here? No, sorry. British Columbia, last one? No. Illinois for bonus Peng, 2 more remaining. First one's yes, they go up to Canada. No, sorry, they stay. Rochester, 1 more? No. Texas and Austin, 18th place. There's 1 more here. This is it. And they get it. Next one is Columbia. They have 1 more remaining. This is for the finals. And they get it. They're out. There's 4 more remaining. So, I mean, that's awesome. The first one's always in the last minute, so we'll see. No. Second one? Yes. 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 1 more remaining. No. Washington, and now 1 space from the World Finals. 1 space from the World Finals. So, no. And yes, one space from finals, but there's no more runs. And
so, University of Alberta worked incredibly hard. Just 2 contestants. It was an amazing fight at the end, and it's like missing by 1. I mean, what's the difference between 16 and 17?
The answer is like about $25,000 for a team. It's not like it's easy.
So, Bill, what I hear you saying is that the University of Alberta was to advance that it would cost you $25,000. That's what I heard.
I'm processing.
While you're thinking about it,
Wait. Andre, where's Deborah? Andre! Okay. How about it? Can we go with the 17? Okay. All right.
So Harvard University, 1 more remaining, they don't get it, stay at 16. Illinois, Washington, Maine, 1 more remaining, they don't get it. Columbia, they are done. Texas and Austin, they are done. So University of UCF, they have 1 more, and move up into the medals, and they Georgia Tech, 2 more. 1 is at the last minute, so no. But there's 1 more. Brilliant. Yes. University of Washington has no more runs, but we get the green little thingy here, and that means that there will be a picture, because the University of Washington is the West Division champions, so please come up to the stage. Purdue University. They have one remaining run, and it is a no, but Devin's been here, and this is the one that Purdue University was the first song. No more runs. They will start in 8th place. We are closing up in about 6 hours from it. We have 100 members. They have 3 more runs, and they are just outside now. It's good to one. The first one is last minute one, so the second one is second last minute. Twice as good. Possible. Twice as possible. No. Okay, but this one not. This one not. This is one. Come on. No more runs. So they will just miss the
They solved 7 problems.
Yeah, but we have 3 runs.
Every medalist team is going to receive $3,000 courtesy of UPE and JetBrain. Okay? Now, 6 times 3 is less than 7 times 3. 3. Hey, Marcia, how's the Dow doing? Oh, what the heck? It's the University of Central Florida bronze medal.
This is a new place. Okay, thanks. So, okay, right. So, University of Central Florida, bronze medalist.
To welcome our first bronze medalist, I would like to invite to the stage our official putters, UCF President Alexander Cartwright, UCF Department of Computer Science and Engineering Dean Michael Georgiopoulos, the Honorable Bev C., ICPC North America and NAC Directors Tony Logar, and Andre Ivanov, JetBrain's SVP of Investment, Research and Education, who come to the stage and congratulate our members.
This is it. If we got this, give me through.
You know, it was Andre's decision to let the University of Alberta advance to the World Finals, and we might have to say a few things, and then we're going to bring the UCF team up on stage.
Good evening, everybody, and congratulations to all of you. It was a great inspiration to see all of you competing today, many of you using the right tools. Thank you for your trust. And, you know, I've been to NAC the last time in 2020 in Atlanta. And the lot changed dramatically since then, and to some extent not too good. But one thing that is stable is the ICPC family. The smart people who are solving difficult problems, working together as a team, and grow as a community. And I wish you to stay this team for a longer time and, you know, to help us all to fix all things better. And this world can make it a better place. Congratulations once more, and I'm looking forward to see many of you in the finals. And for those who didn't make it, good luck next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you, JetBrains. It is my great and ecstatic honor honor now to invite our first bronze medalist of the NAC, University of Central Florida, to the stage. Come on up, guys.
Okay, moving on to the next team. Georgia Institute of Technology and no more lady runs. They are the next bronze medalist. Please come up to the stage. Medalist is Carnegie University, and they also have no more remaining runs. So, Carnegie University, bronze medalist. Next, we have the Unofficial still. There are 1 remaining runs. The first one is a no. The second one is a no. So, University of Waterloo are the last bronze medalist. Bronze medalist, and they're also first to overall line, so center problem. Please come up to the stage.
Arup in third place, University of Wisconsin-Madison. They have one more remaining round. And someone late. First one is yes. First silver medalist, they are the Central Division champion, and they solved 10 problems. Please come up on stage. Okay, we have one more going for the 2 remaining rounds still. And the third is no. And the second one, it is last minute. Swarmore College is our second silver medalist. They are the South. Okay, there's no longer a question of this about win among the team. But we did say earlier that competition is also a competition against the judges. You know? So I think it's just fair. It's just fair that the head judge gets involved the very last one.
Well, we don't really look at it as a competition against the judges. That's why I said, hang on. We don't look at ourselves as the villains in this competition. We view it as a competition against the problem center. And congratulations to the Massachusetts MIT for getting so far. But the question is, did they all fill this set? Now, it shows their final submission is at 299, 1 minute before the contest ends. You heard what Frederick thinks about that. Did they all fill this contest? I don't know. You give a prize if they all fill the contest? That would be good.
Okay, yeah, an extra $3,000.
There we go. All right. There's $3,000 sliding on this. Did MIT all fill this contest? Take a look. That's the problem. 1 minute before the contest ended. That's usually a bad omen. They got
it. They got it.
congratulations to all the teams that are advancing to the World Finals. And congratulations really to all of you. All of you put in a really hard fight in this competition. This was a wonderful North America championship. But this isn't where it ends. Even for those that aren't advancing to the World Finals, everybody on this stage is looking to you to be the future problem solvers, both in North America and around the globe. You know, the NAC is a relatively new competition, but it has already become a game-changing event. Of course, again, none of this would be possible without the amazing volunteers from the ICPC and UCF, so let's give them a round of applause. And again, thank you to UCF, UPE, and all other organizations beginning with you for making the ICPC NAC better. Okay, sorry. My wife is here, Lisa, she made me stop. But thanks to UCF and UPE for all that you've done for the ICPC. And thank you to the coaches for helping to prepare these teams. It wouldn't be a great competition without great preparation. We depend on the coaches for that. So, we need to celebrate. So let me give you a few last minute reminders. Okay. Is this more money? More money?
I can't express to you how amazing this lady is and how important she is to the ICPC in North America. I got to thinking about this. And how many teams are we sending? 17, and 7 of them got 3,000. Well, the other 10 are going to get 3,000 too. And that's honor you.
Now I'm even happier, right? Not only do we get to honor Betsy and all of her contributions, but it costs Bill Pounds for more money. Yay! So the buses will be here to take you back to Celeste for dinner. You will find an airport shuttle departure schedule in the lobby of your hotel. If you want a First to Solve award, please remember to pick it up at the award table right over here. And then right outside these doors, if you were one of the top 3 contestants or teams in the NSA challenge, you need to stop by and get your picture taken and get your bragging rights with the NSA certificate. I hope that you have all enjoyed this event. I hope that you'll go back and tell all of your friends and family what a wonderful time you've had and encourage them to try to be here next year at the 2023 NAC. And I hope that you all have a safe trip home. Good night.
Alright, thank you all for watching No William Lynn this year, and yeah, thank you everybody for letting us do the unofficial stream, and congrats to MIT on their victory. Alright.